and form in 18th century England, which she'd had to take her junior year. She'd gotten a B-. She was fairly sure she'd be getting an A in crisis negotiations. Jamie, who was a negotiator with the state police in Buffalo, was filled with stories, curses, and good advice. "Em, what's your response to Crazy Pants here?" "Stole your Twinkies, huh? That's not good," she said. "I love them. Thought I'd tear my hair out when they stopped making them. Good thing they're back on the shelves, right?" "She's establishing empathy, people, and creating a bond between herself and the hostage-taker. Keep it up, Neil." "You know, I can get you some more Twinkies," Emmeline said. "I can bring them inside and we can talk." "I can't risk that," Shirley said. "There are zombies everywhere." The rest of the class snorted. "That's okay," Em said. "I'm really fast, and I don't want you to go without Twinkies." "Fantastic, kids," Jamie said. "We have to call it a day, but good job, everyone. Your homework is to read chapters 4 through 6 and deal with your in-laws without losing your cool. Think you can handle that?" "If ever there was a time to barricade myself in a room with a gun," muttered Ingrid, a cop from Ithaca. Jamie came over and leaned against Em's desk. "You're doing great in this class," she said. "You ever think about working for us?" "I've only been a cop for 9 months," she said. "So, think about it," she said. "There'd be more chances to climb the ladder than in your department." That was true. Levi wasn't going anywhere. The state police handled the big stuff for a town like Manningsport. If there was an actual hostage situation, for example, it'd be the job of the police force to keep everyone calm until the Stadies got there and took over. Homicides, kidnappings, bank robberies, not that they were commonplace occurrences, were handed over to the big kids. It was a thought. She wouldn't leave the Manningsport Police Department anytime soon, but maybe someday. She radioed in when she was 10 minutes from town, got a request from Everett to pick up donuts. Before the station had moved to the new emergency services building, it had been right on the town green, spitting distance from Lorelei's Sunrise Bakery. Everett had dropped 10 pounds since the summer, and much mourned the move. Faith Cooper was inside, hands on her pregnant belly. "Hey, Faith," Emmeline said. "Hi, how are you, Em? How was the wedding?" "It was great. I owe your brother something nice. He was a champ." "Well, if you're giving out presents, don't forget me," Faith said with a smile. "It was my idea, after all. So, he was a good date?" "Very good." So good. The memory of Jack on top of her, kissing her, made her left knee buckle. But then it was Faith's turn at the counter, and so Emmeline was spared further conversation. Didn't stop the thoughts from coming, though. "Wipe your feet," Carol Robinson ordered Jack as he walked into the police station. She looked up. "Oh, it's you, Jack. How are you, sweetheart? Still feeling famous? How's the Diener boy?" "Hey, Mrs. Robinson," Jack said. He'd gone to school with one of her sons and had fond memories of her chocolate chip cookies. "You look beautiful in that color." Carol beamed, her questions forgotten. "Call me Carol," she said. "Why are you still single, Jack? Oh, wait, I forgot. You got divorced. Do you want to marry my daughter?" Levi emerged from his office and handed Carol some papers. "Stop matchmaking," he said to her. "Come on in, Jack." Levi's office was tidy and bureaucratic-looking, except for rather a lot of pictures of Faith, and an ultrasound of the Mini Cooper. "How's my sister?" Jack asked, always a little uncomfortable talking to the guy who slept with her. Curse of the brother. "She's good. Another few weeks to go." "You nervous?" "Terrified." Levi smiled. He'd make a great father. Levi was one of those guys who was born to be a family man. Jack sat down. "You heard anything about Josh?" Levi's gaze dropped to his desk, then went back to Jack. "No change. I check in with his parents every night." "That's good of you. Sorry to hear about the lawsuit against you." Jack shrugged. "I understand. Couldn't blame them either. You left him for last, the one who needed you most." "So, what can I do for you?" Levi asked. "I'm here to see Emmeline, actually. Is she around?" Levi started to answer, then stopped. His eyes narrowed. "Did you sleep with her?" Guess he was a cop for good reason. Jack didn't answer. "Be careful," Levi said. "She's like a sister to me." "And my sister's like a sister to me." Levi gave a begrudging nod. "Point taken. Em should be here soon. She was at a class in Penyan and has a thing tonight with her at-risk kids, but she said she'd stop by." "That's what I need to talk to her about. The kids. Heard they need a chemistry tutor." At that moment, Emmeline came in, tossed a box of donuts on Everett's desk, and said something that made him laugh. A jolt went through Jack. Emmeline was in her uniform and wore a bulky jacket, a gun, a radio, and a few other things on her belt. Her hair was pulled back into a tight bun, and her cheeks were pink from the cold. And she was smiling. Until she saw him, that was, and the smile dropped. "Hey, Chief." "Deputy," Levi said. "How was the class?" "It was fantastic. I get to tase someone next week." "You and that taser. Enjoy." "I will." Her eyes flickered to him. "Jack, how are you?" He stood up. "I'm fine. I'm here to see you, actually." "Got a complaint to file?" "No." He waited, and her cheeks got even redder. "Didn't you two go to a wedding together?" Carol asked. "Are you dating?" "Levi, I'm leaving. It's almost 5, and the neighbors are coming for dinner." "Lucky neighbors," Jack said. "Oh, you." Carol, who was about a foot shorter than Jack, wrapped her arms around his waist and gave him a hug. "Come visit me sometime." "Are you trying to seduce me, Mrs. Robinson?" Jack countered. "I've thought about it," she said. "I might be a tiny bit old for you. Ask Emmeline instead. She'll go out with you." "Is that true, Em?" "In your dreams," Em said. Damn, she was cute. "I'm leaving, too," Levi said. "Jack, see you around." He left, holding the door for Carol. Everett was clicking through some pictures, his cheeks bulging with donuts. Jack looked down at Emmeline, who was fidgeting with her jacket zipper. "Hi," he said. "Hi." Tone not encouraging. "I hear you need a chemistry tutor for your group of kids." "How'd you know that?" "Tom Barlow." "Right." She folded her arms across her chest. "We do. You in?" "Yep. You could have asked me yourself." "We meet every Tuesday night in the church basement at Trinity Lutheran. If you can't make tonight, come by next—" "I can make tonight." She gave a nod. "Okay. I have to run home, change, walk my dog, and eat something. See you there." "Or I could come with you. Meet your dog." "Watch you change." "Come on, Emmeline. I thought we were friends." She didn't answer. "Look," he said quietly. "The truth is, I like talking to you. I like being with you. My life is kind of a mess right now. I can't sleep, my ex-wife is hanging around, and now I'm screwing up at work. So yeah, I have issues. You were right. I'm not looking for a relationship, but I could really use a friend." "Okay," she said almost before he finished. "I'm sorry if I was rude the other night. I can do friends." "Thank you." The blush flared again. "You won't thank me when you see what I have for dinner." Okay, so this was nice, Em thought as they left the police station. Her kids' group did need a science tutor, and if Jack wanted a friend, well, hell, she liked him too. She could handle friendship. She'd love to be friends. Naked friends. No, none of that, she cautioned herself. Jack was looking for a distraction. He had just admitted he didn't want a relationship. Friends with clothes on, that's what they'd be. They left the building, and Em broke into a run. Levi was crouched on the sidewalk, talking to someone on the ground. "Chief," she said, drawing her radio. "Everything okay?" Ah. Hadley Boudreaux was scenically arranged on the ground, her dress hiked up, just shy of slutty, and just enough to show that she was wearing thigh-high stockings, the tops of which were lace. And really, it was 18 degrees out, full battalion makeup perfectly applied. Em had never been able to pull off red lipstick, but Hadley sure knew what she was doing.
"Just trying to convince Ms. Boudreaux to go to the hospital and get this checked out,"
Levi said, giving Em a significant look. Em glanced over her shoulder at Jack. "I think this belongs to you," she said to him, then looked back at Scarlett O'Hara. And, like Scarlett, Hadley Boudreaux had a way with men and a calculating look in her eye. "I think my pride's hurt more than anything else, Chief Cooper. Jack, I was driving past and saw your truck, figured I'd catch you, and then the next thing I knew, I'm ass over tea kettles here on the ground."
"Imagine that,"
Jack said, his tone sawdust dry. Good for him. Hadley started to move, then pursed her cherry lips in pain. Em tried not to roll her eyes. She wondered how long it had taken Hadley to arrange herself so just the right amount of thigh was showing. "Can you put any weight on it?" she asked. "Oh, Chief," Hadley said, "I heard you're married to Jack's sister. She's the sweetest thing. I always thought of her as a kindred spirit." Em sure as hell hoped not, for Levi's sake. She clicked on her radio. "Gerard, get your lazy ass out here. We have a casualty in the parking lot."
"Roger that,"
Gerard said. Hadley sliced a look Em's way. "I don't mean to inconvenience anyone," she said, an edge to her perfectly lovely husky voice. "They're right here, no inconvenience at all," Emmeline said. "I just need a hand up. Jack, I feel like an idiot already. Don't make me lie here all the livelong day."
"Let's wait for the professionals,"
Jack said. The door opened and Gerard ambled out. Then, catching sight of a fallen and very beautiful female, he accelerated into a gallop.
"What have we got here?"
he asked, kneeling next to Hadley. "Might need to be amputated," Emmeline said. Levi raised an eyebrow at her. Right. She was in uniform, and was therefore required to be nice to idiots. "I just need a little help," Hadley said. "I'm sure you're a wonderful paramedic, Mr. Chartier." Gerard's name was stitched on his jacket. "But Jack and I used to be married. He can help me." Her tone was firm and friendly. Jack sighed and went over. Emmeline followed.
"Up you go," he said, offering his hand to his ex-wife.
"Maybe if you didn't wear 3-inch heels in the snow, you wouldn't trip," Emmeline observed. "A lady always wears heels," she said, seizing Jack's hand. He pulled her up and she collapsed against him. He caught her right on cue. "Oh, dang," she said, tears filling her big brown eyes. She gave an awkward hop.
"That looks pretty bad," Gerard said. "Definitely a sprain, judging from the bruising. Let me take you to the hospital for an x-ray."
No, it's just a sprain. Jack, I hate to ask, but would you mind driving me home?" "Yeah, Jack, would you mind?" Emmeline echoed. He gave her a look.
"Get an x-ray,"
Levi said. No, I'll just get on home and pop it up on some pillows. Eyes, compression, elevation. Right, Mr. Chartier?"
"Call me Gerard." "And yes, exactly,"
Gerard said, smiling at her like a proud teacher. The guy was such a flirt.
"Throw in some Motrin and call it a day."
Well, Em had to give it to Hadley. Anyone could fake a fall in a parking lot. It took real commitment to actually injure yourself. Hadley deigned to glance at her, and Em saw the gleam there. And Hadley knew she saw it based on the twitch of lips. Watch, listen, and learn, Yankee. This is how it's done. "This is downright embarrassing," Hadley said. "But I think you're going to have to carry me to the car, Jack." Jack sighed and picked her up. Em had the impression there would be many more sprained ankles in Hadley's future. "Have fun," she said, starting for her car.
"Em, wait," Jack said. "I'll just be a few minutes."
"Oh, no. You should take care of Blanche Dubois here." "It's Hadley," the other woman said sweetly.
Em, Jack began.
I don't really want to have a conversation around the body in your arms, she said. Have fun, kids. Because the opera house didn't have an elevator, Jack ended up carrying Hadley up the stairs. I really do appreciate this, Jack, she said as he set her down. She leaned against the doorframe and got her keys out. I guess I just forgot how dang slippery it gets around here. Oh, well. She smiled and opened the door. Would you mind just coming in for a second? I did want to talk to you after all. And maybe you could grab me an ice pack? I'm so sorry to inconvenience you. Really, Jack.
Right.
If her ankle hadn't been bruised, he would have thought she'd staged the whole thing.
It was right up her alley. She'd once confessed to him, while in bed, that she'd crashed her bike on purpose to get the attention of a football player in college. She hobbled inside, and Jack closed his eyes for a minute, then followed. He couldn't just dump her here, as much as he might want to. Sharon and Jim Stiles kept this apartment for people just like Hadley, folks who'd be in town for a few months at a time. Faith had rented it out when she'd first moved back from San Francisco, and Colleen's husband had stayed here over the summer when his uncle was sick. It was a cute little place, furnished and stocked with china and glasses and that sort of thing. Way too easy for Hadley to make herself at home. It's so good to be back here, she said, as he opened the freezer and grabbed a bag of peas, since she didn't seem to have an ice pack. Frankie came up last weekend, and we were both real sorry you weren't around. I was away with Emmeline,
he said. Hadley jerked, then recovered. Is that right? She murmured, sweeping her hair round to one side. She smiled as he handed her the peas. Thank you, Jack. Would you mind getting a bandage? I think there's a first aid kit in the bathroom. He said nothing but obeyed. The bathroom counter was laden with little baskets filled with bottles of perfume, makeup, and other girly stuff. Looked like she was planning to stay a while. He grabbed the kit and a bottle of Motrin and went back to the living room.
Here you go. I have to run,
he said. Do you think you could wrap my ankle? She said. I'm sorry. I'm clumsy. As you could tell, I guess. I feel so stupid. Bad enough to be the town pariah. Now I'm the clumsy town pariah.
Her expression was rueful. You're not a pariah, he said.
If you say so. I've been getting dirty looks since I moved back.
Moved back? He didn't like the sound of that.
Which I guess is what I deserve.
He sat down next to her and she reached under her skirt and pulled off her stockings with a businesslike motion, which surprised him. He would have expected a striptease. Her skin was cold and smooth, the joint fairly swollen. He felt a pang of sympathy.
Did you ever tell people why we split up? She asked as he wrapped her ankle.
They figured it out, Hadley.
Jack, she began, her voice husky. If I could undo what I did.
I appreciate the thought, he said. There, you're all set.
I know you're still hurt.
No, not anymore.
But the thing is, I've learned so much. I was so young then.
Not that young, Hadley.
You're right, I was immature. I like to think I'm smarter now, at least smart enough to know you were the best thing that ever happened to me. And it wasn't all bad, was it? Here, look what I brought.
She reached over and grabbed a book off the table, one of those photo albums you make online, and on the cover was a picture of the two of them in Central Park.
Remember, she said, we had so much fun that weekend. You took me skating at Rockefeller Center, and that dinner we had at the place with the view of the Chrysler Building, and we laughed so hard. Remember that?
I do, Hadley. You're right. We had some happy times. I also remember the lying, the tantrums, the spending, and the cheating.
I'd make it up to you.
You can't undo something like that, he said.
But you could forgive me, and I am so sorry.
You're forgiven. Doesn't mean I want to get back together, Hadley.
I think you do. I think you're just angry. If you give me another chance, Jack, just one."
Her eyes were full of tears. "Hadley," he said, putting his hand over hers. "Stop. I don't know why you're back, but I imagine some shit hit the fan somewhere in your life, and all of a sudden life with me didn't seem so bad. But I've moved on." Her eyes took on that stony look he remembered from when they disagreed.
"Look at this picture,"
she said, pointing to a photo of him standing next to one of the carriage horses in Central Park.
"Look how happy you are. Just think about that, Jack. That's all I'm asking. If the happiest time in your life doesn't deserve a second chance, because I'd do better, I swear it."
Their life together had had some movie-esque qualities to it, Jack admitted. Their courtship, the choreographed petal-strewn lovemaking, the dinners by candlelight, the way she could turn every move into something beautiful. And in the past, when he'd remembered those times, he'd also remember her with Oliver. "Rest that ankle," he said, and with that, he got up and left. Chapter 15. When Jack and Hadley had returned from their honeymoon 2.5 years ago, Jack had 9 days before warning signs had started to flicker like broken neon lights. 9 days. Despite what she'd said about wanting to have a family as soon as possible, Hadley decided to stay on the pill, which was fine. After all, she was the one who'd be pregnant and giving birth. It just wasn't what she'd been telling him or their families. She also didn't want to work just yet. She just wanted to settle in first. Again, totally fine. She was living in a new town in a new part of the country. Of course she wanted to acclimate. Then, she said, she'd hang out a sign and start up her interior decorating business once more. But now that the wedding was behind her and life started to settle into a routine, Hadley seemed a little irritable. She was surprised there weren't more events like the black and white ball, and her interest in doing wine tastings and guiding tours for Blue Heron quickly faded. She went to a garden club meeting but didn't join, saying it wasn't for her. Joined the art league, took 2 pottery classes, and didn't go back. Honor asked her to help with the Manningsport Women's Club, which was organizing a tour of homes as a fundraiser for local scholarships. But Hadley came back from that saying it made her sad what passed for graciousness here in the North. "Don't be a snob, honey," Jack said, pouring her wine.
"Well, come on, babe," she returned. "You've been to Savannah. You know what I'm used to."
Then she gave him a sheepish look.
"Sorry, I'm just feeling a little out of sorts."
Then she wandered off to her computer, calling him over to look at the Christmas decorating ideas she'd found online, even though it was still summertime. She was alone in the house a lot. Prue and Honor invited her out a couple of times, but the sister Hadley most liked was Faith, and Faith was in California. And then there was Lazarus, the cat who lived with Jack. To say it was his cat would be a stretch. Jack fed him and housed him, and Lazarus allowed it. Occasionally, Laz would jump onto Jack's lap, knead his stomach for a few seconds, then make a hideous gagging sound and go off to parts unknown to murder and pillage the bird and rodent population. He was an ugly creature, tan with splotches of stripes, a shredded left ear and a crooked tail, wary of all humans except Jack. When Jack first moved back to Manningsport, he'd been struck with a surprisingly strong yearning for his mother. He'd gone up to the family cemetery and sat there in the misting rain, a hard lump in his throat. And then, from behind the gravestone of the first Holland who'd farmed this land, came a very small animal. It was battered and bleeding, and matted to the point where Jack wasn't even sure what it was. But then it mewed. Jack's mom had a thing for cats. They'd always had a few out in the barns, in the house. Kind of seemed like a sign from Mom, him finding a cat out here right when he'd been missing her. He wrapped it in his jacket and took it to the vet, who said he didn't think the kitten would make it. When he pulled through, Jack named him Lazarus. Hadley hated Lazarus. Why, Jack had no idea, because Laz gave her a wide berth. Hadley had a cat, too. Princess Anastasia was a fat, fluffy white Persian with startling green eyes and a fondness for shredding curtains, upholstery, and human flesh. Princess jumped on the table, walked on the counters, crapped wherever she happened to be at the moment, and shed large clots of white hair all over the house. In Savannah, she'd been ill-tempered and unaffectionate, but in New York, she became downright destructive, especially and ironically toward Hadley, ripping her clothes, vomiting in her shoes, and scratching and biting her. Not just little scratches either, but long bloody tears and actual puncture wounds that would make Hadley's hand or foot throb. One night, after such an attack, Jack grabbed the cat by the scruff and tossed her into the basement.
"Jack!"
Hadley yelped, clutching her bleeding hand.
"She's just an innocent animal."
However, Hadley had no such sympathy for Lazarus.
"Can't Prudence take him?"
she asked one night. Her own cat was draped across her lap like roadkill, peaceful until she decided to turn homicidal. "He's not the problem cat here, babe," he said.
"I just think Princess Anastasia would be happier if that thing wasn't around, spooking her. Wouldn't you, Princess? You want that ugly old thing to go live with Prudence?"
"Hadley, he's not going anywhere." She stared at Lazarus, who was crouched under the coffee table, making his weird gacking sound.
"He's disgusting, Jack."
"Hey," Jack said, grinning as he poured more wine for his bride. "I love that disgusting cat. He's got character. And yes, he's ugly, but so am I, and you love me."
"Jack," she said, "you're gorgeous and you know it."
She kissed him then, but she didn't warm up to Lazarus. One night, about a month after they'd returned from their honeymoon, Hadley invited the whole clan for a genuine Southern dinner. Honor, Prue, Carl, Ned, and Abby, Dad, Mrs. Johnson, Goggy, and Pops all arrived at once. Even Faith was home from San Francisco, and Jack was pouring the half-moon Pinot Gris they'd bottled 4 months ago.
"The house looks gorgeous,"
Faith said, and Hadley beamed. She'd spent the whole day getting ready, setting the table with their wedding china, making place cards with her calligraphy pen, arranging flowers. Hadley had sworn she didn't want him to do anything for the dinner, and he'd been busy with some early harvesting, so he didn't know what she'd cooked. She fluttered around like a tiny bird, seeming even smaller standing by Jack's sturdy sisters. They drank wine and chatted, and all was fine and good until they sat down to eat. Hadley set down a crock and took off the lid.
"Southern chicken and dumplings,"
she announced with pride. Mrs. Johnson and Goggy both recoiled in unison. What was in the pot looked like lumpy glue. "I'm starving, dear," Pops said. "Let's get eating. It's already 6 o'clock. I have to go to bed soon." Hadley ladled out the dinner, which seemed to be a gelatinous goo, with the occasional chunk of white meat thrown in. The dumplings were slimy, dense, and slippery, and the chicken was chewy and tough, a far cry from what Jack remembered from when Mrs. Boudreau had made the same dish. The Hollands didn't complain. They were Yankees. Food was meant to nourish, not to enjoy, though their standards had risen during the Mrs. Johnson era. Mrs. J was Jamaican and therefore believed in flavor. "It's delicious, dear," Pop said. "Thank you for having us."
"You're always welcome here, Mr. Holland,"
she said, smiling and fluttering her eyelashes.
"Did you just bat your eyelashes?" Prue asked. "I've always wondered if that actually happened. I mean, you come across the phrase from time to time, but I don't think I've ever seen it live and in person. Carl, stop staring at her." "You too, old man," Goggy said, smacking Pops on the back of the head.
"Why can't I stare? She's beautiful. You're beautiful, sweetheart."
"Mr. Holland, you're the sweetest thing," she said.
This got a snort from everyone related to Pops. Hadley did have a way with men, and Jack had a soft spot for his grandfather. After all, the Holland men had to stick together, as Pops was fond of saying.
"So, I'm thinking about redoing the house," she said sweetly, "and I'd love y'all's opinion."
"What do you mean, redo?" Mrs. Johnson asked sternly. "This house is perfect." Jack winked at her. He'd always been Mrs. J's favorite. "I'm thinking it could do with a Southern woman's touch," she said. Prue laughed, then, realizing Hadley was dead serious, coughed to cover. "Hadley, I forget. Are you an interior designer or an interior decorator?" Honor asked, taking a bite of slimy dumpling. "What's the difference?" Abby asked. Hadley didn't answer. She shot Jack a look he couldn't read and remained silent. "An interior designer deals with how the space is used," Faith said when Hadley remained quiet. "Decorators deal with how it looks. Am I right, Hadley?" Yes, more or less. Excuse me, I have to check on something in the kitchen," Hadley said. She rose stiffly. "Need help?" Jack asked. "No, darling, you stay put." She left the room. A second later, Jack heard their bedroom door close. "Why is this gravy white, Jack?" Goggy asked. "Not that I'm criticizing, dear, but I'd be happy to teach her to cook." "And I would also be happy to help her, Jackie dear," said Mrs. J, not to be outdone. "Jamaican cuisine is quite delicious." "Is there any cheese?" Pops asked. Jack got his grandfather cheese, then went down the hall to their room. "Babe, everything okay?" he asked. "Just fine," she said. She didn't spare him a glance, just returned to the table. Shit. Fine equaled doom. "How do you like life up north so far?" his father asked Hadley. "Hope you're not too homesick, sweetheart." "Oh, no, of course not," she said. "I just love y'all." "Well, now, the feeling's mutual," he said. "Good old Dad." It was, in a lot of respects, a typical family dinner for the Hollands. Lots of talking, lots of wine, lots of laughter, a fair amount of bickering. They ate the meal, which, though bland and sticky, wasn't horrible. If Faith had made it, the teasing would have been merciless, but as Hadley was new to the family, no one said a word that wasn't complimentary. Ned and Abby were ordered to clear the table, and Mrs. J cut the grape pie she'd brought, while she and Goggy argued over crust-making techniques. 3 minutes later, when dessert had been decimated, Goggy announced that it was time for everyone to leave, and the family trooped out with thanks and kisses and hugs. "See you tomorrow, guys," Jack said, closing the door. He smiled and turned to his wife. "So, that went well." Hadley jammed her fists onto her hips. "Are you crazy? Your family hates me. Your sisters are so mean, and your grandmother is so judgmental." Jack's mouth fell open. "Sweetheart, what are you talking about? No one hates you." "That Faith showing off like that, spouting about how designers are better than decorators, and Prudence didn't even take off her work boots." "Was she supposed to?"
"What about your father, just sitting there not saying boo? He hates me."
"Calm down, sweetheart. Dad never talks much. He loves you."
"Mrs. Johnson is horrible."
Okay, that was going too far. Mrs. J was tireless and fierce, and pretty damn wonderful. "Be careful," he said. "She's my first love."
"They hate me because I'm Southern."
"That's ridiculous," he said. "We won the Civil War. We're totally over it." She was not amused, shooting him a glare. "Come on, baby, don't be upset. Everyone wants you to feel welcome here. They were just trying to get to know you." He drew her a bath, lit candles, poured her wine, apologized if his family came on a little strong, which they did, but that was just how it was, which he'd assumed Hadley knew by now. She took a sip of wine and sighed. "You know what? I'm just going to lose myself in my work. That's what I'll do." "That's great. Do you have a client?"
"Yes, silly. His name is Jack Holland. Now get in this here tub."
And just like that, her mood was better. Hadley went crazy with the redecorating. Jack's house was at the very top of the ridge, a good quarter-mile up from the old house where his grandparents lived, and the new house where Dad, Honor, and Mrs. J all resided. He'd been given the land when he turned 30. Dad had similar parcels for the girls, but so far none had done anything with them. Prue and Carl lived in a nice neighborhood on the other side of Manningsport. Honor lived with Dad, and Faith was a Californian for the time being, though Jack suspected she'd move home soon enough. But Jack had built his house 2 years before, after living in an Airstream trailer for 6 months to get the feel of the land, where the light hit at various times a day. He studied house plans from Frank Lloyd Wright and the arts and crafts era, then hired an architect to draw up plans. The end result was an airy and open floor plan based around a huge stone fireplace with an exposed chimney. The floors were wide-planked cherry, the kitchen counters black soapstone. 2 bedrooms upstairs for future kids, 1 down, as well as a home office. The basement contained a pool table and wine cellar. The house wasn't huge, but it had breathing space. Most importantly, it blended seamlessly into the landscape, the most important thing to a Holland. The outside of the house was planked with cedar, with huge windows that overlooked the vineyard and crooked lake. On 3 sides it was surrounded by a forest of maples, oaks, and pine, so it was almost camouflaged. Faith had drawn him up a landscaping plan for a Christmas present, and he'd followed it. The result was that Jack's house looked as if it had been there forever. It was modern yet traditional, too, and everyone who saw it was rather dazzled. Except his wife. Oh, she'd cooed over it when she'd first seen it, but now that she'd lived there for a month, it was suddenly in sore need of southern charm, which would have been fine if it had been the type of charm Jack had seen at her own childhood home, carefully chosen antiques and family photos, clean lines and high-end furnishings. But no. Throw pillows seemed to be her trademark. The couch was covered in them. It looked nice, but it was impossible to sit without moving at least 3. Their bed had the 2 pillows they used for their heads, 4 additional pillows covered in something called shams, and a dozen more pillows in various sizes and colors. There was a painstaking order to these pillows, one Jack could never quite figure out. Lazarus liked to hide in the sea of shapes and then leap out, scattering them, which irritated Hadley to no end. She rearranged the furniture, ordered a new couch, one that cost $8,000, without asking his opinion, bought a rather hideous fan shaped like a peacock for the fireplace, which Jack had stacked with white birch logs until it got colder. She bought velvet curtains that blocked out the light. Little signs appeared everywhere, ordering him to live fully, love deeply, laugh often, and reminding him that we are so blessed. In the kitchen, there now hung a chalkboard in the shape of a dancing reindeer that said, "Only blank blank days till Christmas." The sign that bothered him the most hung in the foyer. Life isn't about waiting for the storms to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain. He always felt as though he should apologize for that one. After all, his people were Dutch Yankee Lutheran farmers. There would be no dancing in the rain. But it was Hadley's house too now, so he moved aside the pillows and hoped her efforts would make her happy. Then she asked if she could do some work for Blue Heron. When Jack said he'd ask Honor, Hadley sulked and said Honor was bossy and mean. And yeah, Honor was bossy, but not in a rude way. Just in the way that she had to be, because she was indeed the boss of the business end, and a damn good one. She certainly wasn't mean. She was maybe misunderstood, but when Jack tried to explain that, Hadley claimed he was taking his sister's side. Honor said she'd love to have some help, proof that she wasn't at all mean. But by the end of Hadley's first day, Honor asked Jack to come by her office. She closed the door after him. "Hadley's not going to work out," she said, getting straight to it. "Shit," he said. "You sure? It's only been a day." "I thought she could start out by picking merchandise for the gift shop, maybe rearranging some of the displays out there." "That'd be great. She loves buying stuff, and rearranging." Just last night he'd caught his shin on the coffee table, which Hadley had moved for the 4th time. Well, she had other ideas. His sister fiddled with a pen. "Like what?" "She wanted to redo our logo, and every label on every bottle we sell. Redesign the tasting room by getting rid of the bar, and putting in Italian marble and tile flooring." Italian marble? The tasting room, which had been voted one of the 10 most beautiful tasting rooms in America by Wine Spectator, featured a long curving bar made by Samuel Hastings, using wood from a tree that had fallen in a winter storm 10 years back. Blue slate floors, 2 stone fireplaces, post and beam construction, beautiful old oriental rugs. She also thinks we should sheetrock the cask room, because the stone walls are, Honor made quote marks with her fingers, downright spine-chilling. And the cask room was one of the best parts of the vineyard, an old stone cellar where the wine was aged in wooden barrels. Tourists loved it. I'd told her we were all set on those things, and she... Honor paused. Well, I think her feelings were hurt. You might want to bring her flowers. Flowers didn't help. Hadley was seething, stating over and over that Honor hated her and didn't believe in her. Honey, he said, you have to understand that we all love Blue Heron. We don't want it to change. New ideas are great, but... But you don't want new ideas. Not an overhaul of everything, no. The tasting room is only a few years old. Well, it's ugly. Not according to our visitors, he said, his voice a little tight. He paused. Honor knows what she's doing, babe. Maybe telling her to change everything on your first day wasn't the best idea. Fine. Take her side. You always do. Her feelings of being persecuted baffled him. After all, his father called her sweetheart and always kissed her cheek and hugged her. Goggy beamed when Hadley made Jack show up at church each week. Pops told her she was the prettiest thing Manningsport had ever seen. Faith sent her emails and girly gifts from San Francisco. Mrs. Johnson gave her the recipe for lemon pound cake, Jack's favorite dessert, which Al-Qaeda wouldn't have been able to pry out of her. Prue invited them over and admired how good Hadley smelled, and Honor... Well, okay, Honor didn't like her. But she never said anything that could even remotely be construed as impolite, not to Hadley, not to Jack. Granted, the first year of marriage was the hardest, everyone said. And it wasn't all bad, not at all. There were moments when Jack couldn't believe he had a wife who literally skipped into his arms when he came home, sometimes, and who constantly told him how smart and handsome and wonderful he was, who put her head on his shoulder and told him that all her dreams had come true the day she met him. But Jack was learning that for every nice thing she said or did, he was expected to reciprocate in triplicate, and Hadley was definitely keeping score. One night, they went out to dinner to a really nice place in Corning, but Hadley barely spoke to him, becoming more and more sullen as the night went on, refusing to answer when he asked what was wrong. Finally, and only after they'd gotten home, she told him. He hadn't noticed that she was wearing a new black dress. When he pointed out that she owned quite a few black dresses, 8 to be precise, he counted later, she slammed the door so hard a picture fell off the wall. She had an endless need to be complimented. If he said she looked pretty, she'd pout until he said beautiful, or gorgeous, or sexy. She'd ask if he noticed anything different about her, and God help him if he didn't guess it was a new perfume or a different shade of pink on her toenails, because she'd accuse him of taking her for granted. She loved gifts, and though he often brought flowers home, she'd make a pretend game of patting down his pockets to see if he had anything else for her. The thing was, she meant it. Whatever he did get her, it wasn't enough, the one exception being her engagement ring. Even so, she was already hinting for an anniversary ring, a sapphire and diamond band that, according to the website she showed him, cost $24,000. Then again, there were days when she'd tell him a story, full of dry humor and her musical laugh, and her eyes would dance, and he'd feel this almost painful pressure in his chest, because this was the way he'd always thought it could be. Sometimes she'd call him to say she just wanted to hear his voice. She might bake cookies and bring them down, still warm from the oven, for him and Dad and Pops. And certainly, not least of all, their sex life was fantastic. Frequent, boisterous, interesting. Planned, mapped out, really. Choreographed by her. Hey, he wasn't complaining. It was just always a bit of a production. In 4 months of marriage, not once had Jack just been able to go to bed at the end of the day and make love to his wife. Nor was he able to come home from work and kiss her and just take her to bed, or to the living room rug, or the couch and its many throw pillows. Morning sex was frowned upon. Lunchtime sex was okay, so long as he let her know a day or two in advance so she could get ready. Jack sort of thought that was his job, getting her ready, but, well, it was okay. Frequent and boisterous, those were good things. Still, it might have been nice not to have to spend all that time lighting candles or scattering rose petals. He'd done that on their honeymoon, and now it was kind of a thing. Or playing certain music. Sometimes there was a theme to the night, and Jack would be asked to guess what that theme was. These productions required a special wardrobe for Hadley as well. New lingerie and red-soled high-heeled shoes, or skimpy little nighties, when all Jack really wanted was nudity. Well, it was great that she put so much effort into that aspect of their marriage. It was a bit much, all the, staging. And yes, all the money. "Is this a mistake?" he asked one night after he opened the Amex bill. $2,000 at Bergdorf?
Nope, not a mistake, sweetheart.
She smiled at him, dimple flashing. "When were you at Bergdorf Goodman?"
"I ordered something online,"
she said, not looking up from the game she was playing on the computer. "And what did you order?"
"A pair of shoes."
"What else?"
"Nothing."
"One pair of shoes cost $2,000? My God, are you kidding me?"
"Don't raise your voice to me, Jack Holland," she said, "and don't take the Lord's name in vain. Yes, $2,000 on one pair of shoes."
She gave him a pretty little pout.
"Don't you think I deserve nice things, baby?"
This is where fights began. Jack was well aware by now. 200 would have been a lot in Jack's book, unless they were those really good steel-toed leather work boots Prue had given him for Christmas last year. But 2,000? Of course you deserve nice things, but you have dozens of pairs of shoes already. $2,000.
"They're Christian Louboutin, babe. You sure didn't complain the other night."
Another smile. Yes, the other night she'd done a very hot little striptease, leaving on only her trashy shoes. Even so, they weren't worth $2,000. He took a deep breath. "Honey, that's way, way too much."
"We have the money."
Jack folded his arms. "We don't have $2,000 to spend on one pair of highly impractical shoes, Hadley." Well, that opened the door. She stomped her foot. Jack clearly didn't appreciate how hard she worked to make their home beautiful, how much effort she put into being attractive, because that's what Southern women do, Jack. Not like your sister, who looks like a man. Jack ran a hand through his hair. "Honey, you can't drive us into debt because you liked a pair of shoes."
"One pair, Jack. I think I deserve one pair of Christian Louboutin shoes."
Except, he learned, she had 4 pairs. They sat down that night and worked up a budget on how much discretionary spending money they had. She sulked. It was obvious she'd had the wrong impression of just how much Jack earned. Yes, Blue Heron supported the family. Yes, Jack was a part owner and received a salary in addition to vineyard profits, most of which went back into the land or a savings account. Farmers never took income for granted. She gave him the silent treatment for the rest of the night. But the next morning she apologized, said she'd been childish, and kissed him sweetly. She baked a pie using one of Mrs. Johnson's recipes, and after dinner she called Faith and had a long, giggle-filled chat. They flew down to Savannah for a Southern Thanksgiving. Hadley was overjoyed to be with her family again, and they were happy to see both of them. He played Southern football, which was an awful lot like Northern football, with her dad and 2 brothers-in-law, both very good guys, as well as the kids and Frankie. "You guys planning on having kids?" asked Beau, who was married to Rachel. The game had pretty much finished, and Jack was tossing a nephew in the air. "Absolutely," Jack said.
"Might want to think that through," Frankie said, flopping on the grass. "Kids make things permanent. Right, ankle biter?" she added, grabbing her niece around the waist.
"Now, Frankie," Hadley's dad said, shooting Jack an apologetic look. "Come on, kids. I smell ham and turkey. Your grandmother's worked too hard for us to be late to a table. Y'all get in there and wash up now."
Everyone went in except Frankie and Jack. "Sorry if I put my foot in it," she said. "You just seem like a real nice guy is all."
"What do you mean?" he asked.
"I mean, Jack," she said with a smack to his head, just like one of his own sisters. "Hadley's a handful. Gives us Southern chicks a bad name. Just be sure you know what you got there." She started in, then glanced over her shoulder. "By the way, I'm coming out to the family after dinner. Hope I can count on you not freaking. You knew I liked girls, right?"
"What? Oh, yeah."
He was still digesting her words about Hadley. Frankie's announcement wasn't exactly groundbreaking. Ruthie and Rachel stated that they'd known since Frankie was 11, and Bill and Barb admitted that they had suspected, but had hoped to be wrong, because it could carry some difficult consequences. "What are y'all talking about?" Frankie said fondly. "I'm a Yankee now. There's lots of us lesbians up north. We're all the rage." This got a laugh, and Bill came over and kissed his youngest, and told her they all loved her no matter what. "You'll look after her, won't you, Jack?" Barbara asked.
"Of course," Jack said. He liked Frankie a lot. "Not that she needs looking after, but we're just an hour away from Cornell."
"Jack and I are about ready to start a family," Hadley announced. He looked at her in surprise. Since that first conversation after the honeymoon, the subject of kids hadn't been brought up. But the conversation turned to babies and pregnancy, and when Jack looked across the table at Frankie, she said nothing, just cocked an eyebrow. And it dawned on Jack that maybe his wife was, in some weird way, trying to steal Frankie's thunder and turn the attention to her. Hadley seemed a little blue at Christmas time, so Jack surprised her with a trip to Manhattan, earning a lot of happy shrieks and kisses, and the wrath of his grandmother and Mrs. J. They saw a show, stayed in a nice hotel, though not in a suite this time, went skating at Rockefeller Center, Hadley clutching his arm and giggling as she wobbled and skidded. Though she paused meaningfully in front of Tiffany's, Jack didn't take the bait. He'd already bought her some very nice earrings in Manningsport and arranged this trip. He wasn't about to break the budget just for a turquoise box. She didn't seem to mind and took his hand as they walked down Fifth Avenue. When they got back home, she seemed happier. The bumps in the road seemed to have smoothed out. Then, in February, Jack stopped by the post office, which was one of Hadley's jobs. She had clearly defined ideas about what husbands should do and what wives should. It was a husband's job to empty the trash and clean up Lazarus's victims and Princess Anastasia's hairballs. It was a wife's job to make the bed and pick movies. Husband shoveled the snow and scraped cars. Wife went to the post office. But Honor was expecting a package, and she asked him to swing by. He checked his own post office box while he was there. Inside were 3 envelopes, one from MasterCard, 2 from Visa, addressed to John N. Holland IV, which was strange, since he only had one credit card and American Express. He only used it when he had to, preferring to use cash whenever possible. With a cold feeling in his stomach, he went out to his truck and opened the envelopes, his breath frosting the air. One bill was for $6,008.01, one for $8,772.15, and one for $4,533.98. Almost $20,000, at 24% interest, no less. The charges went back as far as October, well after he and Hadley had the talk about the red-soled shoes that cost so much. They were from stores that Jack knew only by reputation. Tiffany's,
He remembered how good a sport she was when they didn't stop in at Christmas time. Guess she could afford to be, since she'd already bought herself a little something. Henri Bendel, Neiman Marcus, Chanel, Coach, Prada, Armani. Almost $20,000 on clothes, shoes, and handbags. Jack found that he was sweating. After the flights back and forth from Savannah, after spending 5 months' salary on a Tiffany engagement ring and a diamond wedding band, after paying for the rehearsal dinner for 75 people, after the lavish honeymoon, the new couch, after Christmas in New York City, after all the crap she'd bought for the house, they simply couldn't afford this. Jack had never wanted for money, but this was 20 grand he just didn't have sitting around. Worse than the money, though, was the lying. She'd been lying to him for months. Jaw locked hard, Jack drove home. She was there, sitting at the kitchen table, staring into space, idly stirring sugar into her tea. "Oh, hey, baby," she said when he came in. "What are you doing home so early?" He put the bills on the table in front of her. "Explain," he said tightly. She was calm, he had to give her that. Stroked Princess Anastasia and said that, yes, she may have overindulged. She shouldn't have kept that from him, but shopping had always been a hobby. She liked nice things, he knew that. She believed in buying quality. No need for him to have kittens. He made her show him her purchases, and she sighed and complied. Some were right there in their closet, some in her jewelry box, some hidden in the attic. Shoes galore. 7 new black dresses, each of which looked identical to the last. 4 leather jackets, 5 winter coats. More makeup than she could use in years. Special soaps and moisturizers and cleansers and creams. Belts and scarves and gloves. Perfume. An 8-ounce bottle of bubble bath that cost $179. "I thought Faith might like that for Christmas," she said, unconvincingly. "It's February." "So, I like to shop all through the year." "Hadley, we can't afford this," he barked, and she folded her arms and stared at him patiently. "Jack, we can. I know you're on the stingy side, but that wasn't how I was raised. Where I come from, a man takes care of his woman." "By take care of, you mean go into debt?" "Fine. I did a little retail therapy." "Maybe you should try the regular kind." "That was uncalled for," she said. "You have no idea how lonely it is for me. You're at work all day long." "People who work for a living generally work all day long, Hadley." "Well, you misled me then. I thought you were—" She stopped abruptly. "You thought I was what?" Rich. That's what she'd thought. And he'd always thought he was. He paid his bills, owned a home, bought a new truck every 125,000 miles, didn't have debt, until now, and put a modest amount in the stock market and savings. But he wasn't rich. Not by Hadley's standards, anyway. She looked straight ahead. "I thought you'd value our time together more." "How do I not value our time together, Hadley?" "You always put your family first. You spend more time with your father than you do with me." "I work with my father." "That Mrs. Johnson growls at me any time I even look at her, and your sisters are horrible." "My sisters aren't horrible. Mrs. Johnson growls at everyone, and they're not the reason you spent $20,000 on clothes." "You're overreacting. I'm sorry you don't think I'm worth it, after all I do to try to make you happy." There was a challenge in her eyes. "This is practically hoarding, and it's money we don't have." He picked up a pair of long white gloves, the kind a woman would wear to... Well, hell, he didn't know. "You forged my signature on 3 credit card applications, which is illegal for one, and for 2 means your own credit must be shot to hell. You're hiding things around the house because you know you shouldn't be spending so much. This is not how a responsible adult behaves." She grew stony and wounded. She said she'd pay off the credit cards by taking on a few clients if money was all he cared about. Apparently, she'd misread him. Jack loved his wife. He did. Or you did before you got to know her so well, said a voice in his head, sounding a lot like honor. No, he did love her. But it was clear that she wasn't as straightforward as he'd thought when they first met. And it was also clear that she thought he was a wealthy vintner and not a guy who had to work for a living. Maybe this wasn't the life she thought she'd signed on for. "Hadley, if you're not happy here," he began as gently as he could. She jerked as if he'd hit her.
"If I'm not happy, what?" she said,
and suddenly her voice was shaking. "Maybe we rushed into this. If you're not getting what you want—"
"Jack, no. Do you want a divorce? Oh, my God."
She burst into tears, her hands over her face.
"Please, Jack, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll return everything I can. But please don't leave me, Jack."
He got up and put his arms around her. "Hadley, honey, it just seems like you expected something different," he said.
"Please, give me another chance."
The sobs were tearing out of her. He hadn't expected that. He got a washcloth and wiped her face, held her tight, feeling like an absolute prick, and wondering how exactly that had happened. Poured her a hefty glass of wine and another for himself, and assured her he didn't want a divorce. And he didn't. He just wanted a better marriage. The next day, Hadley wasn't home when he got back from Blue Heron. She came through the door a half an hour later, her face bright.
"Guess who just got a job?"
she said. She was sorry about the credit cards. She would pay them off. He was right, she'd gone a little crazy. But now she had a job, and all would be put right as rain. Her job was clerking in the gift shop of Dandelion Hill, another winery on Keuka, run by Oliver Linton, a transplanted Wall Streeter who'd retired at the age of 40 and bought a vineyard. Nice guy, as Jack knew from the wine association meetings and various events all the vineyards participated in. Oliver even took them out for dinner, and they reciprocated by inviting him up to the house one night. And it seemed that, finally, things were on the right track. Jack was stunned at the relief he felt. Hadley had a job, a place to go every day, and it seemed like exactly what she needed. She laughed more and had more to say, funny little stories about the people she met, or Dandelion Hill's grouchy shop manager. Things became more down-to-earth, more normal, happier. It was almost liberating, her feet of clay. When they'd first met, she'd been perfect. Now she was real. Yes, she'd spent too much money and played the victim when she felt defensive. But no one was perfect. She was happier now. She even started talking about kids.
"Jack, I have the best news,"
Hadley said one night, bursting into the house, and his heart leaped. She was pregnant. It had to be.
"Oliver wants me to redecorate. At last."
"Ah, well, that was nice, too."
"What?"
she said. "I thought you might be pregnant." Something flickered across her face.
"Oh, no, not yet, but it's still good news. Oliver wants me to redo the tasting room."
Hadley threw herself into the job, spent huge amounts of time on her laptop, talked about fabric choices and stool styles and glasses, all the stuff that Jack pretty much ignored at Blue Heron, as it fell under Honor's reign. Oliver took to calling her in the evenings, and she'd apologize to Jack and then skip upstairs to the room she'd made into her office. She took even more care with her appearance, and when he teased her about it, she slapped his arm and said,
"Jack, I'm not just a clerk anymore. I'm a decorator, baby. I have to look the part."
Finally, she started making female friends, a couple of women who also worked at Dandelion Hill. Hadley joined their weekly book club, though they never seemed to read anything. Jack hadn't seen her this happy since the wedding. The only fly in the ointment was, oddly enough, sex. They just weren't doing it as much these days.
"Oh, sugar, I'm sorry. I'm just exhausted," she explained. "And don't ask me why, because when there's news, mister, you'll be the first to hear it. I'm not one of those women who tells the whole wide world 10 minutes after she conceives."
A baby. No, it was smart to be sure first, but Jack felt something huge move in his chest.
"Stop looking at me with that goofy face, Jack Holland," she said teasingly. "What did I just tell you?"
Her phone rang, even though it was after 9.
"Oh, dang it, it's Oliver. I swear, that man cannot find his car keys without a flashlight and a blue heeler hound dog. Hello? Oliver, honest to goodness, I have no idea."
She smiled at Jack and left the room, still gabbing. About 2 weeks after she hinted about the pregnancy, Jack decided to leave work early. He and Dad had been checking the tanks and doing some projections for the spring planting with Prue, but it was a quiet time of year. He stopped at the horrifyingly expensive gourmet market that had just opened, bought some filet mignon and cheese and asparagus. Allison and Charles Whitaker were there too. They lived near Prue and came to Blue Heron all the time.
"Making dinner for your bride?"
Allison asked. "I sure am," Jack said.
"Why don't you ever make me dinner?"
she asked Charles, giving him a sharp elbow in the side. Her husband gave Jack a dark look and muttered something, and Jack left them, bickering in front of the beautiful, organic, locally grown and prayed over by the monks of St. Benedict's vegetables. Next, he swung by Laura Boothby's shop, flirted with her for a few minutes, and got a bouquet of red roses.
"Young love," Laura sighed. "You sicken me, Jack. But keep coming in, hon. You're good for business."
Last stop was the package store in town. Granted, he had a vast collection, but Hadley liked French champagne. Tonight, he wanted her to have something special, because since the big credit card debacle, she hadn't bought one thing that wasn't strictly necessary, and Jack was feeling a little miserly. Also, they might have something to celebrate, in which case he'd put the champagne in the wine cellar and open it on their child's birthday. If she wasn't preggers, then hell, this would be her little treat. She was mighty cute when she was tipsy, and mighty horny too, so maybe Jack would finally get a little, because it had been a couple of weeks. An eternity, in other words. Prue was leaning against his truck when he came out.
"Hey, useless, our wine isn't good enough for you anymore?" she said, grabbing the bag from his hand and looking inside. "Ooh, Moet and Chandon White Star. Are you in trouble?"
"No, Prudence, I'm the best husband in the world."
"Gack, you're still a jerk in my eyes, little brother."
"I appreciate that. Give me back my champagne."
"Fine. I was going to invite you and Scarlett O'Hara to dinner, but I see you have other plans."
She smacked him on the shoulder and tromped off. It was snowing pretty hard, and Jack felt about as happy as a man could get. Whistled on his way home. Nothing like being snowed in with a beautiful woman. He drove up the ridge to his house, the snow pleasantly muffling the sound of his tires, and turned off the engine. There was Hadley's yellow VW Bug, covered with snow. Oliver must have sent her home early. And there was another car, too. One of her friends, maybe? He'd been telling her to invite the book club to their house so he could meet the famous non-readers. Whoever it was, she'd have to leave soon, the way it was coming down now. He gathered the bags and flowers in his arms and got out of his truck. For some reason, Jack stopped and brushed off the back of the strange car. It was a Mercedes. Oliver had a Mercedes, if Jack remembered correctly. They must be talking about the redecoration. Not that Dandelion Hill really needed a redesign. It was pretty spectacular, and newly renovated. Very sleek and modern and sophisticated. Not something he could really see Hadley improving with throw pillows. Funny how Jack had never thought of that before. His stomach felt cold all of a sudden. But no, that was stupid. Oliver was her boss and 12 or 15 years older than she was. He was a good guy, and Hadley was happily married. Things had never been better. Pretty sexist of Jack, imagining something illicit going on. Nah, they'd be sitting at the kitchen table with fabric swatches or whatever. He heard a little croak. It was Lazarus waiting by the door. His cat hated snow. He'd go out in rain and lightning and wind. Didn't mind the bitter cold or the muggy heat, but he hated snow. He held up his crooked front leg, shook his paw, and made his little squeak of distress once more. "Hey, pal," Jack said, setting down the grocery bags. The cat leaped into his arms. First time that had happened. He rubbed the cat's paws, wincing as he felt how cold and hard the little pads were. Lazarus had been outside for quite a while, it seemed. And the thing was, the cat would headbutt the door, scratch the glass, and send up ungodly screeches if he didn't get let in the instant he wanted to. And if Laz had given up, then he'd been at it a while. Jack opened the door and let the cat in, then picked up the groceries and flowers and followed. The house was quiet. Maybe they weren't there. Maybe they'd gone down to Blue Heron to look at the tasting room or something. Maybe Oliver wanted to talk to Honor about some business. It didn't explain why he felt sick. He went into the kitchen. There was Hadley's black wool coat lying on the floor, and her red-soled shoes that cost so goddamn much, carelessly kicked off. His chest felt like it was in a vice, a cold metal vice. His mind was oddly empty as he walked down the hall that led to the study, the half-bath, the laundry room. He could hear them now. There was moaning, sighing. There was Hadley's voice. "Oh, my God! Yes, yes! Oh, God, yes!" So much for taking the Lord's name in vain. The door to their bedroom was open a crack. Jack pushed it open more, and yep, Hadley stood in the middle of their bedroom in a black push-up bra and thong. A buck-naked Oliver, complete with paunch, knelt in front of her, his fingers gripping her ass, making out with her belly button. What was the protocol for this? Should he announce his presence? Yell? Leave? Beat the shit out of Oliver? Hadley ran her fingers through Oliver's sparse hair. "Oh, Ollie! Oh, my!" And then, sort of mercifully, Oliver opened his eyes and saw Jack there, and reacted by hurling himself away from Hadley. He crawled around to the side of the bed, Jack's side, and grappled for his pants. "Jack!" Hadley gasped, grabbing one of the throw pillows and holding it in front of her. "You're home early." He did drag Oliver outside and toss him in the snow, naked, threw his clothes after him. Hadley, wrapped in her bathrobe, her red silk bathrobe, one of her credit card splurges, followed Jack, hysterical, sobbing, accusing, excusing, and begging, all in the same breath. Then Jack went back in the bedroom and grabbed all the sheets and covers and asinine throw pillows and carried them outside as well. Oliver was gone by then. Hadley's hysteria didn't seem to be fading, though she'd had the presence of mind to clutch Princess Anastasia to her chest. The cat was writhing to get free, and Jack distantly hoped that the cat would get away and be devoured by a coyote. But then again, hey, it was an innocent animal, sort of. Mean as a snake, but he didn't really want it to die, of course not. But if it did, he wouldn't be shedding any tears. Jack went into the cellar and found some lighter fluid and came back up. Hang on, he needed kindling. He went into the kitchen, ripped the happily ever after starts here sign off the wall, grabbed keep calm and have southern charm as well. And who could forget, life isn't about waiting for the storms to pass, it's about learning to dance in the rain. He tossed them on the sheets and pillows, then doused the whole mess, the whole unfaithful, cheating, disgusting mess, and lit it on fire, the heat making his face tighten. "Jack?" Hadley said, her voice small. "Get out," he said. "You can't deny that you've been—" "Get out." "I know you want me to apologize." He turned to her, and she must have seen something in his face, because she shrank back and scurried into the house. A few minutes later, Hadley dragged 2 suitcases and Princess Anastasia out to her car. The nasty cat scratched her hand, and Hadley jerked back, always surprised that the spoiled creature hated her. She turned to Jack, clutching her wounded hand like it had just been partially amputated. "Jack, if you just—" "Shut up, Hadley." Her mouth dropped open. There's no call to be rude."
"You've got to be kidding me. Get the hell out of here." She finally did. He watched her drive all the way down the road that led to Lakeshore, and long after her little car disappeared up the road, toward Dandelion Hill he couldn't help noticing, he stood in the falling snow, empty and stunned and furious all at once, the smell of lighter fluid thick in his throat. 2 days later, Hadley came up to talk, and here was where it got interesting. Seemed as though maybe Oliver didn't want more than a little afternoon delight. Choosing her words very carefully, Hadley told Jack that she'd been tempted, but had been just about to stop Oliver because she would never risk their marriage or break a commandment. "We're done, Hadley," he said. She sat there for a minute, and her eyes filled with tears. Self-pity more than grief, he was sure.
"Are you going to tell anyone why?" she whispered.
"I don't know."
He hadn't yet, not even his father, though Dad was aware that something was off. And hell, in a small town like this, there were no secrets. He wouldn't have to tell. She moved in with Oliver. The rumor mill said he hadn't particularly wanted a living girlfriend, but she was there nonetheless. A few weeks later, Bill Boudreaux sent him a note saying he was very sorry to hear things weren't working out, and Jack remembered that conversation, that subtle warning Bill and Frankie had given him. He'd always thought he was a pretty smart guy, an advanced degree in chemistry from an Ivy League school, right? But it seemed he was pretty fucking stupid just the same. Hadley asked for 10 grand in exchange for an uncontested divorce, and Jack paid it. One lump sum and nothing else. She made noise about laying claim to the house and her investment in it, but apparently her father talked her out of it. Throughout it all, she insisted that she hadn't been unfaithful, despite what Jack had seen, and his discovery that there was no book club. All those nights out when he'd been so happy his wife was making friends had been spent with Oliver. New York state law said they had to be separated for 6 months before their divorce could be finalized. So Jack sat back and waited, worked, went home, repeat. One thing Hadley hadn't foreseen. Cheating on Jack made her a pariah. The one time she and Oliver went into O'Rourke's, Colleen, who'd practically grown up in the Holland house, told them to get lost. When Hadley sputtered and gasped, Connor opened the door and told them they had 3 seconds to leave before he would ask Levi Cooper, also present, to escort them out. This was gleefully reported to Jack by Prudence, who only belatedly heard him ask her not to tell him about it. He couldn't avoid the gossip. Gerard Chartier, a firefighter-paramedic, who saw Jack often on ambulance runs, told him that Oliver and Hadley were seen arguing at the antiques store. Honor said she'd run into Hadley, and she'd seemed absolutely manic, bouncing around the grocery store like a bee trying to get out of a car. At the Crooked Lake Spring Fling wine tasting, Oliver showed up to represent Dandelion Hill, but Hadley was nowhere in sight. And then, 3 months after Hadley had left, on a night when the Owl family had decided to serenade Jack as he sat on the deck with Lazarus, his phone rang. It was Hadley, her voice a stunned whisper. "Jack, I don't know who else to call. I can't wake Oliver up. I'm not sure he's breathing."
He told her to call 911 and said he'd be right over. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. But Hadley didn't have anyone else. Frankie was an hour away at least. So Jack went to Dandelion Hill and drove Hadley to the hospital, following the ambulance, then waiting in the relentless lights of the ER with his not-quite ex-wife. Got her a bottle of water from the vending machine, and when her cold hand slipped into his, he let it stay. And when the doctor came out and said they'd done all they could, but unfortunately the patient didn't make it, he put his arms around Hadley and held her as she shook. Oliver's parents came to town, heartbroken and furious at finding a gold digger living in their son's house. They kicked her out. She called him once more, her voice subdued and small, saying she didn't have any money. The 10 grand must have slipped through her fingers like fog.
Her father was furious with her. She couldn't ask her sisters for anything, and all she was asking was if she could stay with him until after Oliver's funeral. He said no, but he paid for her room and meals at the Black Swan B&B. She came up to the house a few hours after the funeral to say goodbye and tell him she'd pay him back for the stay at the inn. Her face was white, her eyes too big and utterly terrified. He almost wanted to take her in his arms and tell her it would be all right, that she could stay with him for a while. Almost. It was disturbingly hard not to say the words. Chapter 16. "So, how was the wedding, Officer M?" Tamara asked as Emmeline walked into the basement of Trinity Lutheran Church. "We're not going to talk about it," Emmeline said, smiling firmly at her at-risk teenagers.
"Sucked that bad, did it?"
Dalton said. "Pretty much, yes. Sarge, look, it's the kids. The kids are here to see you." She unclipped her wagging, crooning pup and watched with a smile as the dog bolted for the teenagers, Squeaky Chicken firmly in his mouth. One of the reasons Emmeline had gotten Sarge was for the kids. Also because she was single and liked having someone to come home to. And also because she was a cop and could make little Sarge here into a police dog. Or not, because he definitely lacked the "I'm a big scary dog" gene. But for this purpose, for making 4 tough, bored, cynical, potential dropouts tolerate her, her dog was perfect. "So, Corey, you got suspended again, huh?" she said, setting down the box of cookies she'd picked up at Lorelei's earlier that day. "He told Dr. Didier that—" "I already heard, Tamara. Corey, you were already in trouble with Mrs. Greenlee. Did you feel things getting to that snapping point?" Corey shrugged. He'd been suspended today after suggesting that the principal of Manningsport High was, in fact, a man. An ugly man at that, using some colorful words to describe just how ugly and just what evidence indicated Dr. Didier's masculinity, then threw Dr. Didier's paperweight in the trash. But he threw it hard, like a baseball. The result was suspension. "I'm guessing you did," Em said. "And we all have those moments, Corey, when we'd like to break something. But that's not acceptable." "Unless you're an idiot," Tamara said, peeling blue nail polish from her thumb and eyeing the cookies. "Bite me," Corey said. He took another cookie, put it in his mouth, and let Sarge eat half of it, then chewed and swallowed the other half. Boys were so gross. Then again, Em had done the same thing the other night, so she was in no position to judge. "So, Corey, what about your suspension?" she asked, trying to refocus them.
"Dude, you're gonna get expelled,"
said Dalton.
"You're the one who stole a car,"
Corey said.
"Yeah, but you're smart,"
said the other boy.
"You could get a scholarship and everything. All I got is a life of crime to look forward to. Right, Officer M?"
"Wrong, Dalton. Corey, he does have a point. You could. But if you don't find a way to cope with your temper, it'll haunt you all your life."
"I know,"
Corey muttered,
"but it's like I can't help it."
He paused.
"I was gonna throw that thing through the window, and at the last minute I threw it in the trash instead."
"Ah, progress. Okay, so that was a step in the right direction. You made a less destructive choice." "Maybe I'll get a sticker," Kelsey Bird said. Em kept talking. "Even little things like taking a deep, slow breath can help. Eat right, get enough fresh air. Those are cliches because they're true. Maybe you could join the boxing club. Or, like, listen to music," Tamara suggested. "When my mom had my brother and he cried all the time, she'd go into the cellar and play 9-inch Nails really loud and, like, dance. Badly, I might add, but she always felt better." Corey gave a little smile. 4 months till graduation, kids," Emmeline added. "You're almost there." "Ooh, graduation," said Kelsey. "Like that makes a difference." She folded her arms and rested them on her pregnant belly. She had good reason to be bitter, Em guessed. Single motherhood was hard enough. Single teenage motherhood was harder. "Well, the thing is, it does make a difference," Emmeline said. "If you don't graduate or get a GED, chances are you'll have to work longer and earn less. And by longer, I mean longer hours and more years. You want a nice car? A decent place to live? A job you like? It's going to be a lot easier if you stay in school." "I want to be on TV," Tamara said, like Ellen. She took a cookie and bit into it.
"Ellen graduated from high school, dumbass," Corey said. "How many days have you missed?"
"None of your business." "It's my turn to hold Sarge," Kelsey said. "Come here, puppy." Her face softened beneath the harsh makeup. Out of these 4 kids, Em was pretty sure that Tamara, Corey, and Dalton had a decent chance. Corey's parents were doing all the right things for his temper issues, and they adored the kid. Tamara, too, had nice parents and average intelligence. She was just a late bloomer who liked getting attention by acting up. She'd probably go to a community college and figure out what she wanted to do a year or 3 down the road. Dalton was from a long line of petty criminals. Both parents had served time. The kid had a good heart and charm, though, and was as cute as they came. If he could find something that interested him, he might do okay. She could see him in sales or advertising. Or as a grifter. Same thing, really. Kelsey, though. Kelsey would be hard-pressed to break out. A baby on the way, her father dead, her mother one of M's frequent calls for DUI and possession. They lived in a decrepit farmhouse on the edge of a field. Graying sheets hung in the windows for curtains, and there was a large hole in the roof. Kelsey was already heavily tattooed, seriously overweight, and had those expander earrings and a pierced lip. She maintained a D average, and that was through the generosity of her teachers. The odds had never been in her favor. "Kelsey, what was your week like?" Emmeline asked. Just then, the basement door opened, bringing in a blast of cold air. "Who's that?" The girl pulled her head back like an offended duck. It was Jack. Huh. Emmeline hadn't expected him to show.
"Dude, it's him. The guy who pulled Sam and Garrett and everyone out of the lake. Shit, nice to meet you, man."
Dalton met Jack halfway and shook his hand.
"You're like a hero or something."
Jack's expression didn't change, but something went out in his eyes almost immediately at the mention of the accident. He glanced at her.
"Sorry I'm late,"
he said, clearing his throat.
"Hi, guys, I'm Jack Holland. Heard you need a chemistry tutor."
This was met with groans and a general exhausted sinking. "Are you a teacher?" Tamara asked, scanning him up and down.
"Can you make crystal meth?" Dalton asked. "Like that dude on TV?" "I probably could," Jack said, pulling up a chair next to Emmeline, "but I won't." "Fair enough," Dalton said. "Just exploring your options, man. And if you need a Jesse for your Walter White, keep me in mind." "How about a bomb?" Corey asked, sitting up with interest. "Could you make that?" "Again, yes, I could, and no, I won't." "Poison gas cloud?" "Poison gas, yes. Poison gas cloud? The kind that would float over a city and rain hellfire and brimstone down on people?" "Yeah, totally," Dalton said. "Probably not."
"Well, what can you do, then?" Tamara asked.
"Make wine."
The kids rolled their eyes and slid deeper down in the folding metal chairs. Everyone made wine around here. How boring indeed.
"Chemists do a bunch of different things," Jack said, "and they're all really interesting. In organic chemistry, we work with carbon and carbon compounds. We can develop drugs, fertilizers, plastics. Inorganic chemists work with metals, electricity, and minerals." "Please stop him before I stab myself in the eye," Dalton said. "And then we have analytic chemists who identify materials and evaluate properties, and physical chemists who—"
"You're losing them, Jack," Emmeline said. "They're literally dying of boredom. Look at them, the poor babies. Dalton, speak to me. Stay away from the light." Jack grinned.
"I can also guarantee you an A on any chemistry test you have this year," he said, "and a B+ for physics and biology." "Dude, we're all flunking out. Except Corey," said Dalton. "You might want to rethink your statement." "The offer stands," Jack said. He looked down at Emmeline. "As does the offer for dinner,"
he added. "Ooh, Officer M, you got a boyfriend! You got a boyfriend!" Tamara crowed, doing a little dance in her chair, and for some reason it delighted the kids, except Kelsey, who high-fived each other and made Sarge bark with excitement, then pee on the floor. Em got up to get the paper towels. "I'm never gonna use chemistry," Kelsey said, "so I don't even care if I flunk."
"You ever hear of oxytocin?"
Jack asked. "My cousin's addicted to that," Tamara said somberly.
"That's OxyContin," Jack said with a smile. "Oxytocin is an amino acid peptide, a hormone. They call it the love chemical."
"So?" Kelsey gave him a dead-eyed stare.
"So, when you're further along in your pregnancy, more oxytocin receptors will be created in your uterine muscles. When the baby's big enough, your oxytocin level will rise, triggering labor, and will help your muscles contract so you can give birth."
"Gross," said Corey.
"No," Jack said. "Miraculous. Without the oxytocin, your muscles wouldn't be strong enough to push that baby out. But because of that chemical, you are. You'll be superhero strong."
He smiled right into Kelsey's eyes.
"Then, when you see your baby, that rush of oxytocin will help you bond. That's why they call it the love drug. And if you breastfeed, more oxytocin gets released, strengthening that bond. The maternal instinct is the strongest instinct in the world. Chemistry is definitely part of that." "You should definitely breastfeed, Kelsey," Dalton said, wiggling his eyebrows. "I'll supervise."
"Shut up, Dalton," Em said. Kelsey had a soft, rapt look on her face. Em would bet no one had talked about Kelsey's pregnancy using words like superhero and miraculous and love and bonding. "Cool," Kelsey breathed. Jack glanced at Em, still smiling, and Emmeline felt, well, a little like Kelsey looked, even if she was cleaning up dog pee. She went to the kitchen, washed up, and returned. "Dalton, it's your turn. How's your dad?"
"Still out on probation," Dalton said, "but he's getting itchy."
He picked at his shoe.
"Maybe you could swing by? I don't want him to do something stupid."
"You bet." Jack was mostly quiet for the rest of the meeting, but it was different having him there. Em knew the kids were only there because they had to be. The alternative was being expelled. But she hoped she wasn't the typical adult, with too much authority and not enough understanding, like Levi, or one of the irritating kind who pretended to be their age and used words like smexy and hater. She wanted them to be able to count on her. They didn't have to like her, but she hoped they did. It was 8 o'clock before she knew it. "Pack it in, kids," she said. "Show us your cop trick," Tamara said. The kids had been ridiculously thrilled last time when she'd radioed dispatch for an audio check. Smartphones had replaced the wonder of walkie-talkies, it seemed.
"Shoot a bullseye into that clock,"
Dalton suggested. "That would be illegal and get me fired," she said. "Tase Dalton," Kelsey said. I can't tase anyone. Alas," Emmeline said, "so unfair."
"Show us how to take down the bad guy,"
Corey suggested. "Yeah," Tamara said.
"I volunteer," Dalton said. "Don't be rough with me, Officer M."
He grinned like a naughty toddler. "Inappropriate, young man," she said, borrowing a line from her boss. She glanced at Jack. "Do you mind helping me show the kids how to bring down an assailant?"
"Hell no,"
he said. She felt a warm buzz in her lady parts. She was about to touch him, and heck, she needed to get out more. "I might hurt you," she warned.
"You can try,"
he said. "Oh, a challenge. How thrilling for little old me. Okay, kids, watch this. Jack, go ahead and grab me from behind."
"I was hoping you'd say that,"
he murmured. "There are children present. Behave."
"I'm the bad guy. I'm not supposed to behave."
He smiled. She narrowed her eyes, then turned her back. Was her heart embarrassing itself by hammering a little too hard and fast? Why, yes, the idiot organ was. The kids gathered around to watch.
"How should I grab you?"
Jack asked. "Any way you want," she said. He bear-hugged her, eliciting a bark of joy and some lapse of delirious excitement from Sarge. And Em really would have liked to just sit there and think happy thoughts, and maybe press back a little. And had she washed her hair today? Hopefully it smelled good and not like garlic. Oh, where was she? She did a neat step, twist, push, and Jack was down on his knees, and then flat on his face, and she had her knee in the small of his back and was handcuffing him. Gosh, it was fun. "Any questions?" Em asked, grinning at the kids. "Yeah, Officer M," Tamara yelled. "You're such an awesome chick."
"I turn 18 in 2 months, Officer M,"
Dalton added,
"just putting that out there."
Her dog loped over, licked Em's face, and then bit Jack's ear. "Ow," he said. "That's it for tonight, kids. I'll see you next week, and make sure you show up when you said you would for tutoring. Jack is not just here to look pretty." She uncuffed her volunteer, and he got up.
"Next time we use handcuffs, it's my turn,"
he said, his voice low and, scrapey and velvety at the same time. She focused on putting the cuffs back on her belt and not blushing.
"See you, Officer M,"
Corey said. "You bet, honey. Stay out of trouble, okay?" He muttered assent and left, hitching up his droopy pants. Kelsey followed, staring zombie-like at her phone, and Dalton and Tamara headed out as well.
"You're really good with kids,"
Jack said. "You too. I'm surprised you and Hadley didn't have any."
"Why do you always bring her up?"
He folded his arms and gave her a stony glare. "Why is she always around? Why don't you tell her to take a flying—"
"This is America. She can live wherever she wants."
"I think you like having a stalker. How's her delicate little ankle?"
"Swollen and blue."
"You going over to carry her to bed? Tuck her in? Read her a story?" Jack didn't answer, just kept looking at her, then raised an eyebrow with great effect. Em felt her cheeks flush. "Sorry," she muttered. Sarge flopped down on the floor and began gnawing on Jack's bootlace.
"Would you have dinner with me if Hadley wasn't around?"
Jack asked. "Would you want to have dinner with me if Hadley wasn't around?" she countered. "That's the real question."
"I'm guessing I would,"
he said, stepping closer.
"I had a nice time with you in Malibu. I liked sleeping with you. I'd like to see more of you."
"Shit, Jack, knock it off." He laughed.
"What did I say?"
"Nothing. You're just hard to argue with."
"So don't argue."
There it was again, that deep, velvety voice.
"Just say yes."
Em swallowed. If she were honest, she'd say, "Here's the thing, Jack. I want a devoted husband and 3 extremely well-behaved but delightfully irrepressible children. You up for that? Because otherwise let's skip dinner, since I'd probably fall in love with you in 20-25 minutes, then spend months resenting you for not feeling the same about me." He reached out and touched her earlobe. Good God, she was halfway to planet orgasm because he touched her ear. Get a grip, Neil. You own adult toys for a reason.
"Come on, Emmeline. Say you will."
Then again, who was she to tell him he didn't want to date her? Of course, he wasn't talking about dating. Not really, it was just dinner, which probably would lead to sexy time. And in this case, sexy time probably meant, I'd rather do you than have a flashback, and also use you to make my ex-wife jealous. And that, friends, was where stupidity lay. But his finger really knew what it was doing. And who knew earlobes were directly connected to other parts of her anatomy? His phone chimed with a text. Em stepped back. "Bet I know who that is," she said. Her voice sounded normal, she was almost sure.
"Would you like to have dinner with me sometime, Emmeline?"
he said. "Check your phone."
"As soon as you answer, I will."
"Nah," she said. "I'd rather you take this first." Da-da-ling. Ooh, another one.
"You're tough,"
he said. "Thank you." He pulled his phone from his pocket, looked at it, and put it back.
"My sister."
"Which one?"
"Faith."
"Liar."
"Fine," he said. "You're right, it's Hadley."
"I bet she needs something, and you're the only one who can help."
"Well, I need something too, and you're the only one who can help."
"See, that's just it, Jack. I don't think that's true.
You have a terrible self-image.
Wrong. But I can tell the difference between someone who really likes me and someone who needs a distraction from... He was kissing her all of a sudden, and how the heck had she gotten against the wall? The clever man had backed her right against it, and holy bleep, Jack could kiss. His mouth was insistent and warm, and his hand cupped her face, and she was kissing him back without even thinking about it, and her arms went around his lean waist. And whoops, yes, she might have been grabbing his ass, but come on, he was completely irresistible. He pulled back a little, then kissed the corner of her mouth. Em was dimly aware that she was breathing hard. Jack took her hand and put it over his heart. She felt the hard, solid thumping. Damn, he was good.
Please have dinner with me,
he whispered. Okay. She cleared her throat.
Saturday?
Okay. He smiled.
I'll call you.
Okay. Not put off by her one-word vocabulary, he kissed her forehead and then walked off, just like that, leaving Emmeline shaky and flushed and worried. It didn't look like she'd need 20 or 25 minutes to fall in love. It looked like she'd just needed that kiss. Chapter 17. You need a thong, darling. The statement was delivered by Allison as they stood over Em's pathetic wardrobe, the nicest piece being a cashmere sweater with a hole in the sleeve, courtesy of Sarge, who was surreptitiously trying to reclaim it. Allison's thumbs flew over her phone. Yep, Caroline confers with my professional opinion. Was it wrong that Allison was consulting her child about slutty underwear? Granted, Caroline was on the elderly side of child, but still. Well, Jack's not going to see my underwear, she said. Sure, baby doll, Allison said. They all say that. Who's they? Is Jack a slut? Tell me the truth. Hell no. Maybe I could have gotten me a little something-something if he was. That being said, he was the best date I've ever had, and don't think I didn't call Charles to gloat about it. How is Charles? Emmeline asked. Oh, fine. We're probably getting back together. He's given up the cookie jars. Don't tell anyone, though. I want to lord that over his little bald head the rest of our natural days together. Anyway, back to you. Thong. Let's go. The bridal store has some real nice, trashy underwear. Don't you make that face at me. I assure you, that ex-wife of his wore thongs all the time. Tramps like that give us Southern girls a bad name. And you're wearing a dress. This is not a dressy occasion. Shush, darling. You just let Auntie Allison do the thinking here. And so it was that 2 hours later, Emmeline stood in her bedroom, cutting the tags off a pale pink lace bra and thong set from the bridal shop across the green. They were very pretty, and small. She put the bra on first, a little scratchy but not too bad, and then the thong. This couldn't be. Did women really? She must be wearing it wrong because, good God in heaven, it was horrible. Was the little string supposed to... She took it off, went to her laptop and Google searched how to wear a thong. No, she hadn't put it on wrong. She tried again. Ow! Fantastic. This was just a $25 version of a severe wedgie. She picked up her phone and called Allison. Hey, Allison, You'll get used to it, Allison said, without bothering to say hello. Takes a couple of weeks to adjust. Weeks? Are you kidding? Gotta run. Some kid put a Lego Darth Vader up his nose, and I'm the doc on call tonight. Okay, well, the thong was horrible. There was no getting around that. But it did look nice. Better than the cotton panties with the orange and purple stripes. On sale, don't judge. And the rip in the side. Purchased in the year I can't remember. And if she was going to sleep with Jack... Slow down there, girl, warned the smarter, less slutty part of her brain. She felt he deserved better than orange and purple stripes. And rips. He deserved thongs and shoes with heels and Sicilian hair slime. The fact that she'd already slept with Jack felt surreal. The moon had been shining that night, and the doors to the balcony had been flung open, and the ocean had lapped at the shores and all those other innuendo-laden metaphors. If he didn't refer to it, she'd pretty much think she'd made it all up in a post-wedding, homemade vodka-induced fantasy. But if they slept together here in Manningsport, it'd be real. She took a painful step toward the bathroom. Crikey, that hurt. How was she supposed to be able to walk, let alone sit? She practiced sat, made it halfway down, then jolted up, causing Sarge to run over to her, jump, and cover her front with dog hair. A half-hour later, after slapping several yards of tape over her front to remove German Shepherd fur, Emmeline's doorbell rang. She hobbled to the door, and there he stood, the blonde, the blue-eyed, the beautiful Jack Holland. He had a bouquet of red tulips in his hand. "Hey," he said, "you look fantastic." "Thanks." She took the bouquet, mentally counted the number of steps it would take to get to the kitchen and put the flowers in a vase, and tossed them on the coffee table. "Where are we going? O'Rourke's?" "Hugo's just open for the season. I thought we'd walk there. It's nice out. Don't you want to put those in a vase? Your dog might eat them." Indeed, Sarge was snuffling them right now. She sighed. "Sure." Then, every step a reminder of heretofore ignored parts of her anatomy, she walked into the kitchen, grabbing the flowers on the way. Put them in a vase, stopping for a minute to touch the smooth, cool petals. Nice choice tulips, less cliché than roses, and she'd always liked how they felt. She rubbed a bloom against her lip, breathing in the faint, peachy fragrance. Small wonder deer ate the blossoms right off every spring. She'd almost like to give it a try and see how they tasted. Turning, she gave a little start. Jack was leaning in the doorway, hands in his pockets, a half-smile on his face. Something pulled in her chest. "Ready?" he asked. "You bet." She almost forgot her thong pain. He was that beautiful. They didn't hold hands as they walked down the sidewalk, which was a shame. Maybe Jack could carry her and make her forget that her thong was trying to eviscerate her. Also, her left breast was incredibly itchy. She tried to rub it with her upper arm, which just made it worse. Wondered if she could subtly go at it with a fork once they sat down. But they were almost there. Just 30 or 40 painful steps to go. And had she mentioned she was wearing heels? Not the sprain-inducing kind, but the kind that nevertheless made her feet throb. Being a girl sucked. Just as they got to Hugo's, however, Jack stopped in the foyer, and a curse slipped from his lips. "Forgot your wallet? Don't worry, I've got money." "No, it's, Oh my God, it's you! Honey, look, it's Jack Holland." Laurie Baines charged. A murmur went up from the diners. Laurie and Phil Baines were Garrett's parents. They owed Jack their son's life. "Jack, it's so good to see you." She hugged Jack tightly, her shoulders shaking with sobs. "We're buying you dinner," said Phil, his voice husky. "Whatever you want on us. Please let us." "Hey, guys," said Jessica Dunn, who worked there 1 or 2 nights a week. "Table for 2? As for Jack himself, his face was on the gray side, but he was trying to smile as Laurie showed him pictures on her phone. "I'm not sure we're staying," Em murmured. "Sorry, Jess." "No, he looks a little—" "Yeah." Em put her hand on his arm. "Hey, they don't have anything gluten-free here," she said, "and you know how I am about gluten." "My sister is the same way," Laurie said. "And Officer Neal, we never thanked you. You were wonderful that night, too." "I'm glad everything turned out okay. For Garrett, I mean." "Yes," Laurie said, her eyes filling once more. "That poor Josh." "Give Garrett our best, okay?" Em said. "We have to be going." "But we wanted to buy you 2 dinner," Phil began. "That's so nice of you. Another time, maybe." Em smiled and took Jack's arm. "Have a great night." He didn't say anything. Once outside, he started walking toward the green. Em had to hop-run to keep up, hobbled by her underwear. He stopped at the first bench they came to and sat down heavily, leaning forward with his head in his hands. Didn't look up when Em sat beside him, subtly trying to adjust the thong of pain. "You okay?" she asked.
"Yep."
She waited. After a minute, he ran his hands through his hair and looked at her.
"Sorry."
"Nothing to be sorry about." He sighed and sat back, closing his eyes. She wanted to tell him how brave he'd been, tell him about the awe she felt at how he'd put his life on the line for those kids, and how he went back for Josh, even when the odds were so poor. But she also knew he'd heard that 1,000 times, if not more. "People think when you rescue someone it's the greatest thing ever," she said gently. "They never think about how scary it is, all the what-ifs that go through your head." He opened his eyes, the intense blue still a shock to her.
"Have you ever saved anyone?"
he asked. "Not yet. Not the way you did. I've pulled over a few drunk drivers, but otherwise no."
"I really hate the hero worship," he said quietly. "I'm just a winemaker who was taking pictures of the sky that night. It doesn't get any less heroic than that."
"What you did was extraordinary, Jack." She couldn't help herself.
"But it wasn't. Tell me you wouldn't have done the same thing if you'd been there. Anyone would have. My teenage niece would have. Faith would have. Her dog would have."
"But you did it. You were the one who was there. And you went in and pulled 4 kids out of a frigid lake, Jack. We might have tried, but I don't know anyone else who could have actually done it. And you didn't stop trying."
"Tell that to Josh Diener. So much for extraordinary."
"He'd be dead without you." He gave a bitter laugh.
"From what I can tell, he's dying right now. Just slowly, in pieces, by inches."
"So should you have left him?"
"No,"
he said quietly.
"I should have done better."
Her heart cracked. "You did your best."
"And it wasn't good enough."
He looked at her a moment.
"Well, this is cheerful, isn't it? Come on, let's get dinner."
He grabbed her hand and hauled her to her feet.
"You hungry?"
"We don't have to."
"I'm starving. Let's go."
"Jack, what you're going through is—"
"I'm ordering the nachos. You know Connor will put salmon on them if you ask. Sounds disgusting, but it's fantastic."
He towed her ruthlessly across the green, yanked open the door to the pub, and became maniacally cheerful, kissing Colleen on the cheek, shaking Lucas's hand. And great. There were Jack's dad and stepmother.
"You guys know Emmeline, right?"
"Jack, of course they know me." He was vibrating with energy. "Nice to see you again, Mr. Holland, Mrs. Holland." The Jamaican woman gave her a regal nod, and Em suspected she'd just won points for using Mrs. J's married name.
"You look very pretty tonight, dear,"
Jack's dad said. He had the same blue eyes as his son, and Em felt her cheeks warm with the compliment.
"Well, we'll let you 2 kids get back to your date." "And we'll let you 2 get back to yours,"
Jack said. He took another minute to clap Gerard Chartier on the back and say hello to Lorelei. Crikey! Emmeline was surprised he didn't fly around the room a few times, he had so much energy. Finally, they made it to their table. "Everything okay?" she asked as he sat down. He sighed.
"Please, let's have a good time tonight,"
he said, looking her in the eye, giving her the full power of the blue.
"I don't need a social worker. I need a friend."
Naked friends, she'd been thinking, after that make-out session in the church basement. If they weren't going to be naked friends, she could have worn human underwear instead of this razor wire. "Friends it is," she said.
"I like you, Emmeline."
He smiled, a wide, adorable smile, and she had a flash of memory of Jack when he picked Faith up from some high school event, the college boy back to see his family, and how it made her wish she had a big brother. They ordered the nachos and burgers and a bottle of wine that, Jack promised, would be perfect with dinner, a fresh, plummy Pinot with hints of nutmeg and autumn leaves. "If you say so," Em said, shifting. The thong was giving her a colonoscopy. She tried sitting on her hands. It didn't help. Crossed her legs. Yow! Bad idea. Abort, abort. Jack frowned.
Is something wrong?
Other than your panic attack 10 minutes ago?
No,
he said, ignoring her comment.
With you. You've been walking funny and you keep fidgeting.
I'm fine, she said.
Did you hurt yourself?
No, I'm fine.
If you don't feel good, we can...
Jack, I'm fine, okay? I'm better than you, Captain Avoidance.
She shifted, wincing. You just did it again. You're like a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
What a quaint southern phrase. Did you pick that expression up from your wife?
Her father, actually. What's wrong with you?
I'm wearing a thong, okay? It hurts.
Well, that stopped him.
It also stopped the St. Thomas vestry members, too, who were seated at the table next to their booth. Reverend Fisk gave her an appreciative wink, then redirected the rest of them back to their budget woes.
A thong, huh?
Jack said. Yes, enjoy the visual, because I'm never doing it again.
If it's that uncomfortable, you can take it off.
He grinned, the cheeky man. Sucks to be a girl, let me tell you.
I'll have to take your word for it, but I'm glad you are.
A slow roll of squeezing warmth encompassed her stomach. Just then, Hannah set down their nachos, and Prudence Vanderbeek flopped into the seat next to Jack. Hey, useless. Hey, Em, can I have some? I'm starving. She helped herself to a heavily laden chip and bit into it. Are you guys on a date? Just friends, Em said. At the same time, Jack said yes. Uh-huh. So, maybe the thong had been worth it after all. Ooh, I like the conflict, Prue said. Keeps things lively. Enjoy all this friction when it's new, children, because when you've been married for a quarter of a century, you start having to be a little more creative in the boudoir, if you know what I mean.
I don't want to know what you mean, Jack said. I'll pay you not to tell me what you mean.
Ignore him, Prue said. I can give you a lifetime's worth of tips.
Do not take sex tips from my sister, he said. Prue, get out of here, okay? You're ruining my game.
You have no game, she said. He's a sad, smelly bachelor, Emmeline. And have you seen his cat? She shuddered. You can do better. She took another slab of nachos, smacked Jack on the shoulder, and left, her work boots thudding on the wooden floor.
Deep down, she loves me, Jack said.
I can tell. He smiled. Em did too. And for a second, they just looked at each other, until she broke. Damn. Dates were hard. It probably explained why she'd been on so few.
You like being a cop, it seems,
Jack said. Good. Work. She loved talking about work. Yes, very much.
Is Levi a good boss?
Will you tell him if I say yes?
Nah, don't want him getting too full of himself.
Me neither, she said. But he's a great boss. Is he a good brother-in-law?
Sure, except that he's sleeping with my sister. I'm almost positive.
Yes, Faith's tummy seems to indicate that. Hannah brought them their burgers, ruffled Jack's hair. It seemed to be the law that if you were female you had to touch Jack, and they were alone again. And the thing was, it was nice. She was almost relaxed. Except when she stopped to look at him for too long. Because, you know, he was just so good-looking. Everything about him was perfect. His wide, lovely smile, his mouth. Every time she thought about kissing, she nearly choked on her food. And his eyes, those sky-blue eyes were just the icing on a very fine cake. Whereas she was okay. She was not unpleasant to look at. She also had a good smile, thanks to Dr. Warren's skill at replacing her front teeth. Her hair was behaving today, courtesy of the ingenious Sicilians. She reminded herself to sit up straight, which exacerbated the thong issue. Tried to smile. Did smile. Tried to think of entertaining stories to tell him and came up empty. Surely she had entertaining stories. Yeah, she was almost sure she did. But could she tap into those right now? No. There was something about a cat, wasn't there? Oh yeah, the cat story. That was a winner. So, the other day I was on a call and... Hi, guys!
It was Faith, rounder and prettier than ever. "How are you?" She beamed, hands on her belly. "Good," Emmeline said, ignoring Jack's groan. "You and Levi here for dinner?" "No, I'm here with my sisters," she said. "We're spying on Jack."
"You better not be,"
he said. "Prue says you have no game."
"Should I be more like her then?"
"Please God, no. You know what she told me the other day? She and Carl were watching a Walking Dead marathon, which of course put them in the mood for love, so—"
"Stop. Come on, Faith, you're as bad as she is."
Faith winked at Emmeline, and Em felt a warm rush of affection. She'd always liked Faith. "Oh, the baby's kicking. Feel." She grabbed Em's hand and put it against her stomach, and sure enough, there was a mysterious roll and then another. Wow, there was a baby in there. Okay, obviously there was a baby in there, but feeling the little thing move around. "That's really amazing," Em said, and her voice was husky. "Faith, come on, leave them alone." Honor Holland came over and gave a rueful grin. "Sorry for the parade of sisters, Jack. How are you, Emmeline?" "Just fine. Nice to see you." "You too. Come on, Faith, your nachos just came out." "Oh, gotta go. Eating for two and all that."
"Honor, you're my favorite sister,"
Jack called as they laughed. "What?" Faith said over her shoulder. "Who's making you godfather to her firstborn child?"
"I take it back, Honor. Faith is my favorite,"
he said. Honor waved. "You have a very nice family," Emmeline said.
"They're okay," he said. "A little overwhelming, but they're pretty great."
Then his gaze jerked to the door. Em looked too. Of course. Hadley had just come in, wrapped in a glamorous ivory coat and high caramel leather boots, a green-printed scarf tied in a complicated knot. Her hair was in a ponytail, making her look fresh and energetic. She took off her coat in a graceful swirl, revealing dark green leggings and a really adorable lacy top. Sophisticated yet fresh, casual yet elegant. Maybe Emmeline should take a photo and use it as a reference for how to dress for a date, because suddenly her basic black dress felt both incredibly boring and pathetically ambitious at the same time. She sighed. In another minute, Hadley was going to come over and say hello and make Emmeline feel like a gorilla who'd been allowed to dress up for the evening and play with the humans.
"So you had a story about a call?"
Jack asked, looking back at Em. "Do you want to go say hi to your wife?"
"Ex-wife, Emmeline, and no. Tell me about the call you went on."
But his gaze drifted back to Hadley, and he was frowning. "You're frowning," she said.
"I'm irritated,"
he said. "Sorry, grumpy cat."
"Not at you. We should have stayed at Hugo's."
"I'm sure she would have tracked you wherever you are. It's that computer chip she put in your neck." Emmeline took a nacho and waited for Hadley to float over and coo at Jack. But, much to her surprise, Hadley didn't come over. She did see them, gave a nod and a smile, and took a seat at the bar. Not directly in Jack's line of vision, but not out of it either. Suspicious. Even more suspicious, she took a book out of her bag. Well, well, well. Hadley could read. Then again, Em well knew the loneliness of the dinner table, when night after night it was just you and the quiet. Sometimes it was welcome, sometimes it was not. And if ever there was a place to come when you felt lonely, this was the place. Could be a coincidence that Hadley had shown up. "So you have a cat?" Emmeline asked.
"I do,"
Jack said, returning his gaze to her.
"Lazarus."
"Catchy."
"I found him when he was a kitten. Looked like he'd been attacked by something all covered in blood. Ear torn off, broken leg. I took him to the vet, and they didn't expect him to make it through the night. But he did."
His left hand was on the table, as was her right hand, almost touching. She hadn't even noticed. Should she pull her hand away? Would it be even more obvious that she was nervous if she did? He had big hands. Big, strong, masculine hands. Em swallowed. Jack's little finger touched hers, just that smallest caress. A very slight smile tugged at his mouth,
and happiness ballooned in her, warm and full. He'd brought her flowers. He'd shaved. His little finger was making her feel wobbly, and if his little finger could do that, then what about an entire hand? What about his... Oh, no! No! Both Em and Jack looked over at Hadley, who had one hand over her mouth, the other clutching her phone to her precious little ear. Damsel in distress. Take 2. Emmeline sighed. Go see what's wrong, she told her date. No, Jack said, though his eyes were on his ex. If she needs me, and she will, she can come over here. Em rolled her eyes. You're wasting time. Eat your burger. Well, at least there was that. She took a bite, one of Connor's specials, with caramelized crispy onions and some kind of fabulous gooey cheese, and waited. Not for long. Hadley came over, tears spilling out of her Bambi-esque eyes. Jack, I'm so sorry to interrupt. What is it, Hadley? Yes, what indeed? What crisis would require Jack to carry her home this time? Twist your ankle again? Em asked. There's been a death in the family, Hadley whispered. Crap. Em felt 2 inches tall. I'm so sorry, she said, and reached out a hand to hold Hadley's. The other woman gave a hitching sob. Oh no. Who, Hadley? Jack asked, standing up. Hadley pulled her hand away from Em's, covered her face, and broke down sobbing against Jack's chest. If she was saying actual words, Em couldn't make them out. She thought she made out the name Anna. What if Anna was a kid, or Hadley's sister, or grandmother, or... I know she was 23, but I guess I just wasn't ready to lose her. Oh, Jack. Oh, shit. 23 was way too young to lose someone. Poor Hadley. And why wasn't Jack being nicer? With a sigh, Jack put an arm around her shoulders, which made her burrow against him like a mole. These things happen, he said. Well, that wasn't very nice, especially coming from Jack. I just can't imagine life without her, Hadley wept. People were staring openly now. Who's Anna? Emmeline murmured. Her cat, Jack said. Anastasia. Em blinked. For crying out loud. 23, huh? She said. That's amazing. Those nachos weren't going to eat themselves, so Em took some more. Hadley wasn't exactly going for stoic here. Em noted that her mascara was waterproof. Of course it was. She wasn't even sick, Hadley said. This is such a shock. I don't know. 23 sounds like a ripe old age to me, Emmeline said. It was probably just her time. It wasn't. It was not her time. Hadley gave her a tragic, wounded, and possibly triumphant look, then resumed clutching Jack's shirt. She was so healthy. Remember, Jack? But 23, Emmeline said. Quite old. This can't be that much of a surprise. It is, Hadley said. I'm shocked, I tell you. I wasn't prepared for this. No, why would you be? I mean, don't most pets live forever? Jack gave her a look. I'm sorry about Anastasia, he said to his ex, trying to hold her at arm's length. But Teeny Tiny was apparently quite strong, and she clutched him harder. Em sighed, took another bite of her burger, and wondered if it would be rude to check her phone to see the Rangers' Penguins score. In light of the fact that her date was being sobbed on by another woman, she didn't really care. Several people had inched nearer, the vestry members making sympathetic clucks, Gerard Chartier, Victor, and Lorena Iskin. I had a cat who made it to 19, Lorena said in her booming voice. It went under the radiator to die, and I didn't find him until the smell let me know where he was. Poor old Oscar. Hadley cried harder. What's the lifespan of a cat, anyway? Gerard Chartier asked. Maybe 15 years, Victor Iskin said, who had many pets himself. 15? Em said, glancing up from her phone.
Ranger's up by 4, God bless 'em. Wow, sounds like you got quite lucky there, Hadley. Well, I don't feel so lucky right now, do I? The lil' old bit of dandelion fluff snapped. There was a flinty look in her eye, and Emmeline squinted at her. Where was the steel magnolia thing when you needed it? Allison Whitaker would never sob in public like this.
"It's very sad," Victor said. "You could have her stuffed. I do taxidermy on the side, you know."
Teeny Tiny's sobbing escalated. Em had had enough. "Okay, Jack, I'll see you around. My condolences, Hadley." "If I'd have known she was near her time, I would have been there with her," Hadley wept. "Oh, Jack, she died without me. How could I have let that happen?"
"Calm down," he said. "Em, don't go."
"Thanks for the date. I had such a wonderful time." She made sure to give him a dead-eyed stare so he wouldn't miss the sarcasm.
"I'll come over later,"
he said. "No, you won't," she said. "Stay here and comfort the grieving. I insist."
"Emmeline."
She left. To think she'd worn a thong for this. Chapter 18. 3 days later, Jack woke up in a foul mood. He'd walked Hadley home the other night, ignoring the fog of disapproval coming from his sisters and Mrs. J as he left O'Rourke's. Between them, they'd texted him 6 times to weigh in. Yeah, he was a sucker, but what else was he supposed to have done? Left Hadley there, sobbing her eyes out, in a town where no one liked her? Driven an hour to Cornell and dumped her on Frankie's doorstep? Told her to just deal with it? Princess Anastasia had been Hadley's beloved pet, no matter how satanic the cat's personality. Her 7th birthday present. And she truly was devastated. He knew that. He left her apartment as soon as decently possible, walked over to Emmeline's and stood there in front of her little house. There was a light on upstairs, her bedroom maybe. The walls were painted green and the ceiling slanted down. He could see some brick from the exposed chimney. But her bed was messy and comfortable. Flannel sheets and soft old mattresses, a couple of books on the night table. She seemed like the type to let the dog sleep with her. He took out his phone and called her. It went right to voicemail.
"Hey," he said, "I'm standing outside your house. I'm really sorry about tonight."
He paused.
"Give me a call, okay?"
She hadn't. Nope, he had the feeling she wasn't going to. Which was too bad, because he liked being with her. She was an odd combination of tough chick and gooey caramel center. She scowled fiercely but wore a thong, slapped on handcuffs but nuzzled a tulip. A hip check that could castrate a bull, but surprisingly soft and silky skin. Well, his coffee was finished and it was time to go to work. But first he clicked on his computer, brought up the local newspaper's website, and checked for news of Josh Diener's death. Not today. Not yet, anyway. Lazarus gave his feed me screech, and Jack obeyed. Mrs. Johnson had chastised him for never coming over for breakfast anymore, and she had bribed him with an offer of a chocolate cake made just for him. It paid to be her favorite. He grabbed his keys, mentally reviewing what had to be done today. Cask cleaning, which was good, mindless, hard work. Check the new Riesling vines with Prue, who was concerned that the heavier-than-average snowfall had hurt them. Talk to Dad about trying a new varietal of oak for their shard barrels. Stop by the hospital and maybe run into the Dieners coming or going. Maybe they'd tell him how Josh was. Let him see the kid, just for a minute. The one who needed you most, and you left him for last. Jack left the house, his movements deliberately exact. Locked the door and stopped for a minute. The one who needed you most. He stood there a minute, pushing away the memories of that night. Took a slow, deep breath of the cool, damp air. Fog hung heavy over Crooked Lake today, but up here the pale March sunshine streamed in slices of gold. A crow called from the oak tree, then flew down and landed on a cedar post at the end of a row of vines. Another breath, slower this time. There was the stone wall one of his ancestors had built, and which Jack kept up, rambling alongside the field. He opened the truck door, started to get in, and froze. There was a dead possum on the dashboard. Possums, under any circumstances, are not attractive animals, but dead and in Jack's truck. It was even uglier, its bald tail dangling, its mouth open in a too-wide rictus. Its neck was broken, judging from the sick angle. There was no way a possum could have gotten into his truck. It didn't wander in through an open window because there was no open window. It was early March, for the love of God, and it had been 17 degrees last night. Someone had put it there. Later that day, Jack drove over to the police station and went inside. "Hi, Jack," Carol said, hopping up for a hug. He obliged. "Are you here to see Emmeline? I heard your date didn't go so well."
Is she here?
"No," Carol answered. "She's taking a class for hostage negotiation. Not that we have many hostages around here." The disappointment he felt was surprising.
Is Levi available?
He asked. "Yes, he's in his office on the phone." "Levi!" she yelled. "Jack's here and wants to talk to you when you're off the phone."
You're a great secretary,
Jack observed. "I'm an administrative assistant, smartass," she said. "And don't talk fresh to me. I changed your diapers when you were a baby."
You say that to all the guys,
he said.
Come on in, Jack,
Levi said from his office.
And Carol, please try to master the intercom instead of yelling, okay?
Carol rolled her eyes and sat back down, and Jack winked. He'd always loved Mrs. Robinson.
What can I do for you?
Levi asked.
This is, well, it's police business. Maybe, I don't know.
Levi sat behind his desk and Jack sat down too.
Go ahead,
he said, picking up a pen.
I don't know if I want to file a report or anything official,
Jack said.
I found a dead possum in my truck this morning. Its neck was broken. Shit, what time? About 7. Then why didn't you call me right away?
Jack shrugged.
It was dead, and its biting days were over. People don't usually find dead animals in their vehicles, Jack.
He ran a hand through his hair.
I know. What did you do with it? I put on rubber gloves and put it in a garbage bag. It's in the back of my truck. And I bet you scrubbed that truck down, didn't you? And erased lots of fingerprints we might have been able to lift. You can check the door, but yeah, I did. I don't want to make a big deal out of this. It's probably just kids.
Poor kids. They were blamed for so much. Levi was quiet for a minute, doodling on a pad.
Anything else happen recently? Someone left a note on my windshield. It said, "You better watch yourself." Did you keep it? No. You know, Jack, it's always frustrating when the taxpayers of Manningsport don't turn to their friendly neighborhood cop for help, especially when that cop happens to be a member of their family. Yeah.
He paused.
The notepaper was hot pink, if that helps. What would have really helped is if you didn't throw it away. Anything else you're not telling me? There was another night when I came home and all the lights were on and the front door was open. I might have done that myself, though. I've been forgetting things recently. That accident was bound to cause some stress. You doing all right otherwise? Any problems sleeping or anything?
Nice to know Emmeline hadn't mentioned anything to her boss. For a second he thought about telling Levi about the flashbacks and nightmares. But Levi was his brother-in-law, an expectant father, the police chief, and a combat veteran who probably had flashbacks of his own. Jack wasn't going to add to his load.
No, I'm good.
Levi stared at him. Jack stared back.
Okay,
Levi finally said.
Sounds to me like someone's mad at you, Jack. I'd like to talk to the Deaners. Absolutely not, Jack said. No. Jack, their son is in a coma. I doubt very much that they have time to pick up roadkill and sneak it into my truck. Yeah, they haven't left his side, so I doubt it too.
Levi leaned back in his chair.
How about your ex-wife?
The thought had crossed his mind. The lights and the note on the windshield, maybe, but not the dead possum. You sure? Nothing makes people crazier than jealousy. Jack paused. Hadley was a little off, that was true. He couldn't see her doing this, though. Doesn't seem like her style. I might ask her some questions just the same. Be smart, Jack. If something else happens, tell me. The dead animal in your truck, that ups the stakes a bit. Yeah. There was a picture of Faith on the bookcase behind Levi. How's my sister? Levi's expression changed from stoic police chief to goofy in love. She's great. Good. Can't wait to see my nephew. He stood up and shook Levi's hand. Gotta go. Emmeline still wasn't back. Damn. Chapter 19. Remember, this person is, for the time being, your friend, Jamie, the badass instructor, said. Even if you hate what they're doing and wish you could kick them in the sack, for now, you empathize, you listen, you mirror. She tapped the whiteboard to emphasize the words she'd written there. Don't tell them what they're doing is crazy or stupid. Don't deny what they're feeling. That's creating an argument, and you want them to feel they can trust you, okay? Emmeline and Butch, you're up. Em, you're the tormented woman with your parents held at gunpoint. And action. Butch cleared his throat. He and Em were sitting in chairs at the front of the class, facing away from each other, while Shirley and Gail pretended to be the cowering parents. So, what's going on with you and your parents? Butch asked. I hate them, Em said, winking at Shirley, who was her best bud in the class. Well, yeah, everyone hates their parents. I hate mine too, Butch said. No, Butch, Jamie interrupted. This isn't about you. It's about Em and her shitty parents. Keep going. Okay, Butch said. Hate your parents, huh? Yes, Em said. They love my sister best. Might as well go for something close to home. Love your sister best, huh? Yep. What do you think that is? Butch asked. Em could practically hear him sweating. He wasn't the best student in the group. Because she's just better. Prettier, smarter, nicer. She doesn't hold them hostage, Ingrid quipped. Keep going, Butch, Jamie said. So, what should I say next? How about some emotional labeling, Jamie said. Identify her feelings so she'll know you understand her situation. Right. So you're really pissed, right? Em tried not to smile. Yeah, I'm pissed. That's why I tied up my parents and have this gun. Role-playing was fun. To be honest, there was a lot more psychological work in this field than Em had anticipated. Mirroring, empathy, active listening, behavioral change. For the first time in her life, she understood why her parents loved their jobs so much. Let me take over, Butch, Jamie said. She kicked Butch out of his chair and sat down. So, Em, you're feeling like it's not fair that your parents favor your sister? Exactly, Em said. That must be really frustrating. Note, class, that I'm labeling her feelings, not just echoing them, like Butchie was. No offense, Butch. But when I put a label on them, Em can see that I get it, and that I understand her. We're creating empathy here. Okay, Em, back to you. That must be frustrating. It is. Em felt a pang of guilt. But I was no picnic, and my sister really is pretty great. Speaking of flawless Angela, Em should give her a call. Sounds like you guys are close. Yeah, pretty much. She's nice. What do you think she'd say about this situation? She'd tell me not to do it. Jamie didn't respond, so Em kept talking. She'd be upset, devastated really. She loves them a lot. See how I paused there, people? Jamie said. This isn't a rapid-fire police interrogation, where you're trying to keep someone off balance to get them to tell the truth. Sometimes the pauses let your bad guy do some thinking, and their situation starts to sink in. She stood up. And that, my friends, is all the time we have. Good job today.
On the way home, Levi radioed in and asked her to check on Alice MacPhails, a sweet old lady struggling with dementia. She still lived on her own, but it was a matter of time before her son had to make some changes. She called the police at least 3 times a week, convinced she saw people creeping around her property, which was a farmhouse on the outskirts of town. Today, she'd reported that someone had broken into her house. She called with this complaint a few times a month, so Em wasn't really worried. Everett pulled up in his cruiser just as she did. "Slow day?" Em asked.
"I'll check the perimeter for intruders,"
Everett said, reaching for his gun. "Keep that in the holster, dumbass," Emmeline said.
"Well, what am I supposed to do?" he asked. "I don't like going in there. It's too crowded."
"Everett, never mind. Knock yourself out and check the perimeter. But if you pull that gun out for anything less than an alien attack, I'm telling Levi." Everett muttered and kicked some grass. "Mrs. MacPhails?" Emmeline called as she knocked. The old lady opened the door a crack. "Where's Levi?" she asked. "He's at the station. He asked me to come instead. I'm Emmeline Neal, Luann Macomb's granddaughter. Remember? I'm a police officer, too." "Oh, yes, Luann. She's lovely. Such a good knitter. Tell her I said hello, won't you?" "I'll do that, Mrs. MacPhails." No point in reminding the old lady her friend was gone. "Can I come in and check things out?" Mrs. MacPhails's house was typical for an old person. Too cluttered, too many little rugs that would make tripping easy. It was dark, too, since she had all the curtains drawn. "What seems to be missing, Mrs. MacPhails?" she asked as she turned on a light. "The gravy boat that my grandmother gave me. I can't believe they took it." The old lady began to cry. "It was so beautiful, and now it's gone. They must have come in when I was sleeping. I'll never feel safe here again. And my husband built this house. They've ruined it. They've soiled it." Em put her arm around her. "Why don't I make you a cup of tea?" she asked. "I prefer coffee. But the black box in the kitchen is broken." "The coffee maker?" "Yes." Em went into the kitchen. Dirty dishes were piled in the sink. The coffee maker was unplugged. She plugged it back in and made coffee, and while that was brewing, she filled the sink with hot water. "You don't have to do that," Mrs. MacPhails said. "Oh, I don't mind. I like doing dishes. You can tell me where they go."
"Perimeter is clear,"
came Everett's voice over the radio. "Imagine that," Em muttered. "Roger," she said back. "Why don't you head back, Ev?"
"Roger that. Heading back to the station."
The cupboards were a mess. Cereal boxes in with the glassware, an open jar of peanut butter, and a colander. Em straightened up as best she could, then poured Alice some coffee. "So, what does this gravy boat look like?" She took out her notebook so Mrs. MacPhails wouldn't feel like Em was merely tolerating her. Mrs. MacPhails took a sip of her coffee. "What gravy boat?" "The one your grandmother gave you." "Oh, yes. It was white with pink flowers. It was very old. She brought it from England, and when I was little, she'd put it out at Christmas. I just loved seeing it on her table. It was so fancy and beautiful." She started to cry noiselessly, and Em's heart gave a tug. Her father's parents had died when she was little, Nana of a massive stroke or heart attack that took her while she was sleeping. Em lived in Michigan at the time, and she remembered crumpling when her mom told her the news, and how wonderful Kevin had been, holding her close, the comforting smell of his shirt, the ever-present tang of his sweat, back when he carried so much extra weight. Nana had been lucky. Old age wasn't so kind to most. "Let me take a look around," she said, standing up. "You won't find it. They took it. Those men. I wish they wouldn't come here." "Why don't I take a look around anyway? Make sure nothing else is missing." Em rested her hand on Mrs. MacPhail's shoulder, and the old lady blinked up at her, her eyes still teary. "Would you, dear? Oh, thank you." The gravy boat was in the bathroom, perched on the radiator. "Is this it?" Em asked, returning to the kitchen. You got it back! Oh, thank you, darling, thank you! Oh, I just love you!"
Em smiled, though she wasn't sure if Alice was talking to the gravy boat or to her. After Em made Mrs. McPhail's a sandwich and checked all the windows and locks for the old lady's peace of mind, she went out to her car and radioed Levi. "All clear here, Chief, but I think you should talk to her son about getting her into Rushing Creek, or maybe finding some live-in help. She's awfully isolated up here."
"Roger," he said. "Come on back to the station. I need you to do something."
"Roger that, big guy."
"It's Chief Cooper, thank you very much."
Em smiled as she clicked off. Levi took himself a little too seriously, but it was oddly endearing. He was a good boss and a better cop. Not that he needed to hear it from her. The townspeople worshipped the guy. Em called her parents from the car. Pretending to hold them hostage, and then seeing Mrs. McPhail's so blue. Well, heck, her parents weren't getting any younger. "Hi, Mom," she said when her mother picked up. "Emmeline, are you sick?" "No, just calling to say hi." There was a pause. "Oh. So how are you?" Em asked. "Fine, and you?" "Good." There was another pause. "Did you get those pictures I sent you from the wedding?" Mom asked. Did she ever? "I sure did. Why would you send me pictures of Kevin and Naomi, Mom?" "Why, does it still bother you?" "No, I just don't want to see them kissing." "I thought some immersion therapy might help you get over him." "I don't need help. Except in talking to you, it seems. I'm really fine." "Interesting that you choose that word to characterize yourself, darling." Mom was in psychotherapy mode. Conversation between the two of them had never been a strong point. Em tried again. "So, guess what? I'm taking a crisis negotiations class, and it's got a lot of psychology in it." "Really?" "Yeah." Emmeline waited for a question using the pause technique. No question came. "I guess I can see why you like your work so much." "Rapport, anyone?" Silence. Okay, so rapport was harder than it looked. "How's Dad?" "I have no idea. Working." "And Angela?" "Wonderful." Em sighed. Mom was like this sometimes, usually after a fight with Dad. "Okay, Mom, good talking to you. When are you coming home, Emmeline?" Em caught her own grimace in the rearview mirror. Maybe a weekend this summer?" "I mean, when are you coming home for good, Emmeline? Your stint as a police officer has gone on long enough, don't you think?" "It's a career, Mom, and I really like it." "It seems to me that you're hiding from your real life." "This is my real life. If Kevin is truly behind you, and you've had closure, you can come home. I saw how miserable you were at the wedding." "Well, Ma, first of all, you sold my home. And secondly, of course, the wedding was awkward. Sweetheart, you're so smart. What about your degree? Don't you miss journalism? Surely you want to do something more meaningful than write out parking tickets." Only a mother could stab so directly. Em made sure to keep her voice level. "My job is meaningful, Mom." "You could be so much more." "Thanks." "Well, look at your sister, a doctorate in—" "I know all about the PhD, Mom. I'm happy doing this." "That's a shame." Alice McPhail's didn't think so. Her at-risk kids didn't think so. Hopefully. "Gotta go, Mom. I'm at the station." She hung up and unclenched her jaw. When Levi had first offered her the job, he'd made it clear that it would be 90% community service and 10% law enforcement. The occasional B&E, speeders, and DUIs were about as dramatic as it got. Well, hell, Jack's rescue. That had been dramatic. And terrifying, seeing him with ice in his hair, pushing on Josh Diener's chest, the boys clustered around him in a knot of helpless terror. But doing Mrs. McPhail's dishes and finding her beloved gravy boat, there was a warm golden weight in her chest because of that.
"How was class?
Levi asked as she came in. Great, she said. I love it.
Good. I have another job for you. I'm free, Chief,
Everett volunteered.
Is it dangerous?
Automatically, his hand went to his gun. Levi gave Everett a long-suffering look.
No, Everett, I need Emmeline. And if I see you fondling that gun one more time this week, I'm taking it away. Roger that, Chief. No gun fondling. Yes, sir. Come into my office, Em.
She obeyed, snagging a cookie from Carol's desk. Oatmeal raisin. Take two, Carol said. Will you marry me? Em said. Get in line, Carol retorted. Levi sat behind his desk and folded his hands.
I need you to check on something. Seems like someone's got a grudge against Jack. Mostly mischief, but it's getting a little nasty. First, someone went into his house, turned on all the lights, and left the doors and windows open.
The Deaners?
I don't think it's them, since they're always at the hospital.
His ex-wife, maybe? She could kind of see Hadley doing something like that, as a way to show Jack he needed her back. But no, Hadley seemed more the sort to go for the rescue me theme.
Possibly,
Levi said.
A week ago, he got a note on his windshield that said, "You better watch yourself." Hot pink paper, laser printed.
Did he save it?
No.
Em made a disgusted noise. Does no one watch NCIS?
I know. And then this morning you found a dead possum in his truck, neck broken.
Em jumped a little. Shit.
So,
Levi looked at the wall.
I want you to go up to his place as a security detail.
A security detail? What am I, the Secret Service?
Don't get fresh with me, young lady.
I'm a year older than you, Levi. Do you really think he's in danger?
It's our job to make sure he's not.
Levi picked up a pen and started fiddling with it. He didn't look at her. Chief, she said, we have 3 people on this police force. You think a dead rodent means I should babysit Jack Hall? Oh my God, you're matchmaking, aren't you? Levi sighed.
Faith made me do it.
You gotta be kidding me.
Still, I'm your boss. Please make sure Jack's tucked in tonight.
Levi.
That's Chief Cooper, Officer Neal.
Oh, don't get official on me. She slumped back in her chair. Okay, the broken neck thing is creepy.
Yes.
Can't Everett do it? You know how he likes to wander around with his hand on his gun.
Yes, and he's going to shoot his foot off one day because of it.
Levi sighed.
You have to admit, a dead possum in someone's truck is unusual. So get that look off your face and go up there and check on him. Check around his property. And maybe talk to his ex-wife. Faith said she was a little unstable. If she deliberately sprained her ankle to get Jack's attention.
So you believe me now?
Who's to say she wouldn't pick up roadkill and put it in his truck? Especially if she's mad at him for dating you.
He's not dating me. He keeps trying to date me and...
Let's not talk about personal lives, shall we?
You're the one pimping me out here, Levi. He crinkled his brow at her, stared patiently, slightly bored. Fine, she said. I'll do it.
Thank you so very much, officer.
Keep this in mind during my annual review.
Will do.
He allowed a faint smile, then waved her out of the office. Em's first stop was the Opera House. She clumped up the stairs and knocked on the door of apartment 3C. Hadley opened the door, a bright, expectant smile on her face that dropped like a lead hockey puck at the sight of not Jack. "Hello, Miss Boudreaux," Em said. "Mind if I come in and ask you a few questions?" "Is Jack all right?" she breathed, peering around the door. "Interesting you should ask. Any reason he wouldn't be?" Em asked, cocking an eyebrow. I have no idea." She flushed. Guilty, Em thought. She waited. "Well, do come in," Hadley said. "Where are my manners?" She was wearing a dress, a rose-colored sheath kind of thing that Em imagined would make her look as shapely as a pillow, but on Hadley looked romantic and delicate. Her long blonde hair was caught at the nape of her neck
in the type of artless, casual ponytail that Em had never been able to master. Her thick, not straight, not curly locks were the Houdini of hair, and could only be forced into her regulation bun with a combination of the magic slime, a thick supermarket elastic, once used to lump the broccoli together, and 17 bobby pins. Suppressing a sigh, she wasn't supposed to care about this stuff anymore. She stepped into the dimly lit apartment. It had come furnished, Emmeline knew, but Hadley had put her mark on it. A vase of pink and purple tulips sat on the coffee table, and a soft ivory wrap was artfully draped on the arm of the sofa. Lots of throw pillows, a series of framed mirrors on the brick wall. 2 or 3 candles filled the room with the scent of lavender, clogging Em's throat. The whole room was a setup for seduction. Oh, and how cute. A giant wedding photo of Hadley and Jack sat on the bookcase, impossible to ignore. Em had to admit, Jack Holland in navy whites was a very nice sight. He and Hadley made a gorgeous couple. It couldn't be denied. Hadley was beautiful and radiant and tiny, and Jack looked incredibly happy. Em forced her eyes away from the photo. A bottle of wine, nearly 3/4 empty, sat on the counter. 1 glass. The cork and corkscrew were over by the sink, indicating that it had been opened recently. A lot of wine for such a petite woman. "What can I do for you, officer?" Hadley asked. "Jack found a dead possum in his truck today. Would you happen to know anything about that?" "Really?" Her face lit up. "That's just awful. Was he upset? Should I call him? Does he need me?" "Did you put it there?" "Me? No." "And where were you last night?" "I was here alone." Jack wasn't even pressing charges. Maybe he knew it was his ex and didn't want her in trouble. "Is there anyone who can confirm that?" Em asked. "Yes, as a matter of fact. I talked to my sister around 10. Frankie. Jack's very fond of her. He loves my family. Well, they're his family too, of course." "You didn't go anywhere?" Hadley folded her arms. "I told you, I didn't do anything. Do you think I'd touch a dead animal? Do I strike you as that type?" She had a point. As much as Emmeline would love to arrest Hadley for criminal mischief, she really couldn't see her getting her perfect little manicured hands dirty. "After I talked to Frankie, I went straight to bed to get some beauty sleep. Maybe you should try it." Emmeline indulged in a brief fantasy in which she slapped some cuffs on Teeny Tiny and Mirandized her. Put her in the holding cell. Happy thoughts. "Do you always drink alone, Miss Boudreaux?" Em asked, nodding at the wine bottle and glass. "Well, being married to a winemaker certainly developed my appreciation for wine, officer, but not always. Sometimes Jack and I have a glass together." Em didn't take the bait. "Make sure you don't drink and drive." "Oh, I'm perfectly sober. In fact, it sounds like Jack shouldn't be alone. I'll go up and check in on him." "No need, Miss Boudreaux. The police have this covered." Hadley scowled. "Well, I think Jack could use some company." "Chief Cooper thinks so, too, which is why I'm going up there right now. I hope not to see any trespassers. Have a good night." She left the opera house and walked across the green, past O'Rourke's, which was already jumping, and down the street to her own little place. She needed to feed Sarge. Might as well bring Super Pup, too, if she had to hang out at Jack's. Sarge twirled in circles of joy when she came through the door, squeaky chicken clutched in his mouth. "Hi, handsome. Are you happy to see me? You are?" Indeed, Sarge was whimpering and crooning with joy. Em ruffled his sides with both hands and let him lick her face for a few minutes. "Who's a good boy, huh? You are, buddy. Come on, out you go." While Sarge did his business in the backyard, Em took a look around. It didn't glow with femininity, the way Hadley's apartment did, that was for sure. But it was a happy space. There were a few pictures on the mantel, one of her and Angela, another of Levi pinning on her badge the day she graduated from the academy. Her and Nana one summer day long ago, both of them laughing, M's 2 front teeth missing. The furniture was comfortable and sturdy, rather like herself. Lots of books in the built-in shelves. A beautiful Tiffany lamp that she'd splurged on at Presque Antiques on the Green. This house was where she'd spent the happiest times of her life, aside from those years with Kevin. This was more home than the place where she'd grown up, which was someone else's now anyway. But it still gave her a pang, the ease with which her parents had sent their only child away for the bulk of every summer. They'd kept Angela close by their sides. Even after the divorce, they were unable to split up because they might not see her as much. Well, they had done Emmeline a favor. She'd been better off here. "Come on, Sarge," she said, as her dog raced in through the doggy door. "We have guard duty tonight." Chapter 20. Jack found that cooking had taken on greater importance since the accident, as it gave his mind something to think about. A science podcast was playing on his computer, another tool to keep his brain occupied. Oddly enough, he wasn't really concerned about the possum in his truck. A teenager, he figured, probably one of Josh Diener's friends. And if so, Jack sort of deserved it, didn't he? His phone buzzed with an incoming text. Hadley. Great. Heard about incident today. You okay? XOXOX. Was it so hard to spell out the words? Text-style spelling would make Stephen Hawking seem idiotic. He opted not to answer. That was a mistake. His phone buzzed again, vibrating on the counter. "Please let me know you are okay." Jack sighed. "You want to come over for dinner?" She had fast thumbs, he'd give her that. "I can come to see you if easier." And now a smiley face, for the love of God. "Give me a call, okay?" No thanks, he wouldn't. "Miss you. Worried about you." It was the emotional equivalent of nails on a chalkboard. And now the phone was ringing. 3 guesses as to who it was. He didn't bother picking up, but he did text her back. "I'm fine. Nothing to worry about." He thought about turning off his cell, but he didn't have a landline, and his grandfather had been looking a little gray lately. Jack had asked Jeremy Lyon to drop in on Pops, as the old man wouldn't go to the doctor without a gun to his head. He added sausage to the garlic and onions he was sautéing. This would be a good dinner. Then again, food hadn't tasted like much these days. Oh, and there was Mrs. Johnson's chocolate cake for dessert. He picked up his phone and called her.
"Just wanted to thank you again for my cake," he said. "Oh, Jackie, don't be silly. You know I love you best," Mrs. J cooed. "I do know that, and I lord it over my sisters whenever possible. And Dad." He smiled. "What are you guys doing tonight?" "That's none of your business, Jack, darling." He shuddered. "You're right. Thanks again, Mrs. J." Maybe he should get a dog. Lazarus wasn't much in the company department. As if determined to prove him wrong, the cat rubbed against Jack's ankle in a rare show of affection, then hissed and ran under the couch. A knock came at the door, and Jack felt his jaw tighten. He turned off the stove and went to the door. If that was Hadley, he just might call the police. It wasn't Hadley. It was the police, still in uniform, and the police officer's puppy, holding a stuffed animal in his mouth. Jack felt himself smiling. "Hey," he said, opening the door. "How are you?" "This is police business," she said, already blushing. "Levi made me come." "I owe him one," Jack said. "Come in, I'm making dinner. You can stay."
"No, we're just, checking."
"For what? For dead possums?"
"Basically. Mind if I walk around your property?"
"Not at all. I'll come with you."
He grabbed his jacket.
"Hey, buddy,"
Jack said, bending down to pet the puppy, who wriggled in ecstasy, then whipped his toy, a chicken, back and forth. Lazarus darted out and ran under a bush, the better to spy on the dog. Jack stood up, catching the smell of Emmeline's shampoo. Nice. She had beautiful eyes, cat-shaped and blue. Her mouth.
He remembered that mouth. Hell yeah, that was a good mouth. Perfect for kissing. Perfect for... He realized he was staring and cleared his throat.
So, what are you looking for?
Signs of a trespasser. She jammed her hands in her jacket pockets. You shouldn't have wiped down the truck, by the way. Next time a crime is committed against you, please, let the professionals do their jobs.
Save it, he said. Levi already lectured me.
Is your driveway the only way up here? She asked, starting off toward the stone wall that bordered the woods.
No, you can drive up from the other side of the ridge and go through the Ellis property.
Think you'd wake up if someone drove up your driveway?
Oh yeah, it's gravel.
Then I bet Possum Person came through the back way.
Sounds about right.
The snow had melted during a brief warm spell, but the temperature had dropped back to the 20s last night. Their breath fogged in the sharp, clean air. Sarge snuffled behind them off his leash, and Lazarus brought up the rear.
How have you been?
Jack asked. Fine, she said. Do you have any ideas who might leave a dead possum in your truck?
A couple of Josh's friends, maybe.
She nodded. That's my best guess, too. The light was fading, the sunset brilliant red on the horizon. Same as the day the kids went into the lake. The thoughts swelled in Jack's brain, blotting everything else out. The bottom of the car, so clear and foreign, sailing over his head. The thunk of the camera as he dropped it on the dock. The steely bite of the water over his head as he dived. For a second, he couldn't breathe. He was looking up at the red and purple sky so far away. Josh wasn't budging, and Jack was out of air, and his vision was shutting down, and Josh was already dying. He was. There was fur against his mouth, and a warm, wriggling body against his chest. Em had handed him the puppy. His paws are a little cold. Would you mind holding him?
Oh, sure.
Sarge was already joyfully licking his face and whining.
Easy, pal, Jack said. We barely know each other.
His voice was almost normal. The dog made a mooing noise, then put his head on Jack's shoulder. Emmeline was studiously not looking at them, holding the dog's toy chicken. It occurred to Jack that she'd given him the dog for a reason.
Where'd you get this guy, anyway?
Jack asked. Bryce Campbell. He owns the animal shelter now. Hey, is that Jeremy's place over there? She pointed to the lion's den, the nearest neighbor to Blue Heron, owned by Faith's former fiancé.
Yeah.
He's so nice. Maybe you could talk to him about your PTSD.
I don't have PTSD.
Were you aware that 2 minutes ago you stopped in your tracks and didn't answer me till I handed you my dog?
Shit. Let's finish this up, okay? The perimeter check, or whatever you're doing. Then you can stay for dinner.
She didn't answer, but as they got close to the house, she stopped at each window and looked at the ground. Too bad there's no snow, and it's too cold for muddy prints, she said, but maybe someone dropped a cigarette butt or something. Sarge was snoring gently. I guess I'm done, Em said, seeming chagrined that she hadn't found anything incriminating.
Good. When do you get off duty?
I'm on call tonight. Just then her phone chimed. Jack's did too. He checked it with his free hand. Levi is taking tonight's shift, so if Emmeline's there, why don't you have her stay for dinner? XOX, your favorite sister. Em sighed.
Everything okay?
Jack asked. Yeah.
So, if you're not working tonight, I guess you can stay for dinner.
She frowned. Who says I'm not working?
Your boss's wife?
He smiled.
Come on, Em, stay. I could use the company. Stop scowling, I'm a good cook. And since you're off duty, you can have a glass of wine.
Jack Holland looked awfully good in the kitchen, Em thought. He caught her looking, and she jerked her gaze away. I visited your wife earlier, she said.
I have no wife,
he answered calmly, pouring her a glass of white.
Our unoaked granite Chardonnay, so named because it comes from the field next to the family cemetery, and we felt funny about naming it Cemetery Chard. Vanilla and floral bouquet, clean mineral notes, a buttery finish that lingers on the palate. Why on earth would you go see Hadley?
To ask about that possum.
You're just stirring the crazy pot, you know, he said. The more attention you give her, the worse she gets.
His fingers brushed hers as he handed her the glass, and a current ran up her arm. She sat on the stool at the counter and took a sip of wine.
You like it? He asked.
It's not bad.
Stab me in the heart, why don't you?
She seemed awfully thrilled that someone's stalking you. Jack set down the spatula from whatever meaty, yummy thing he was stirring.
Emmeline, I don't want to talk about my ex-wife, okay?
Sure. What are you cooking?
Sweet Italian sausage ragu in a creamy vodka sauce with broccoli rabe over penne. Here, taste it.
He held the wooden spoon to her mouth, and she obeyed. Holy food orgasm. Spicy and creamy and sweet and frickin' unbelievable. You cook like this every night? She asked. His eyes were on her mouth.
I could if I had a reason.
She stopped chewing, swallowed a bit hard. Men like Jack should be careful about what they said. A lot could be read into a statement like that. Then his cat made a sound like an old screen door, and Sarge dashed after him. Want me to put the dog in the cellar? She asked.
No, it's fine. Lazarus can take care of himself.
He got a spice out of the cupboard and added it to the frying pan. She couldn't remember the last time a man had cooked for her. Well, cooked her a meal she actually wanted to eat. Those last few months with Kevin didn't count. A fire crackled and popped in the big stone fireplace in the great room. Em got up and wandered around. Jack had a few pictures here and there, one of Levi and Faith in blue from last year at their wedding. Em had gone to that one, and she remembered the photo being taken, people laughing as Blue kept nudging in between the couple. Another photo from a wedding she'd gone to, Tom and Honor's. This one was of Jack and Honor. Nice. Here was one of Jack and his father holding up a gold medal and a bottle of wine. Another Holland family portrait, but this one was Jack's mother in it. Prudence's wedding. Young Jack, tall and skinny and geeky cute. The bookcase was filled with biographies and political thrillers, the typical man stuff when it came to reading. A couple dozen tomes on wine, as one would expect. The windows showcased the Holland farmland, all the way down to Keuka. Jack's furniture was beautiful, simple and functional, but with inlaid wood and graceful lines. "Where'd you get this?" she said, running her finger along a tall, narrow table.
"I made it,"
he said. Of course he made it. He saved children and made beautiful furniture, and cooked, and looked like a movie star.
"It was my first and last project," he said. "I almost cut off my finger with a miter saw."
He grinned and held up a hand.
19 stitches.
Oddly enough, it was nice to know. "I got my front teeth knocked out in college," Em said. "Hockey. 5 stitches.
"Oh, yeah? Are those teeth fake, then?"
"No, the miracles of modern medicine. The dentist put them right back in. It was gross. Lots of blood. I was extremely brave, of course."
"No scar?"
"No, I have a scar."
"Let me see."
The scar was just above her upper lip, a faint white line about 1/2 an inch long, barely noticeable. "It's there, trust me." He came out of the kitchen and stood in front of her, cupped her face in his hands and stared at her mouth. Emmeline could feel her heartbeat, slow, rolling thumps. His face was serious, mouth perfect. She didn't even dare look at his eyes for fear that her knees would buckle.
"Oh, yeah,"
he whispered. "There it is." He ran his thumb over the scar, and Em sort of forgot how to breathe. Was it in, out, or... Oh, wow, those eyes. Oops, she'd looked. Were so beautiful. All of him was so... Lazarus came tearing into the room, Sarge hot on his heels. The cat veered under a couch. Wonder Pup didn't steer that well and crashed into Em's legs. Emmeline stepped back, cleared her throat. She was still in uniform. It was probably against some rule to kiss in uniform. "Sarge, go lie down," she ordered. The puppy gave her a reproachful look. "Do it," she said. He obeyed, giving her a mournful eyebrow as only a German shepherd could. A timer went off in the kitchen, and Jack went back behind the counter. Fat snowflakes began falling from the sky. It was utterly romantic here, even with the demonic sounds the cat was making from under the couch. "Is he okay?" Emmeline asked. "Oh, sure. That's his normal." Jack seemed irritatingly unaffected by her scar-touching. Men, such mysteries. She sat back down at the counter and watched him stir and nudge and adjust the heat. Captain Seduction 1 minute, Chef Ramsay the next. Em had always had a thing for Gordon Ramsay, now that she thought of it. "Can I ask you a question, Jack?" she asked. "Sure." "Why me? There are a lot of women in this town who'd love to go out with you, who fantasize about going out with you, who'd run their grandmothers over with a tractor to go out with you. Why are you interested in me?" "I don't know," he said. "I'm a guy. We don't think that hard. Is because you're good in bed a sufficient answer?" A surprised snort of laughter escaped. No." He poured her more wine. Such nice manners. "I have a question for you, officer. Why won't you go out with me? And don't give me that bullshit about me still having a thing for Hadley or having PTSD. You do have a thing for Hadley, and you're the poster child for PTSD. I'll pretend I didn't hear that and await your answer." Em covered by taking a sip of her drink. It really was fantastic. She'd never paid much attention to wine descriptions. It was wine, how bad could it be? But when Jack identified the flavors the way he did, she really could taste them. Guess it wasn't just blowing smoke after all. "What if Hadley wasn't in town?" he asked when she failed to answer. "And what if those kids didn't crash? Would you go out with me then?" "Well, you were never interested before, so I'd have to say no." "Maybe I could say you were the one who was never interested, whereas I always thought of you as the hot hockey chick." Another snort. Must stop doing that. "You never asked me out." "You never gave me the time of day." "If you were pining for me, you hid it well." He gave her a tolerant look. "I wasn't pining for you, Emmeline. I did think you were the hot hockey chick. We all do." "Which explains why I've had 2 dates in 3 years.
Maybe your sweet and gentle personality has something to do with that."
"Oh, bite me."
"I rest my case." He smiled. "You don't have to have a sweet and gentle attitude. You do have to at least smile once in a while. You're a tiny bit guarded. Has anyone ever told you that?"
"No, as a matter of fact," she lied. She took another sip of wine. Make that a chug. "Then there are your looks." "Shut it, Em," her brain advised.
"I'm hideous?"
"A little. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you." He smiled and her mouth went dry. "No, you're incredibly good-looking. It's a consideration." He looked at her as if she were a complicated algebra equation.
"So you're not interested in me because I'm incredibly good-looking, since your ex was also good-looking and he broke your heart?"
"In addition to the other stuff. And drop that expression. It's not as dumb as it sounds."
"Good, because it sounds very dumb."
"Well, it's not. It's very complicated and intelligent." Or not. Maybe it was dumb. Maybe she should eat something before drinking any more wine. She took another sip just the same. "Jack, I think you want to be with me because I'm here. Because we've already done the deed. And because you want a distraction from your troubles."
"All of those things are true. I also like you."
For some reason, those words scared the living bejesus out of her. He liked her. She already loved him. It wasn't like she didn't know that already. Crap. This was exactly the kind of situation that led to doom and despair, to whining to the bitter betrayeds, to crying in one's pillow.
to that unutterably bleak knowledge that you loved someone who didn't love you back. Jack wanted a distraction. He liked her. That was it. "I should go," she said, clearing her throat. He turned off the stove and came around to her side of the soapstone counter, and Emmeline swiveled on her stool to keep him in sight. That was a mistake. He braced his hands on either side of her and leaned forward. Oh, he smelled good, like laundry detergent and wine and food and smoke. "Don't go," he murmured. Then he leaned in closer and rubbed his cheek against hers, and she felt the scrape of 5 o'clock shadow, the heat from his body. His lips brushed her jaw, and her legs went weak and hot, and a nearly painful throbbing began in her girl parts. "Jack," she managed. "There's chocolate cake for dessert." She swallowed. "Is that your idea of foreplay?" "Yes," he whispered, kissing the spot where her jaw met her throat, so softly. "Is it working?" She leaned back a little and looked into those clear, smiling blue eyes. "Yes," she heard herself say. Then his mouth was on hers, soft and smiling, and she'd been an idiot, because for 2 weeks now she'd been putting him off when she could have been kissing him instead. His hand went to her head and started tugging at her bun, which of course wouldn't come out without a crowbar and a map to the 17 bobby pins, but nope, he was doing it. Her hair was loosening, and then his fingers were sliding through it, and a few bobby pins pinged on the floor. His mouth was on her throat, causing flashes of heat to spark through her. Without thinking about it, M's hand slid up to his ribs and onto his chest, feeling the solid, warm muscles shift and slide. Then he pulled her into a standing position, holding her close, which was a good thing because she wasn't 100% sure her legs were working. She tugged his shirt out of his jeans, feeling the warm, velvety skin sliding over muscle. She took off her utility belt. Oops, should have thought of that before. Didn't want to accidentally shoot the guy, and draped it over the chair. Then Jack lifted her up. Strong, really, she had to give him credit, and lay her down on the kitchen table, and proceeded to unbutton her uniform shirt, brushing away her hands when she tried to help. He pulled off her boots, unbuttoned her pants, and tugged them off, cleverly unhooked her bra and slid off her panties. And then Jack Holland did her right then and there. Who needed cake? "This cake is fantastic," Em said a very pleasingly long time later. She was curled up on his couch, wearing a pair of rubber ducky pajama bottoms. His, a gift from his niece, he said, and a Cornell sweatshirt, eating Mrs. Johnson's famous chocolate mocha cake. Jack was watching her eat, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth, and she felt quite like a sex goddess. Oh, yes. Yeah, she was a tramp. Sue her. Like she was going to be able to resist Jack when he whispered things about how she tasted and smelled and felt, and all those things were very complimentary, and she felt beautiful and strong and weak and cherished, all at the same time. She'd taken a shower in his glorious bathroom and spent a minute looking at herself, bedraggled hair, bee-stung lips, a possible love bite on her shoulder that she rather felt like photographing and posting to her Facebook page. My Hickey with Jack Holland. Her chest was still flushed and her skin looked creamy, and hells yes, she had it going on. His bathroom was pretty amazing. There was a massive rectangular tub encased in a huge block of dark wood, the lip wide enough so a person could have a few plants or a glass of wine, a sandwich and a book, and not have anything get wet. The shower was equally impressive, separate from the tub behind a glass brick wall. She combed her hair and put on the clothes he'd given her and padded to the kitchen, where, in case Jack wasn't already everything and a bag of chips, he'd sliced them each a huge piece of cake. Dessert first. Finally, a man who understood her. Sarge was asleep in front of the fire, and Lazarus sat on the mantel, looking very vulture-like as he gazed at the fat little puppy. "Will your cat eat my dog?" she asked.
He'll try.
Jack sat next to her and took her feet onto his lap.
We're dating now, by the way.
Well, that's...
Hush, woman. We're dating. Now, finish your cake. I have plans for you. You'll need your strength.
And for once, Em didn't object. Chapter 21. Turned out, all Jack needed was a woman. At least that was what it seemed like to him. Granted, getting her had been as hard as catching an eel, but once he had her, he appreciated her wriggly properties. And he meant that with all the innuendo possible. He really liked Emmeline Neal. She was funny, she was smart, she was amazing in bed. Her dog was incredibly cute. It was nice not being alone. On Saturday, they went cross-country skiing after their hockey game. The cold air and hard, bright sky making it a perfect day for it. Sarge came along, galumphing through the snow, trying to wrestle the poles out of Jack's hand. Then they came back to Jack's house, and he went down to the cellar to get a bottle of wine. When he came up, it hit him. This was what the house was supposed to look like. When he was married, it was all too much. All those pillows and signs and clouds of perfume. Alone, it was on the barren side, looking more like a magazine shoot than a place where people lived. But now, it was kind of perfect. She brought a paperback novel, which was on the coffee table, as well as a comic book for him. He'd confessed to a love of Superman growing up, and she found an old copy in Presque Antiques. Her knapsack sat on the kitchen chair, and her dog lay on his back trying to woo Lazarus. There was a coffee cup on the table, and her jacket hung by the back door. The woman herself was sprawled on his couch, not trying to look picturesque the way Hadley always did, just relaxing, or asleep from the looks of it. "So, I'm tired you've worn me out," she said, not opening her eyes. "And I'm not talking about skiing. I slept like the dead last night." The image of Josh Diener, cold and lifeless on the dock, slammed into him. Emmeline sat up. "Shoot. Sorry about that. Poor choice of words."
"No worries."
She fiddled with the comic book, straightening it out. "Did you go to the hospital today?" He had. He did every day for some stupid reason.
"You hungry?"
"How's Josh?"
"I don't know, Em. I'm not allowed to see him. You hungry or not?"
She didn't answer, but she stood up and took his hand. "You need to deal with this, you know," she said gently. He took his hand back.
"Look, I saved 3 kids, almost 4. That's a good thing. Don't make me a victim, Emmeline. I thought it was your parents who psychoanalyzed everything, not you. Now, do you want dinner or not?"
His voice was hard. "Sure," she said. "Why don't I cook?" And she got off the couch and went into the kitchen. His phone buzzed with a text from Faith. "Is Emmeline there? Don't blow it. Are you wearing something decent? Hint, clean clothes are nice." Almost immediately there was another text, this time from Honor. "Don't come down for top 10 tumors, I'll TiVo it. Hopefully you have better things to do, like Emmeline." And another, this one from Prue. The coven must be together, deciding that nothing was more fun than tormenting their brother. Don't be afraid to experiment.
"Good God,"
he said. He tapped Faith's name to place a call. "And who might this be?" she answered, and he could hear the noise of O'Rourke's in the background.
"Leave me alone, girls. I'm busy."
"Yay," she said. "Jack's busy, girls." "You need any tips, we're here for you, brother," Prue called, and Honor laughed. He hung up, smiling begrudgingly. Emmeline was leaning against the counter, staring at a pot. Jack got up and went over to her.
"I'm sorry I snapped at you,"
he said. "It's okay." She gave him a quick smile, which made him feel worse. He kissed her then, gently, and boosted her onto the counter and kissed her not so gently, and ignored the small voice in the back of his head that told him he might be using her. That Thursday, Emmeline rounded up her kids. "We're going on a field trip," she said. "Try to contain your excitement."
There were the expected groans and complaints and excuses. "Oh, stop," she said. "It'll be fun. It's a sport. Exercise and healthy living, kids. The keys to a good life."
"Officer M, we liked you," Corey said.
"Shush, children, and get into the squad car. And if you're very good, I'll put on the siren." She drove them to Pettiman Rink, where she played hockey each week. "I can't skate," Kelsey said. "I'm pregnant."
"Really?" Dalton said. "I couldn't tell."
"I hate you." "It's not skating," Em said. "It's curling, and you'll love it." "What's curling?" Kelsey asked.
"It's that thing with the rock and the brooms and the ice for losers who live in the Arctic Circle and shit," Dalton said.
"Is he kidding?" "No, that's about right," Emmeline said. "My GPA is too low for me to be on a team," Tamara said proudly. "Nice try, though, Officer M." "This is a club, not a team. I just got permission from Dr. Didier for you all to join. Isn't that sunshiny and sparkly and wonderful?"
"What drugs are you on?" Dalton said. "And can I have some?"
Inside the rink were two other kids, Abby Vanderbeek and Charlie Kellogg. "Can we join too?" Abby said listlessly. "My mother said I needed to be on a team sport, but I really think she just wants more grown-up time with my father." "I'm so sorry," Tamara said. "Yeah, of course you can join," Emmeline said. "Have you always loved curling, Charlie?"
"I don't even know what it is," he said. "I'm just keeping Abby company."
He blushed.
"Aren't you guys cousins?"
Corey asked.
"No, we're not related."
His face went from blush to lava. "Everyone's related in this town," Abby sighed. "I hear you're sleeping with my uncle, Emmeline. Will I be calling you Auntie soon?"
"Shut up, Abby," came a voice. "Hey, kids."
Speak of the devil. Jack came over to Em and planted a quick kiss on her lips. "Disgusting," Abby said. "Isn't it enough that my parents are home, pretending to be Lord and Lady Crawley? Now my uncle is making googly eyes with the last cool adult in this town."
"I think it's beautiful, man," Dalton said. "You go, Jack."
"You guys are cute," Tamara said. "You gonna get married? Can we be in the wedding?" "Enough, enough," Em said. "Here are the rules, more or less." For the next 90 minutes, Emmeline let the kids go at it. The curling stone, a hefty, polished granite rock, was pushed from one end of the rink to the other, the kids furiously scrubbing the ice in front of it. Em didn't bother with technique. It was enough that the kids were doing something other than sitting around, complaining about life's injustices. Dalton kept running down the ice and sliding on his belly like an otter, and Charlie Kellogg and Abby seemed to have a dozen inside jokes, which was kind of nice. Em went to the bleachers and sat, taking a couple of pictures of her kids, and sure, one or two of Jack. It was rare to see her kids in motion, and for once they were all smiling. Kelsey even got in on the action a little as the lead, the person who pushed the stone down the ice. She was 6 months along, which meant the baby would come right before graduation. She hadn't named a father yet, and hadn't made a firm decision about adoption either. Em was worried. If Kelsey didn't graduate...
"Yes, my brother," Jack shouted, high-fiving Dalton. "We win."
And speaking of worries, Jack was a little manic today. He had been since the other night, when she'd asked him about going to the hospital. That same night he'd had a doozy of a nightmare, unable to wake up from it. She'd tried to soothe him, whispering that everyone was safe, but there were dark circles under his eyes. He saw her looking and flashed her a smile that was too bright. She'd tried to fix Kevin, too. Fix his ego, his weight problem, protect him from mean people and his own negativity, and that had backfired miserably. There was no reason to think she could fix Jack. She could be a distraction. She could be fun. She couldn't save anyone, and she shouldn't try. "Excuse me," came a sweet voice, and Em tried not to twitch. "Hadley, how are you?" "I'm just wonderful, thank you," she said. "And how are you, Officer Neal?" "Great." Though it was a balmy 45 degrees today, Hadley wore a black wool coat with fur around the collar and a matching hat, looking like something out of a Russian fairy tale. Em was in uniform, as usual. As if on cue, Hadley looked her up and down. "You're looking very muscular today." "Thank you." "It was more of an observation than a compliment, but I guess up here you women need to be strong, since y'all are much more likely to stay single." "True," Emmeline said. "I am single and can open jars all by myself. That being said, I've never been divorced. Never cheated on my husband either." "Yes, I read People magazine," Hadley replied. "Well, doesn't everyone?" "Touché. I'm here to talk with Jack, actually, but I just love watching him move. Reminds me of just how graceful he is, and predatory, if you know what I mean." Em rolled her eyes, glanced at her watch. "Pack it in, kids," she called. "And Jack, there's someone to see you." Jack came over, his face neutral at the sight of his axe.
"What can I do for you, Hadley?"
he asked, ever polite. Irritating. "Jack, it's so good to see you," she said, clasping her gloved hands in front of her. "You look so handsome out there. Well, you always do, don't you? Now, guess who's in town? Frankie. She's dying to see you, Jack. Please say you'll come for dinner this time, please. You know how she's always adored you. Oh, my gosh, you know what she remembered today? The time the three of us went on the old trolley tour, and you and she were standing in front of that bakery, and y'all didn't even notice when—"
"Yeah, okay," he said. "What time?"
"How about cocktails at 6 o'clock? You know how Daddy instilled that in us?" She beamed.
"Fine, see you later then."
"Oh, hooray! See you later, baby." Knowing to quit when she was ahead, Hadley practically skipped away.
"You two-timing Officer M?"
Dalton asked, sliding over.
"No," Jack said. "It's just dinner." "Dude, are you crazy?" Dalton said. "It's not okay. Although, props, man, she's gorgeous." "Em?" Jack asked. "You don't have a problem with that, do you?" "It's fine," she said. It was not fine. And yet she knew he was fond of his former sister-in-law. And it wasn't like they'd made plans that he'd just canceled. Nor did she want to be that kind of girlfriend who told him who he could see and who he couldn't, because, let's face it, those women were control freaks. Still, Teeny Tiny wanted him to come for dinner, and he was going. "Oh, you're screwed," Dalton said. "Sucks to be you, pal."
He ran down the ice and slid once again.
"Is he right?" Jack asked. "Fine does tend to signal doom when it's said like that."
Em glanced over his shoulder. "It's fine. I have to get the kids back."
"It's just that Frankie and I stayed friends."
"You don't have to explain."
"Shit. I've screwed the pooch here, haven't I?"
"No. You can have dinner with anyone you like. This is America. Life, liberty, and dinner with your crazy ex-wife."
"I haven't seen Frankie in months."
"Jack, it's fine." She summoned a smile. "But you'll miss me." He bent down and kissed her on the mouth.
"You got that right."
Emmeline dropped the kids back at the church and then headed for home. Looked as though she'd have to cook tonight, alas. She unlocked her front door and went inside. There were 4 suitcases in the living room, and sitting on the couch with Sarge on her lap was her sister. "Angela!" At the sound of her voice, Sarge leaped off Angela, grabbed Squeaky Chicken, and began twirling in his love circles, whining around his toy. "Oh, Emmeline, it's so good to see you. I'm so sorry I didn't call first." Angela unfolded herself like an elegant flower and hugged Em tight, causing further joy from Sarge, who leaped against their legs, trying to get in on the action. "It's great to see you," Em said. "What a surprise." Angela made a rueful face. "You'll have to forgive me," she said. "It was impulsive, I know." "Is everything okay?" "Oh, yes, it's fine. It's just, well, I'm a bit at odds. Can I stay with you for a little while?" "Sure," Em said. "It's your house, too. Nana left it to both of us. But what's going on?" "I'm filling in for a colleague at Cornell," she said. It was rather sudden, but frankly, the timing was perfect. You see, I just ended a relationship. You did? I didn't know you were seeing anyone. Yes, I wanted to tell you at the wedding, but it didn't seem the right time. It's been ending for a while, actually, but now it's official. And Mama and Papa, they've been circling. You know how it is when they sense you're troubled. Like vultures? Ange smiled. I knew you'd understand perfectly. You can stay here as long as you like, Emmeline said, meaning it. We'll finally live together. Angela's eyes filled with tears. And how lovely that would be. Also, Emmeline, I need your help telling Mama and Papa some news. What news is that? Was she pregnant? They'd be thrilled. Hell, Em was thrilled at the very thought. Her sister took a deep breath. I'm gay. Em's mouth fell open. Wow, I didn't know that. She paused. Will they be crushed that it's you and not me? She asked, and much to her relief, Angela burst out laughing and hugged her. Just promise me you'll have biological babies someday, Em added. We don't want your gene pool to go to waste. Chapter 22. One of the things Jack remembered most about Hadley was she couldn't cook to save her life. From 2 flights below, he could smell smoke. It don't smell so good in here, Frankie said when she opened the door, using her good old boy accent. I may be staying with you tonight, Jack, 'cause it may be that something crawled in that there oven and took its life. Or it could be Big Sister's version of pot roast. Best if we don't try to find out. Hey, Frankie, Jack said, giving her a hug. Good to see you. You too, big fella. We're going to O'Rourke's if you don't mind. Hadley was trying to impress you by cooking, but I remember the burgers at O'Rourke's with a deep and abiding fondness, so I'm not at all sorry with this turn of events. She thudded down the hallway to get her coat. Jack took a couple of steps into the apartment. There was a nearly empty bottle of Blue Heron Chardonnay on the counter. The wedding photo beamed out at him. Oh, Jack, I'm so embarrassed, Hadley said, coming out of the kitchen and untying her apron. I wanted us to have a nice family dinner, and I just do not know what happened. There were tears in her eyes. One thing Hadley hated most of all was to look foolish in front of her sisters, those high-achieving, high-IQ women, and he felt a pang of sympathy for her. Well, it was really nice of you to try, he said. She gave him a faint smile. Thanks, she whispered. Guess you know I was always something of a pretender to the throne when it came to cooking. Don't worry about it. Come on, ladies, off we go. Frankie, is that a new tattoo I see on your wrist? Sure is, Jack. She pulled up her sleeve. Conscientiously and with dignity, part of the vet's oath. I wish you wouldn't keep getting tattoos, Hadley said. It's so unladylike. Oh, my lord, don't you say that. You sound like Blanche freaking Dubois. Well, for someone who supposedly loves animals so much, you sure didn't show me much sympathy about Princess Anastasia, did you? Hadley snapped. I sent a card. I called. Was I supposed to declare a national day of mourning? The cat was older than Methuselah, Hadley. And don't forget how she bit me on my 9th birthday. Still have the scar. The sisters bickered and picked at each other with surprising fervor on the short walk across the green, making Jack slightly more grateful for his own sisters. Not that they were perfect, God knew, especially with the number of texts and bits of romantic advice they'd been offering lately. But if ever there were 2 women with less in common, it was Frankie and Hadley. O'Rourke's was mobbed. Right, it was Mardi Gras. Colleen wore a low-cut maternity dress, her belly more noticeable these days. That wasn't the only thing. The girls were on fine display, as usual, enhanced by pregnancy. Jack always thought pregnant women were beautiful, and Colleen had a lot going for her to begin with. Lucas was behind the bar helping out. Colleen waved, then did a double take. Oh, hey, Frankie, right? You have a great memory, Frankie said. Is that a love bump I see? It most certainly is. Colleen put her hand on her stomach and beamed. "This Spanish pirate is my husband, Lucas Campbell."
"I'm actually a contractor," Lucas said, shaking Frankie's hand. "Nice to meet you. Hey, Jack, Hadley."
"I liked pirate better," Frankie said. "I'm Jack's ex-sister-in-law." "I don't think Jack considers you an ex-anything," Hadley chirped. "Let's see." Colleen scanned the restaurant, then smiled knowingly. "You want to join Emmeline and her sister? They just sat down, and I bet they won't mind. Otherwise, it'll be about 45 minutes. "Oh, no, that's fine. We'll wait for a table," Hadley said.
"Sure, we'll join them," Jack said a bit too aggressively. "Sounds perfect."
Emmeline and Angela had been having a really nice time. Well, Angela was the type who'd have a really nice time with anyone from Kim Jong-un to the Real Housewives of New Jersey, since there wasn't a mean bone in her body. But it was rare that the sisters ever got to do anything, just the two of them. Maybe twice, Em thought. And, she admitted, it was awfully nice to have Angela confiding in her. Angela had been in a relationship with a woman named Beatrice, but things hadn't been right for a while. When the chance came to teach astrophysics at Cornell for the rest of the semester, she jumped at it. "I just couldn't face Mama and Papa," she said. "They're going to be shocked. They're not the most observant people in the world, for all that they're such involved parents," Angela said with a guilty smile. "I know," Em murmured. "I think I've broken their hearts by being straight." Angela laughed, then looked up. "Why, hello, Jack. How wonderful to see you again." Jack stood there with Colleen, Hadley, and another woman, shorter and also quite pretty, with spiky hair and lots of piercings. "You guys mind sharing a table?" Colleen asked, giving Em a wink. "Good old Colleen." Em smiled back. "Not at all, not at all," Angela said. "Please join us. Hello, I'm Angela Neal, Emmeline's sister." "Frankie Boudreaux. My sister Hadley here was married to Jack for a brief time." Angela didn't bat an eyelash. "Hello, Hadley. What a pretty name. I'm Angela." "Hi," Hadley said. She looked as if she smelled decaying animal. "How do y'all know Jack?" Frankie asked.
"Em and I are dating,"
he said, claiming the chair next to Emmeline. "You are?" Angela exclaimed. "Oh, hooray! I knew it was real. I could feel it." She sat back and beamed. "Well, tonight just got more interesting, didn't it?" Frankie smiled and sat down across from Angela. "So you need a bodyguard?" Em whispered as Jack sat next to her.
"You got that right,"
he murmured.
"I owe you."
"Yes, you do," she said, taking a sip of her wine. Apricot and grass with a hint of limestone. Or maybe it was just grapey, but she was trying. Hadley sat down across from Jack, slid her little pink cardigan off her shoulders to reveal a pink sleeveless dress. "This is so nice being here again," she said, fluttering her lashes. "I always loved this little place. Jack and I had so many fun times here." "Isn't it lovely?" Angela said. "Frankie, forgive me. I'm not from around here. Do you live in town?" "I don't, but before I say another thing, I just got to tell you how much I love your accent," Frankie said. Angela laughed. "And I love yours as well." "Eastern Africa?" "Oh, my goodness, yes. What an ear you have." "I spent a few weeks in Kenya on an animal preserve," Frankie said. "I'm finishing up my veterinarian degree at Cornell." "How wonderful. I start teaching there next week. Relativity and astrophysics for Dr. Bering." "That smelly old dog? I took his Searching the Solar System class just for fun, or so I thought. Well, I tell you, his students are in for a real treat when you walk through the door."
"Should I make her stop flirting?"
Jack asked Em. Em looked at her sister, who certainly didn't seem to be suffering. "Nah, Ange can handle herself." Hadley had a pinched look on her face. "Looks like our sisters are getting on like a house on fire," Emmeline said to her. "Sweet, isn't it?" Hadley said, opening the menu. Jack had his arm around the back of Em's chair. He gave the back of her arm a small caress, and her side broke out in goosebumps. When his eyes met hers, a hint of a smile warmed his eyes, from January blue to Caribbean sky. God, listen to her. So much for warning herself not to get carried away. But he shouldn't be looking at her like that in front of his ex-wife, no matter how much of a pain in the ass the woman was. And Em knew what it was like to watch your ex with another woman. "How are things with you, Hadley?" she surprised herself by asking. Before Hadley could answer, Hannah O'Rourke swung by with a bottle of red and another of white. "For the hero of the Midwinter Miracle and his friends," she stated grandly. "Sent by Barb Nelson, who wouldn't mind interviewing you for the paper. She guessed the answer would be no, but wants you to have the wine anyway." Jack's eyes went flat. "She's right," he said. But he turned around, spotted Barb, and waved. When he turned back, Em could feel him locking up. His arm was no longer around her chair. As the evening unfolded, Frankie and Angela did most of the talking, each of them gifted at the art of conversation. Hadley said very little, though she laughed loudly whenever anything remotely funny was said. There was a "look at me, I'm so much fun" desperation to her, and while it was irritating, Em couldn't help feeling sorry for her. In this little circle of 5, she was the odd man out. "Have you had any decorating jobs lately, Hadley?" she asked as their dinners were brought out. "No, as a matter of fact, I haven't," Hadley said tightly. "Are you an interior decorator?" Angela asked. "How interesting." "Not according to my family," Hadley snapped. "Frankie'll be a vet before long." "You'll never guess where this hand was today, by the by," Frankie said. "In a cow's vajayjay. Mother and calf are both doing just fine. And as I was saying before my sister interrupted me, my sister Ruthie is a doctor, and Rachel's a state representative, and as my daddy puts it, I like pretty things. No one understands or appreciates what I do." Frankie rolled her eyes and Jack sighed. Em concurred. Hadley was hard to take. "I think it's a wonderful field," Angela said. "What would life be like if we didn't all have our little refuges to come back to?" "Emmeline and I went curling today with our high school kids," Jack began, and a storm flashed across Hadley's face at the change of subject. "What's curling?" Frankie asked.
"Excuse me,"
came a rather slurred male voice.
"I just had to tell you how beautiful you are."
"Oh, thank you," said Hadley, looking up with a bright smile. "That's so sweet of you to say."
"I wasn't talking to you."
Hadley's mouth dropped open in shock. And please, Em thought, Hadley was beautiful, yes, but Angela was breathtaking and otherworldly and dazzling. Em smiled at her sister, who lifted a flawless eyebrow. "He's talking to you, Emmeline," she said. Em looked up. "You are?" Goofy-looking guy, that dorky, sculpted hair flip in the front. He was maybe 25 years old.
"Yeah,"
he smiled.
"You really, wow."
He swayed a little. "You driving tonight?" Em asked.
"Not if you'll take me home,"
he said, bracing his hands on the end of their table. "Have I mentioned I'm a cop?" she said.
"Have I mentioned how hot that is?"
he countered.
"She's with me, pal,"
Jack said. Hadley's lips disappeared. "Oh, I love that," Frankie said. "I mean, I may like girls, Jack, but that was delicious, buddy."
"It's okay, dude," the guy said. "I getcha. But you, lady, are hot."
He glanced at Frankie.
"And you're not so bad either."
"No driving, bub," Em said.
"Yes, officer, though I wouldn't object if you handcuffed me."
"Wow, I've never heard that one before," Em said. Jack started to rise, but the guy grinned. He was pretty cute, and wove away. Angela clapped in delight. "Oh, Emmeline, does that happen to you all the time?" No," she said with a grin. Only Angela could ask that with a straight face. "Excuse me, I just want to make sure he's really not driving." "Yes, please do," Hadley said. "The poor man was so drunk he could barely see straight." She drained her wine and held her glass out for more. Em paused. A talent was a talent, and Hadley had certainly mastered the art of the razor-sharp put-down. She went over to the guy's table in the corner, where he was sitting with some friends about the same age. "Do we have a designated driver here?" she asked.
"That'd be me," one of the guys said, holding up his glass. "Seltzer water."
"Great. Just wanted to check and make sure the boy wonder here wasn't driving. I'm a cop," she added, just in case.
"You followed me, I knew it," Drunk Boy said. "You want to step in the bathroom, have a good time?"
"No," Emmeline said. "Drunk people. Sigh."
"Shut up, idiot,"
one of his friends said. Em turned to leave, but suddenly she heard the scrape of a chair, and there was a hand on her shoulder. She turned around fast. "Knock it off," she said firmly. But the kid grabbed her and kissed her square on the mouth. Now, 9 months ago, Emmeline would have just kneed him in the nuts and left him whimpering on the floor. But now she was a cop, and rather than be accused of police brutality, she opted instead to push her index finger into his Adam's apple. And it worked, of course. No one could kiss when his airway was being toyed with. Then, all of a sudden, he was yanked back, and Jack had him against the wall with his arm on his throat, and the kid was wheezing and terrified. The kid's friends surged, then stopped, not sure what to do. "Stay," she commanded. "Jack, knock it off." She put her hand on his shoulder. The bar grew quiet, only the music from the jukebox playing. "You okay?" Jack bit out. "I'm fine," she said. "I'm even a little bored."
"Problem here?"
asked Connor O'Rourke, wiping his hands on a dish towel. Lucas stood behind him, as well as half the fire department, ready to rumble. "No," Em said. "Just a kid who can't hold his beer. Jack, let him go." He did. Took him long enough, and his face was stony when he looked at her. A tiny muscle under his left eye twitched.
"Fuck you, mister," the drunk kid said. "You guys are done here," Connor said to the youths. "Settle up and off you go."
Jack's jaw was still clenched, his eyes burning holes in the drunk kid. And really, it was kind of hot. No one had ever been jealous over her before. Then again, it was also pretty over the top. "Let's go back to our table," she suggested, taking his arm and steering him away. He let her, though he grumbled most attractively. Em smiled. Then there was a thunk, and Jack staggered forward. Em turned, and there was a rush of people, and then Connor and Lucas and half the kids' friends had the idiot pinned against the wall. Because Drunk Boy had just hit Jack over the head with a beer bottle, and Jack's blonde hair was steeped with red.
"So, let me get this straight,"
Levi said at the ER about an hour later.
"My brother-in-law and deputy were brawling in a bar?"
Jack sighed. His head was throbbing. Hadley was yowling like Lazarus during a trip to the vet, and he really didn't need all this attention. "Levi, drop the disapproving parent act," Emmeline said. "The kid cold-cocked Jack." Jack barely heard. Several floors above, Josh Diener lay hooked up to his machines.
"Jack, why did the kid cold-cock you?"
Levi asked. "Because he kissed me, and Jack was defending my pure and untainted honor," Emmeline said. Ungratefully. Women. You never could win with them. Levi raised an eyebrow, then looked over at Hadley, who was still choking with sobs. Frankie sat next to her, reading a magazine.
"And why is she here?"
he asked. Why, indeed? Because Jack's ex-wife fed off attention like a vampire. Whatever happened to anyone happened to Hadley more. Just the fact that the shit-faced kid had hit on Emmeline had been guaranteed to make her crazy, so Jack wasn't surprised when she went the route hysterical moments later. As soon as the drunken idiot cold-cocked him, Hadley had started screaming like a banshee. Speaking of a lack of sobriety, begging him to speak to her, even though he was standing with a dishcloth of ice against his head, handed to him by Colleen seconds after he was hit. But that wasn't enough for Hadley, and she'd actually crawled over to him as Frankie tried to pick her up off the floor. Then Everett Field arrived in uniform, puffing up with self-importance as he led the handcuffed kid away to the applause of the O'Rourke patrons. Prue and Carl had been at the bar, too, hidden in one of the back booths, dressed in Star Trek uniforms, and Prue burst out laughing at the sight of her brother's blood, which was fairly typical. Then Levi had come in, as well as Faith, and against Jack's wishes, the ambulance was called, much to the delight of his fellow members of the Manningsport Volunteer EMS squad. He really just wanted to be home, with Emmeline. As if picking up on that thought, Hadley paused in her crying, glanced over, and burst into renewed sobs.
"I have to interview her,"
Levi said, his forehead wrinkling. "Sucks to be you," Em said.
"How much longer will this take?"
Jack grumbled.
"They're busy tonight," Levi said. "Want me to call anyone? Your dad, Mrs. Johnson?" "I'm sure your wife already has, if Prue didn't beat her to it."
Privacy wasn't an ideal the Holland family held dear. "Hello, I'm looking for John Noble Holland IV. Gorgeous name, right? Come on in." Jack stood up and walked toward a tiny Asian woman who looked to be about 14 years old. "Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Dr. Chu. Sorry for the wait. It's totes crazy here tonight." Hadley got up and tried to follow them in, but Jack simply said, "No," which caused still louder crying. "Will you pipe down?" Frankie said. "They're gonna medicate you if you don't. Stop being such an attention whore, Hadley. He's fine, and he's not your concern anymore." "I thought he was dead. Oh, Jack, if you'd been—" Mercifully, the doors swung shut behind him, cutting off his ex-wife's wails. The doctor, who couldn't have been more than 5 feet tall, showed him into the exam room. "Have a seat, Mr. Holland. We'll get you taken care of lickety-split. Positive attitude? Check." There was a knock and Emmeline peeked in. "Want company?" she asked.
"Sure."
"Are you his wife?" the doctor asked. "No, girlfriend." She blushed. "Well, from the look of that gross and bloody towel, Mr. Holland," the doctor said, "I think you'll need some stitches. I love stitches. They're my favorite. Has anyone ever told you you're really handsome, Mr. Holland?" Christ. "Hey, is Jeremy Lyon on tonight?" Em asked. That's right. Jeremy took shifts here a few times a month. Dr. Enthusiasm paused. Yes? He's a family friend. Mind if he sees Jack instead?" The girl sighed. "Fine," she said, deflating. "I'll get him." She slouched away.
"Thanks," Jack said.
"Sure." Emmeline sat down on the edge of his bed, glanced at him, then back at her hands. "You okay?"
"Yeah."
"Thanks for, looking out for me." She stuffed her hands in her pockets. "It wasn't necessary." Jack's irritation melted a bit.
"You're welcome. I probably earned a kiss, don't you think?"
"Maybe."
"Definitely."
"I'll think about it." He reached out and hooked a finger in the front of her sweater and pulled her to him, then kissed her. Em's hands went to his chest. Her mouth was so soft, a balm against this whole stupid night.
"I really hated seeing that guy kiss you,"
Jack murmured against her mouth. "I should hope so." He kissed her again, and this time his tongue brushed hers, and she melted against him.
"Hey, Jack. Oh my God, you two are together? Why am I always the last to know the good stuff?"
Jeremy stood in the cubicle.
"This is so nice. I only wish I could take credit for fixing you up. Hi, Emmeline, how are you?"
He hugged her, then shook Jack's hand.
"So, you got hit on the head, huh? Not very smart of you, Jack."
"He turned his back on a drunken idiot," Em offered. Jeremy tissed and shook his head.
"Actually, you turned my back on a drunken idiot,"
Jack said. "True. Sorry about that."
"Did you lose consciousness?"
Jeremy asked, washing his hands.
"Nope." "How's the pain?" "Fine." You military types, so stoic.
He looked at Jack's head, then opened a cabinet and took out a suture kit.
Gonna need a few stitches, bro. This will sting.
When Jeremy was done, Em said she'd check on Hadley and see if Levi needed anything else.
Other than the head wound, how are things?
Jeremy asked when she was gone.
Good. Any sequelae from the rescue?
Jack looked up sharply.
Like what? Inner ear pain, balance issues?
Jeremy paused, his eyes steady.
PTSD? No. This is confidential, of course, since I'm here as your doctor. PTSD would be things like nightmares, panic attacks, flashbacks. I know what it is, but I'm fine, Jeremy. Thanks. Okay, glad to hear it.
He signed a paper.
Ice, Tylenol if you need it. Come to the office in a week for stitch removal.
Jeremy smiled.
Good to see you, even under the circumstances. You too, Jer.
He gave Jeremy a manly hug. The guy was practically part of the family. As decent as they came, too. Emmeline wasn't back yet, and Jack found himself going to the elevator. Got in, pushed the button. The elevator rose, and 6 seconds later, the doors opened to a sign. 4th floor, intensive care unit. Please speak quietly. The hall was quiet, except for the beeping of machines, and farther down, the murmur from the nurse's station. The squeak of rubber-soled shoes, the hiss of a ventilator. Room 401 had a whiteboard hanging on the door. McGowan, H, was written in green marker. Jack could see a bed and someone sleeping, or dead. Across the hall, 402, Zacharias M, 403, Blake S, 404, Humbert L. Room 405, Diener J. The door was open a few inches. He shouldn't be here. His heart was smashing in his chest, hurling itself against his ribs like that bobcat. If he opened the door just a little more, he'd be able to see something. Josh's feet, maybe. The image of Josh Diener sitting up in bed, texting on his phone or watching TV or eating Jell-O, came to him so fast and hard that Jack's knees nearly buckled. "Can I help you?" Jack jumped. He hadn't even heard the nurse behind him. Jane McGregor, APRN, her name tag said. Jack was aware suddenly that he was drenched in sweat.
How's he doing?
Jack whispered. Her face softened. "Are you a family member?"
No.
"Then I can't discuss." "How dare you! Get out! Get out!" Josh Diener's mother stood in the doorway, her voice like breaking glass. "How dare you come here! Get away from my son!"
"Mrs. Diener, I just wanted—"
"Get away from us!" she screamed, and shoes were squeaking on the floors, and visitors' heads popped out of rooms. "He's here because of you! How dare you intrude like this!" The nurse took Jack's arm and led him down the hall, and Jack thought he might fall. He wasn't sure his legs were working right. Maybe it was the hit on the head, but he was wrong. Something was wrong. And Josh, please, please don't die. The elevator doors opened, and there was Emmeline. "There you are," she said. "There's been a disturbance here," said the nurse. "Security's on their way up." "Josh Diener's room?" Em asked. "Jack here is the one who pulled him out of the lake." "Oh, I see." The woman looked at Jack, her face kind. "I'm sorry, but I still have to ask you to leave." "We're going," Em said. "You won't need security. I'm Manningsport PD." "What you did was amazing, by the way," the nurse said softly. "I'm sorry about the Dieners." Then she walked back down the hall. Jack could hear Mrs. Diener sobbing, the loneliest, most heart-wrenching sound on earth. A mother mourning her only child. Josh wasn't getting any better. Jack didn't need a doctor to tell him that. "Let's go home, big guy," Emmeline said. She pushed the button for the elevator and the doors opened. When they closed behind them and the elevator started to move, Jack put his arms around her, held her close, and didn't say anything. When they reached the lobby, he let her go and saw that her eyes were wet. "I'll tell Angela I'm staying at your place," she said, and that was all. Chapter 23. Emmeline was slurping down her third cup of coffee a few days later. It was her day off, and she and Angela had been up late the night before with the bitter betrayeds, who'd graciously accepted Angela as an honorary member, despite declaring her too beautiful and too nice. The group was full of news. Jeanette O'Rourke was going on a cruise with Ronnie Petrozinski, the Chicken King. Allison was indeed going back to the irritatingly perfect Charles, who'd proven his love by sending her a gift-wrapped box of cookie jar fragments. Shalane announced that she'd just been approved as an adoptive parent, and there were hugs and more peach sunrises and a bottle of champagne. And lastly, Em was grilled on how Jack was in bed. Her silence had brought on some fierce and very colorful speculation. "She's blushing," Grace had pointed out, coming in from the kitchen with a fresh pitcher of peach sunrises. "You know what that means. Jack is a dirty, dirty boy." Coming from their senior citizen member, this had caused shrieks of laughter from the women. "Maybe it's time you change the name of your group," Angela had suggested. "None of you seems particularly bitter or betrayed." That had given the rest of them pause. "Call yourself the Sunrise Girls," Ange had suggested. "These cocktails are simply wonderful, Grace." It was surely their best meeting yet. No one had mentioned the book they'd neglected to read, but that was never really the point. Angela, of course, leaped out of bed that morning, completely unaffected by last night. Emmeline wasn't so lucky. Sarge was upstairs, having decided he loved Angela more, the faithless wretch, and was barking in excitement at whatever Angela was doing. Loudly, Em thought, wincing. 10 minutes later, both of them craving chocolate, they walked to Lorelei's Sunrise Bakery. The smell of pastry sent out its siren call. "Oh," Angela said, "look at this, a bridal salon. Let's go in, Emmeline." "Why?" Em said. "I am thinking you should try on dresses," she said. "It's for when you and Jack get married. I always hated that sad little dress you bought." "It wasn't sad," Emmeline said. "Please, it looked like you were going to a dance at the Elks Lodge circa 1983, Angela said. "No, this time you must take me with you, I insist." "How do you know what an Elks Lodge dance looks like? Besides, I'm not getting married anytime soon." "Please, he's crazy about you. He'll be popping the question in a matter of weeks." Emmeline opened the door of the bakery and bumped squarely into the man himself. "Jack, we were just talking about you," Angela said. "Really?" He gave Emmeline a look as if trying to place her. "Jack, what do you think?" Angela said, her eyes twinkling. "Ivory or white, which do you prefer?" "Ignore her," Emmeline said. Jack glanced across the street, where a poofy dress shimmered in the window of Happily Ever After. He didn't smile. "Would you like to have dinner with my family tonight?" Angela gave a muffled squeal, and Em shot her a filthy look. You'd be welcome too, Angela," Jack said. "Oh, no, thank you for including me, Jack. You're terribly sweet. But no, I have to be at Cornell this evening." She gave Emmeline a sly smile. "In fact, look at the time. I should go. Always lovely to see you, Jack." She strode away, waving at someone inside the antiques store. "I wasn't shopping for a wedding dress," she said, immediately regretting it. "Do you want to come for dinner?" he repeated. She squinted at him. "You sure you want me there?" "Why would I ask you if I didn't?" "I don't know." 6 o'clock at Honor and Tom's. I can pick you up if you want." He looked at his watch. "No, that's fine. Jack, are you okay?" "I'm great. I have to run. See you tonight." Somehow, Emmeline had forgotten just how many Hollands there were. The driveway was filled with cars, and Blue-faced giant golden retriever raced up to her door. Sarge yipped wildly, his tail whacking Em in the head. Honor had called her earlier to invite her to dinner personally, and told her to bring her dog, since who didn't love puppies? She said her own little dog could use some socializing. The Hollands' big white house was a landmark in Manningsport. Em had never been inside before, and it was a little imposing. Made her glad she'd dressed in a skirt. She clipped on Sarge's leash, got out, and let her dog wriggle in ecstasy as Blue sniffed him over. Then she grabbed the flowers she'd brought, Gerbera daisies, and with a deep breath went up to the front door and knocked. No one answered, though the door practically shook from the noise inside. She knocked again. Nothing. Opened the door and peeked in. The place was mobbed. "Emmeline, welcome," said Honor, bustling over. "Oh, these are gorgeous, thank you." "Thanks for having me. Are you sure you don't want me to leave Sarge in the car?" "We all love dogs, don't worry." She bent over to pet Sarge, who sat and wagged his tail. "Hello, handsome. Are you here to teach Spike some manners?" She unclipped the leash and smiled. A tiny Yorkie came skittering over and growled at Sarge, causing the much larger puppy to collapse in delight and roll over in the acknowledgement that yes, the Yorkie was boss and could do whatever it wanted. "Best friends forever," Honor said with a smile. "Come on in. It's chaos, but that's who we are. I'll hang up the leash and put these in some water." She took the flowers and walked off, leaving Em alone. The periwinkle blue living room was big and gracious, filled with tasteful furniture, built-in bookshelves, and a gorgeous white marble fireplace. Jack and his father were in deep conversation there, each holding a glass of wine in their left hands. Easy to see where Jack got his looks. The older Mr. Holland, Jack's grandfather, stood listening while eating a chunk of cheese the size of a smartphone. The grandmother speculated why on earth Honor had painted the living room this shade of blue when she herself preferred pale blue, then segued into how Abby should beware of white vans because that's what kidnappers drove. Em edged toward Jack, overhearing Mrs. Johnson lecturing Tom Barlow on his curry-making technique. Prue and Carl Vanderbeek were arguing over something, Prue doing some magnificent eye-rolling. Their son Ned was talking with Charlie Kellogg, and Levi stood in the corner, watching, as Abby pressed her hands against Faith's belly. The noise level made Emmeline's eyes throb. "Hi." She jumped a little. "Hey, Jack." He didn't kiss her. "Guys, you all know Emmeline, right?" he asked. "Hey, girl," Prudence said. "What are you doing here? Did Jack invite you? Wow, he hasn't done that since he brought the Southern Belle home. Is there news? You guys engaged or knocked up or something?" "Jack," said his grandmother, "you should try marriage again. Your grandfather won't be around forever, you know. Don't you want him to have more great-grandchildren? This one has nice breeding hips." "Goggy," Faith yelped. "What? You do too. Don't worry." "Leave them alone, guys," Honor said. "Sorry, Emmeline." No, Em said, feeling slightly sweaty. "Breeding hips are good. Thank you, Mrs. Holland." "Hello, Em," Tom said, giving her a kiss on the cheek. "What would you like to drink?" A lot, Em thought. "Oh, wine is great," she said. "Brilliant. Be right back." The three dogs raced through the living room, then up the stairs, then down the stairs. Em seemed to be the only one who thought this was perhaps a bit rowdy. Then again, her family dinners consisted of carefully modulated voices, swapping bitter insults disguised in psychobabble, compliments from Angela, and grunts from herself. Topics of discussion included self-actualization, repressed memories, and why Emmeline was wasting her life, with a side of martinis. Rowdy dogs weren't so bad at all by comparison. "It's 10 after 6, Honor, sweetheart," said old Mr. Holland. "Can we eat? What are we, Europeans or something?" "I'm so glad you're dating my loser uncle," Abby said, bouncing over to Em's side. "Also, would you mind taking me to the firing range? I want to learn how to kill a man." "Just kiss him," Ned advised. "He'd die of horror." "Shut up, Ned." "Levi, did you know that Ned drove to Geneva on Sunday to see your sister?" "We're just friends," Ned said. "Stop glaring at me, Levi. If you hurt me, Faith will be heartbroken." "Oh, I don't know," Faith said. "I only love you about half the time as it is." "I'm starving," the grandfather complained. "Can we get this show on the road?" Levi and Em were the last to go into the dining room, as Jack was pressed into service in the kitchen. Is it always like this? Em whispered.
Yeah, Levi said. You'll get interrogated over dinner, by the way. Same thing happened to me the first time I came for dinner, and to Tom last spring. Don't worry, they're good people.
I'm sweating like a farm animal.
I remember the feeling. Hang in there, deputy. Think of it as a hostage situation, except you're the hostage this time.
He gave her a half smile. Thanks, Chief, she said. You're not so bad sometimes.
My God, I'm having that engraved.
I take it back. They crowded around the table, and Honor, Tom, Mrs. Johnson, and Jack emerged from the kitchen, laden with platters and dishes. The noise level increased as the food was passed, and described and argued over, and before Emmeline managed to sit down, old Mr. Holland and Charlie were taking seconds.
So, Emmeline dear, said Mrs. Johnson, tell us about your family.
Oh, well, it's just my parents and sister and me, Angela. She was adopted when I was 14.
So you were an only child until then?
That's right.
Lucky,
said Ned and Abby in unison. Charlie snickered.
And are you close with your parents?
Mrs. Holland asked. Oh, sure, she lied.
Do I know them?
Mrs. Holland asked. No, but you might remember my grandmother, Luann Macomb, my mother's mother. She lived on Water Street, where I live now. I used to spend summers with her, and then I came to live with her when I was in high school.
Why would you leave your parents?
Mrs. Johnson asked, a fierce frown on her face. Mom, will you send me to live somewhere for the rest of high school, so I don't have to see Ned all the time? Abby asked.
Do it, Mom,
Ned added.
Didn't you go there to play sometimes, Faithy?
Jack's father asked. Yep, Em's grandmother would have a few of us down in the summer. She made the best brownies. Faith smiled in fond remembrance.
So where did you grow up?
Mrs. Johnson asked. Southern California, she said.
Oh, how horrible, Mrs. Holland murmured. Well, I guess you can't help it.
It's actually quite beautiful out there, Goggy, Faith said.
Do you see your parents a lot?
Mrs. Holland asked.
Leave the girl alone, old Mr. Holland said. She hasn't taken one bite of food.
True. It'd be nice if Jack jumped in here and called off the dogs, but he didn't seem to be listening. I visit a few times a year, Mrs. Holland, Emmeline said.
Call me Goggy.
Do I have to? Em thought. Goggy it is, then.
Good, since we're going to be family,
the old woman added slyly.
Stop it, Goggy,
Honor said.
Charlie, tell everyone about your match the other day,
Tom said, winking at Emmeline from across the table.
Emmeline, our boy here is becoming quite the boxer.
1,000 or so hours later, Emmeline thanked Honor and Tom once again and led Sarge out into the rain, which felt blissfully cold on her hot face. Jack followed. The subject of marriage had been broached 9 times tonight. Hints about babies, 11. Goggy, that name, had expressed her hope that Emmeline and Jack wouldn't live in sin. Pops had countered with the opposite opinion. Abby unsubtly requested more cousins. Prue showed Em a website for sex toys called Kinky Kitties, making Abby, Ned, and Charlie go into fits of horror and hysterics. It felt like someone had taken sandpaper to her brain. Jack had barely said a word, and while she didn't want to be a weenie, it would have been nice if her boyfriend, curse the stupid word, had come to her aid once or twice tonight. She had to wonder why he'd even invited her in the first place. She put Sarge in the car. The dog was limp with exhaustion at the moment, though that would change the second she started the engine. The rain was harder now, soaking her hair.
So, that was fun,
Jack said. She looked at him. He was serious. Fun? That was fun? That wasn't fun, Jack. He frowned.
It wasn't?
Right. You weren't exactly present, were you? Well, I'm glad you had a good time.
Didn't you? Everyone really likes you.
His phone buzzed and he looked at it. Everyone? Even you? Because you didn't speak to me the entire time. He looked as if he had no clue what she was talking about.
I didn't?
"Well, let's recap," she said. "I think you said hi, and that was it. Meanwhile, your grandmother was asking about how long my mother was in labor with me. Mrs. Johnson asked how many kids I thought I'd like to have, then actually wrote down the answer. And your niece wants me to teach her how to shoot to kill."
That sounds about right. How many?
"How many what?"
How many kids?
I told her 18, possibly 20. A faint smile crossed his face.
Want to come back to my place?
He asked. She blinked. Men. "Jack, why are we dating?"
I have no idea.
Then he kissed her, the two of them standing there in the rain. His mouth was gentle and soft, his body warm against the cool night. Em was torn between the desire to smack him and to just keep kissing him, because his hands were cradling her head and her arms were around his waist, and he knew what he was doing. Yes, indeed, his mouth moving, lips soft and smooth, in contrast to the scrape of his razor stubble.
We're together,
he murmured against her mouth.
Get used to it.
She stepped back and sucked in a breath of damp, cold air. "You're very unpredictable, Jack."
In all the best ways. Come up to my place and I'll show you.
He grinned, and it was like the sun coming out, causing a flare of warmth in her chest. That smile made her legs hot and wobbly, made her think of blue-eyed babies, 18 of them. Okay, fine, maybe not 18, but a few anyway. Being that he was Jack Holland, he got into his truck and started it, completely confident that she'd follow. And being that she was rapidly becoming one of those swoony, lovesick females, she did. Men were confusing. But you know what? She had a sister, and while Angela might be gay, she was also the smartest person on the continent. She pulled out her cell and hit her sister's number. "How did it go?" Angela asked by way of greeting. I have no idea. He's happy now, barely spoke during dinner. I've been told I have breeder's hips. We're going back to his place." Ange laughed merrily.
"Time to rock his world?"
"I don't know." "Well, if I may be so forward, Emmeline," Angela began, "I was hoping you would be." She started up the long, winding lane that led to Jack's house. "Maybe you need to be a little less careful? A little more heartfelt? Because I sense that you have very deep feelings for Jack, and perhaps it's time he knew. He brought you home to his family. Maybe he needs a sign from you, too." "Like what?" "That's where I can't really help, but you'll know, you will. I'm heading back now. Would you like me to walk Sarge?" "No, he's with me. But thanks, Angela. Thanks.
See you tomorrow, darling."
Em drove up Jack's long driveway and sat there for a second. Lights went on inside the house, and a warm sensation washed over her. The house was beautiful. The man who owned it was beautiful, and he was waiting for her. And Angela was right. Time to rock his world. "Come on, puppy," she said to her dog, wiping off his paws with a towel she kept in the car for just such a purpose. She carried him inside the mudroom and set him down, then took off her coat and hung it on a hook. Lazarus came to investigate, croaked at Sarge, earning a tail wag and a wary head lick, which the cat endured before skittering off. Jack was lighting a fire as she entered the living room. "We're together now. Get used to it." So, this wasn't just for sex or a distraction or a human shield for Hadley. Maybe this was real. The warmth in her chest seemed to expand. His phone buzzed on the table next to her.
"Probably one of my sisters,"
he said, adding a log. He stood up and came over, looked at the phone.
"Yep, I should sell a few off. You want a glass of wine?"
"Sure." She'd barely had any at dinner.
"I have a nice bottle in the cellar. Be right back."
He kissed the top of her head and went downstairs. He hadn't said boo at his family's, but he was making up for it now. She could live with that. She wasn't perfect either. Sarge went over to the fireplace, turned in a circle 5 times, then curled up. Lazarus approached warily, then lay down near the puppy's head. Aw, they liked each other. Jack's phone buzzed again, and again. In fact, it was vibrating right to the edge of the table. Without thinking, Em picked it up before it fell. And then, before she could even make a case against it, she looked at the screen. Prue. We like her useless. Are you guys naked already? Don't let her see those ugly-ass pajamas Honor bought you for Christmas. In fact, burn those. Faith. You should have talked more tonight, dummy. She looked like a deer in the headlights. Tell her she doesn't have breeder hips, even if that will come in handy later. Takes one to know one. Goggy. Honor. She took that like a champ. Tom and I both approve. Charlie, too. Hadley. Jack, I need to speak to you ASAP. We belong together. Please call ASAP. I know you still love me. We can work this out. Goggy. Qui roxia fulturgus. Okay. Jack's grandmother appeared to be drunk. But no, Abby had complained about getting 17 texts from her that day alone. Hadley's text, not so nice. The woman really needed to get a clue or some counseling stat. But Em was glad Jack's sisters liked her, which she already knew, more or less. And Jack liked her, and she liked him way too much, or maybe the right amount. Maybe it was time to go for it. And if she wanted to prove something tonight, a constantly buzzing phone wasn't going to help. Maybe she'd just mute it for a little while. It was after 10. She slid the switch over. There. She and Jack had been together for a few weeks now. And yes, she'd been wary, given her own romantic past, and Jack's ex-wife being around, not to mention the emotional maelstrom surrounding the accident. But tonight she wouldn't be. He came back upstairs, and Emmeline stood up.
So, was tonight really awful?
He asked, setting the bottle on the counter. Rather than answer, she went over to him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him for all she was worth. Hot, wet, demanding, 100% slutty kissing. Jack didn't waste time. He grabbed her breeder hips and boosted her up on the counter, and Em pulled him close, feeling him hard and solid and hot against her. She slid her hands under his shirt, over his lean stomach, his lightly furred chest, and tugged his shirt off over his head, then let her hands wander down his back, kissing him again, pulling his hips harder against her. Jeans unfastened. Then she scooched off the counter, pulled off her sweater, unhooked her skirt, and let it fall to the floor. Jack's eyes lowered, and a very gratifying noise came from his throat, right before he unhooked her bra. And then she was kissing his neck, his hot, beautiful neck, and bit down on his collarbone. And then the smooth, cool tile of the kitchen floor was against her back, and Jack was on top of her, hard and heavy and hot, while his mouth burned heat on all the best spots, until she wriggled free and returned the favor. So, yeah, wary no more. Not when you were doing it on the kitchen floor. The animals, bless their furry little hearts, stayed sound asleep, despite the noise. Chapter 24. Jack Holland was a happy man, for now anyway. After the kitchen floor encounter, which, by the way, yes, he'd led Emmeline into the master bathroom, turned on the bath taps, and made out with her while the tub filled. Left her to get in while he uncorked the wine and brought them each a glass. Then he got in with her, pulling her back against his chest. So glad he'd gone for the big tub when he built the house. The only sound was the water sloshing if either of them moved, and the rain beating against the windows. The puppy came in and tried to drink out of the tub, making them both laugh. And if there was a better sound than Emmeline laughing, Jack didn't know what it was. Her skin was creamy and soft, and her body was solid and strong and perfect. After a little while, she couldn't help but notice that he was noticing, and she turned around to face him, and they did it right there in the tub. Come to think of it, Jack did know what sound was better than Emmeline laughing. It was her saying his name in a breathy, almost startled voice, and it made him feel incredible to make her feel so good. Then he took her to bed and pulled her against him, her dark hair against his jaw, her hand over his heart. She was asleep within seconds, but Jack just lay there, feeling something he hadn't felt in a while now. Peace. His marriage had been tumultuous, Jack never knowing which version of Hadley he'd be coming home to at the end of the day. The brief periods of happiness had been built on what he thought he knew, like judging a wine on its color and clarity, only to find it had turned to vinegar. After he'd walked in on Hadley and Oliver, came that edgy, angry sense of failure and loneliness. And then, since the boys had gone into the water, his mind had been like a river after a savage flood, all sorts of sharp, dangerous things sliding under the current, sharp and unseen, sometimes rushing past, sometimes slamming into him without warning. But now, there was something else blanketing that, and for the first time in a very long while, Jack felt at peace. He wouldn't have guessed the potty-mouthed, hockey-playing cop would have been the right one for him. He'd have been wrong. Lazarus jumped up on the bed, and after a second, Jack heard the cat's rusty purr. From Emmeline's side, no less. Even his feral cat liked her. He wasn't aware that he'd fallen asleep until he heard a noise, a thudding. Thunder? No. Someone was at the door. The clock read 2:37 a.m. He slid out of bed, pulled on his pants, and went to the front door. It was Prue. It couldn't be good. "I've been calling for 45 minutes, useless," she barked. "Pop's had a heart attack. Hurry up, Jack. It's not good." Adrenaline shot through his arms and legs. He grabbed his sweatshirt from a hook and pulled it on, ran to get his wallet and keys and phone. 16 missed calls, a screen full of texts. Why the hell hadn't he heard? "Is everything okay?" Em stood there, wearing his bathrobe, hair tangled. "Our grandfather's in the hospital," Prue said. "Heart attack." "Oh no. Can I do anything?" "My phone was off," Jack said tightly. Her hand flew over her mouth. "Jack, I'm so sorry. I muted it before—" Jesus H. Christ. That was something that Hadley would do, not Emmeline. "We have to go," he said. "I'll call you later." He didn't have time to discuss it. His grandfather was dying, and he hadn't even known. Everyone was at the hospital, sitting grimly in the waiting room of the ER. Goggy was flanked by Honor and Faith. Abby was sobbing quietly in Ned's arms. Carl, Levi, Charlie, and Tom stood off to one side. Mrs. J had her arm around Dad. Jack went right to Goggy and knelt in front of her chair. "Oh, Jack," she said, and hugged him. "We don't know anything right now," Honor murmured. "Jeremy's still with him." Apparently, Pops had awakened with chest pain radiating into his left arm. He'd been unable to talk, and Goggy didn't waste time, just pressed the emergency button that all apartments at Rushing Creek had and shoved a baby aspirin in her husband's mouth. The facility had its own ambulance service, and they'd gotten him to the hospital in fewer than 15 minutes. Goggy also called Jeremy, who was Pops's regular doctor, and Jer was with the cardiologist now. "Sounds like you did everything right," Jack told his grandmother. "Just like always." "We only just started liking each other last year." She wept against his neck, and Jack hugged her closer. Now, Jack murmured, his throat tight. "You know what he told me the other day? He said you were the love of his life." Goggy tried to smile. "Of course I am. Who else would put up with him?" "Hey, guys," Jeremy said from the hallway. "He's stable for now. Elizabeth, he wants to see you in a minute. John, could you come with me?" Dad looked at him, and Jack went with him, putting his arm around his father's shoulders as they walked down the hall. Usually, his sisters would make disgruntled comments about sexism in the family and call Jack the little prince. The fact that they didn't was horrible. No one lives forever, of course. That wasn't exactly news, but it was still shocking when that universal truth hit home. Pops was easy to dismiss as a joking, bickering old man, but that was just the surface. John Noble Holland, Jr. had a deep love of his family and land, the work ethic of a Spartan, and a sentimental streak that he did his best to keep hidden. But he got choked up every time he saw Jack in his navy whites. He put flowers on all the graves in the Holland family cemetery on the anniversaries of their deaths, and each April before the blessing of the crops. His eyes filled when Faith and Levi told everyone about the baby. Last year, when Goggy had almost died in a house fire, the fear of losing his wife had practically felled him. Jeremy stopped outside a room and signaled them to go in. Pops was gray, an oxygen mask over his face. If not for the beeping of the heart monitor, Jack would have assumed he was dead.
"We're here, Dad,"
his father said, taking the old man's hand. His eyes were full of tears.
"Hey, Pops,"
Jack said. Pops's eyes fluttered open. He gestured weakly to his face, and Jeremy leaned over and took the mask off.
"Proud of you,"
he whispered, looking at Dad, then Jack.
"So proud of my boys."
Then his eyes closed again, and the beeping of the monitor slowed. Chapter 25. To say that Emmeline was writhing in guilt would not have been an exaggeration. Shit. How could she have decided to mute Jack's phone, without even asking him? For the 10th time that morning she scrubbed a hand over her face. She was still at his house, though she had to go to work in half an hour. But she'd stayed, hoping to see him first. The coffee maker was set up, and she'd even baked somewhere around 4:00 a.m., an almond coffee cake, her grandmother's recipe, and one of the few things Em could
take this time to lean back, reflect, and let the melody calm your heart before we return to the story. This content is completely free. Thanks for spending time with us.
bake from memory. She'd imagined Jack coming home and telling her his grandpa was okay. What a night. Had she baked? Oh, was certainly forgiven. No worries on the phone thing. But he didn't come home, and he didn't call or text either, and she didn't dare interrupt. She wasn't family, after all. The rain had turned to snow at some point, the fat, heavy, discouraging snow of late winter, not enough to be a real storm, more than enough to be depressing. Sarge erupted into excitable barks, and Emmeline jolted from the table where she was sitting. Sarge's tail wagged and he whined and pawed at the floor-to-ceiling window. It was Hadley, walking up Jack's driveway, wearing a shiny black raincoat. Super. Emmeline opened the door just as the other woman knocked. "Surprise!" Hadley said, opening the raincoat. She was wearing a fire-engine red bustier and tiny scrap of panties. "Hi there," Em said. "Nice underwear." That was a perfect body, all right. Em guessed her thigh and Hadley's waist had to be about the same circumference. "Where's Jack? I need to talk to him, right now." Uh-oh. Hadley was drunk. Her eye makeup was smeared, and while she didn't quite look like Heath Ledger as the Joker, it was close. Her red lipstick had been crookedly applied, and the usually smooth and perfect blonde hair was matted in the back. Despite the cold, she wasn't wearing stockings, or sensible shoes. Those had to be 4-inch heels, and her feet were nearly blue. "Come in," Emmeline said. "Jack's not here." "Well, I was already at Blue Heron, and no one's there, so don't you lie to me. I want to see him. He's my husband, after all." "Not anymore, he's not," Em said. She wasn't about to tell Hadley about poor Mr. Holland. She'd end up going to the hospital, and Em didn't think Jack would want that one bit. But you know what? This was good practice for crisis negotiations. Half the calls they got were because someone was under the influence. First rule of negotiations, establish rapport. Come on in, Hadley. Those shoes are amazing, but your feet must be freezing.
I don't have to do what you say,
Hadley slurred. No, of course not. But are you sure? It's nice and warm in here. There's coffee.
Take a bite of my pink southern ass.
She poked a finger against M's chest with each of the last 3 words. M smothered a smile. Hard to commit to active listening and empathy with a statement like that. You must be pretty frustrated, she said.
Go to hell. Where's Jack?
He's not here, I promise.
Are you two sleeping together?
Ruh-roh. Emmeline paused.
No!
Hadley shrieked, guessing the answer.
How dare you steal my husband, you Yankee slut!
Clearly, stating the obvious wasn't going to help here. Em opened the door wider. Hadley, come inside and we can talk. You have a point.
No, you're not the boss of me. And if I can't have Jack, then I may as well go off and die.
She burst into noisy sobs. For the love of the baby Jesus. Hadley, let's have some coffee and you can, see Lazarus, right? You must miss him. You're a cat person, right?
I hate that animal. I hate him. Jack! Jack, I need you. If you don't come out right now, I swear I'm gonna make you sorry.
With that, she picked up a rock and threw it at the house, and it was like she was channeling Derek Jeter firing to first base, because there was a smash as a window broke. Clearly, that hadn't been planned, because Hadley's mouth dropped open. She cut her wide eyes to Emmeline.
Oopsie,
she said, then bolted, wobbling crazily in her ridiculous shoes. Instead of down the driveway toward the road, she ran into the woods. This was just great. With a curse, Em ran after her. This was not how she wanted to spend her morning, and God forbid Jack come up the driveway to see his girlfriend, who'd turned off his phone to make sure their shagging wouldn't be interrupted, preventing him from being with his family during a crisis, chasing his ex-wife, who was drunk off her pink southern ass and nearly naked. For a drunk, Hadley was fast. "Hadley!" Em yelled. "Knock it off! You're going to hurt yourself!" Or freeze to death. It was raw today. Hadley's coat flapped like awkward wings. And what was that about making Jack sorry, huh? Aside from breaking his window, that was. Jack didn't need this. Not with Mr. Holland in the hospital, very, very sick, or even dead. "Hadley, please stop." She turned around and gave Emmeline the finger. Nice. A branch slapped Em across the forehead and tangled in her hair, and she growled with irritation. She caught up to Hadley as the smaller woman tried to climb over a rock wall. Hadley saw her coming, bent over, and picked up a handful of something, then turned and shoved it in Em's face. Dirt and snow. Gross. Em grabbed her hand, twisted it behind her back, and yanked her back against her. "Knock it off," she said, spitting out some frozen moss, "or I'm arresting you for drunk and disorderly."
"Jack! Jack!"
Hadley shrieked, struggling. So, getting a drunken, surprisingly strong woman out of the woods wasn't easy. "Can you just walk, please?" she said as Hadley writhed. "I really don't want to have to carry you." She got kicked in the shin for an answer. Branches snapped underfoot, and a squirrel followed them from the tree branches, laughing at the idiocy. Some of the snow Hadley had shoved at her had slid down Em's shirt, of course, and there was a cold, wet lump sitting on her chest like a third breast. 5 minutes later, Emmeline had Hadley handcuffed and locked in the back of the cruiser, where Hadley was sobbing. At least she couldn't hurt herself, or the car if she was cuffed, and she'd done more than enough to earn it. There were a few leaves in Hadley's tangled hair, and raccoon eyes from where her mascara had melted. Em leaned against the cruiser, breathing hard. She wasn't much better off than her passenger. Her forehead stung and her shin throbbed. "Okay, first things first. I'll be right back," she told her passenger. Emmeline went inside to the bedroom with the broken window and picked up the glass, then closed the door so too much heat and the cat wouldn't get out. Debated on calling Levi and then decided he didn't need to hear about this just yet. He had other things on his mind. She went back outside, opened the door of the cruiser for Sarge, and got behind the wheel. "Is your sister still in town?" she asked. "No, I've got no one and nowhere to go." "Have you always depended on the kindness of strangers?" "As a matter of fact, yes." "Okay, Blanche Dubois." Em stifled an eye roll. She'd take Hadley to the station because she didn't have time to babysit her at her apartment. She was the officer on call today. Hadley could just sit tight in the holding cell and sober up. Em rubbed a spot on her jaw where Hadley's head had slammed into her. It was going to be a long day. 10 minutes later, they were at the station. "You must be freezing. Isn't she freezing?" Carol Robinson asked when Emmeline brought Hadley in. Though Emmeline had tied Hadley's coat closed, it barely covered her ass. Also, Hadley had refused to put on her shoes. "Isn't that Jack Holland's wife?" "Ex-wife," Emmeline said tightly. "Everett, unlock the cell for me." Hadley arched her back as they walked down the hall, still trying to get away. "Don't! Not in there, please! Not that! I can't stand that!" "It's not exactly a pit in the ground, Hadley," she said, as Everett opened the holding cell door. "You'll just stay here for a little while. There's a blanket on the bed. Get warmed up, okay?" She uncuffed her, gave her a gentle push in, and closed the cell door. "I'll bring you something to wear." "Please, please don't lock me up!" Hadley pressed a fist to her mouth and sobbed like she'd just seen The Notebook for the first time. Ev was staring at Hadley's outfit, or lack thereof, his mouth hanging open. Em smacked him on the head. "Ev, come on."
Right, sorry,"
Everett said.
"What happened to you? You look awful. You're all dirty."
"Emmeline, you're filthy," Carol pointed out. "Yes, I know." Em went to her locker, where she kept a clean uniform, as well as a pair of yoga pants and an MPD sweatshirt. She pulled the latter two out and handed them to Carol. "Bring these to Meryl Streep, okay? And ask her if she's hungry."
"Is Meryl Streep here?"
Everett asked. Emmeline closed her eyes. "No, Ev, I meant Hadley, the woman in the cell." Carol went back down the hall, and a second later Hadley bellowed, "These are way too big," followed by more sobbing. When Carol returned, she was trying hard not to giggle. "She wants to know if she gets a phone call," she said. "She can have one when she sobers up a little." Em tried to be professional. Hadley was in custody and a guest of the town now, not just Jack's ex-wife. But it was hard to know if she was treating Hadley like she'd treat anyone else, because maybe she was being too nice. Hadley had driven under the influence. Somewhere during her rant on the way to the station, she'd admitted that, and her car was parked half on Blue Heron's lawn, half on the driveway. She'd thrown a rock through the window, which constituted criminal mischief. Drunk and disorderly, menacing a police officer, more or less. What would Levi do? Em thought he'd do pretty much what she'd already done. Give her time to cool down, then deliver a stern lecture, name-drop some of the charges that could be leveled against her, and tell her to grow up. Yeah, all in all, Em was pretty sure she'd done a good job. She washed up and changed into her uniform, brushed her hair and put it in its customary bun, took a few deep breaths and left the locker room. "Levi called," Carol said. "John Holland, the old one, had a heart attack, and he's being admitted, so he'll be at the hospital with Faith." "How's Mr. Holland doing?" Emmeline asked. "He didn't really say. Maybe you should ask Jack." "Yeah. Anything else?" "Yep." Carol handed her a few messages, then sat back down at her desk. Typical stuff for a weekday. Mrs. McPhails thought she saw a trespasser. Someone saw a stray dog or possibly a coyote in their backyard. A speeder passed Phyllis Nebbins's house. The Knox's free-range chickens were causing traffic danger. Dalton hadn't shown up for school. Em checked her phone. Nothing from Jack. "Okay, I'll go out on these calls. Everett, keep an eye on Hadley, okay?"
"You bet,"
he said, going back to his computer. She heard the Angry Birds music, gave him a look, and left. When Emmeline got back to the station a couple of hours later, Everett met her at the door.
"We might have a problem," he said. "I just checked on Hadley and she's not too good."
Shit. She ran down the hall to the holding cell. Hadley was sitting on the floor, practically drowning in M's clothes. She was rocking and whimpering, and the smell of vomit was unmistakable. "Hadley?" M said, going into the cell. "You okay?" "Please, let me out," she whispered, seeming completely different from before. "Yeah, sure. You feeling all right now?" "Can I make a phone call?" She was shaking. "Absolutely." Emmeline led her out of the cell and into the station proper. "We're not charging you with anything. Not yet, anyway. I just wanted you to be safe. You were pretty wild before. Do you remember that?" She nodded. M sat at the desk and handed her the receiver. "Just dial 9 to get an outside line," she said. Then she took a few steps away so as not to eavesdrop. This wasn't good. "What happened?" Carol asked. "She threw up. I don't know what else. She's a lot quieter now. Everett, were you watching her?"
Yeah, I was. I mean, when she settled down, I was kind of glad, you know?"
"When did you check on her last?" He looked at the clock and winced.
"An hour ago, maybe?"
Great. So Hadley could have been sitting in puke for an hour. There was a hard pit in her stomach. This wasn't going to end well. "Can I get you anything?" Emmeline asked Hadley when she hung up. "Some water, maybe?" Hadley shook her head and just folded her hands in front of her. "Do you need the bathroom? Want to get cleaned up?" "No, thank you." Her voice was a whisper. The minutes ticked by. Em tried to take care of some paperwork, but dread was settling over her like a cold, damp fog. Then the door opened. "Jack," Hadley whispered. She stood up and wobbled into his arms, looking more like an orphan than the irate prostitute she resembled earlier. Her feet were bare. Damn, Em should have given her socks. Hadley was shaking like a leaf, all of her, right down to her toes. For once, Emmeline didn't think she was faking.
"Emmeline, what the hell happened here?"
Jack asked, his voice hard. "She was drinking, Jack. She showed up at your house and—"
"So you arrested her?"
As if they sensed a scene brewing, the 4 paid members of the Manningsport Fire Department, as well as Shannon and Kelly Murphy, who were training to become EMTs, wandered over.
"Hey, Jack, how's your grandfather?"
Gerard asked.
"Not good," Jack said. "Emmeline, you gonna explain this?"
Em glanced at the Murphy girls, who grimaced in sympathy. "I didn't actually charge her. I just put her in the holding cell."
"She's claustrophobic, Emmeline."
Shit on rye. "I didn't know that."
"You couldn't tell? Take a look at her."
Em ran a hand over her head. "No one likes going in the drunk tank, Jack." "She was screaming and crying," Carol said, most unhelpfully. Sounded a lot like police brutality, the way Carol put it. "Well, she was screaming from the time she got to your house," Em said.
"So you arrested her,"
Jack said, his mouth tight.
"She said you chased her and handcuffed and locked her in a cell. Really, Em? Because she was upset?"
"No. It was because I thought she was a danger to herself and possibly others. She was very aggressive.
You probably outweigh her by 40 pounds, Em. You couldn't handle that?"
The stutter opened its skeleton eyes. "I was acting in my capacity as a police officer," Emmeline said stiffly.
"Sounds like you were acting like a jealous bully,"
he said, his voice calm and flat, and the words actually made her head jerk back. Oh God, was he right? Her stomach curled in on itself. Hadley looked so small and ruined and vulnerable. Her face was white. A person couldn't fake that.
"Jack,"
Everett began.
"I don't have time for this,"
Jack said tightly.
"My grandfather is at death's door, and I have to get back to the hospital. But now I have to take care of her, because look at her, she's a wreck. Thanks, Emmeline."
"Jack, I didn't..." Her voice stopped cold. The stutter, her old enemy, laughed and squeezed. "I have to go," Jack said. Then he opened the door, looked at Hadley's feet, and scooped her into his arms so she wouldn't have to walk barefoot to the truck. Chapter 26. The good news was Pops was still alive. The bad news was everything else. The past few days had passed in a tense blur of bad coffee and worse sleep. Jack went to the hospital, always careful to check the corridor for Mr. and Mrs. Diener, not wanting to cause them any further upset than he had already. When he'd finally returned home late that first night, he'd found a broken window in the yellow room upstairs. He'd taped a sheet of plastic over it, the silence of his house pressing down on him, grateful for Lazarus's weird little croaks. Then he lay down on the couch and fell asleep, his phone on the coffee table set on the highest volume, and woke around 5 o'clock, his cat sleeping on his chest. There was a coffee cake on the counter, and the coffee pot was set up and ready to go. That would have been Emmeline's work. He felt a pang of guilt, but God damn it, he was tired of feeling guilty. The woman had turned off his phone. He didn't have a landline, she knew that. What if Pops hadn't made it? What if she'd taken away his chance to say goodbye to his funny, crusty old grandfather? Em had no right to decide when he could get calls. None. Yeah, okay, taken by itself, it wasn't that big a deal. She hadn't known Pops was going to have a heart attack. But what about arresting Hadley? Had all that really been necessary? Jack was well aware that his ex-wife was a drama queen, but she'd been genuinely traumatized. And when Jack saw her there in the oversized clothes, tears streaming out of her eyes, oh, screw it. Jack didn't know what, but he couldn't just leave her there. He'd driven her from the police station to her place at the Opera House, called Frankie and asked her to come. While Hadley was in the shower, he made her a grilled cheese sandwich and waited till Frankie arrived. Hadley was pale and didn't seem to want to talk. She seemed, in fact, embarrassed. And something more, too. Whatever it was, Jack just wanted to get back to his grandfather, and the second Frankie arrived, he got back in his truck and returned to the hospital. Since then, he'd been swamped with family responsibilities. Dad was quite a softy, as everyone knew, and Jack spent as much time as he could with him, the two younger John Hollands keeping vigil over the eldest. Jack also made sure to check on the business end of Blue Heron, Honor's domain, to make sure his sister wasn't too swamped, but the ever-capable Jessica Dunn seemed to be holding down the fort just fine. He called Faith twice a day, because she was due momentarily, and he wanted to make sure she wasn't overdoing it, because she'd been staying with Goggy. He dropped by Prue's house to see how Abby was. She'd never lost anyone close to her. Then he drove back to Blue Heron to filter the wine and check the sediment, because it was almost time to bottle and these things couldn't wait. He made his calls, stopped by Hadley's. She'd been doing a lot of sleeping, according to Frankie, then went back to the hospital, then home. 3 days after the heart attack, Pops went back to the apartment at Rushing Creek. He was now on Lipitor and Coumadin, with instructions to stop eating cheese, ice cream, whole milk, and anything good, in his words. He was weaker, but Jeremy called him ridiculously healthy, despite his horrifying cholesterol level. Jack checked in with him and Goggy every night, because, despite his grandmother's protestations, he was worried about her, too. Neither grandparent was young, and Pops's scare had reminded everyone of that. And now, 4 days after Pops's heart attack, Jack found himself driving from the hospital to Emmeline's little house on Water Street. Dusk was falling, and the lake was cobalt, a fat moon rising over the ridge. He had the feeling he owed her an apology. Being wrong wasn't a feeling Jack was used to. His sisters liked to call him the prince, the son and heir, and there was some truth to that. He knew his father had wanted a son, Mom too, and he wasn't named John Noble Holland IV for nothing. All his life he'd tried to do the right thing. He'd been an A student, an Eagle Scout, as good a brother as he could manage, having the occasional tea party with Faith, teaching Honor to drive, babysitting for Prue and Carl when Ned was a baby. His mom had thought he was pretty damn perfect, and Dad didn't think it, he believed it with his whole heart. In truth, Jack could think of 2 times he'd made a significant mistake. One,
the time he'd jumped off the falls up near the ruins of the old stone barn and broken his arm. 2. Marrying Hadley. Calling Emmeline a bully? Yeah, okay. That was number 3. "Can I see you a minute?" Emmeline asked, standing in the doorway of Levi's office. It was nearly quitting time.
"Sure, come on in."
She did, closing the door behind her. Levi had heard about the incident with Hadley and Jack's reaction. Of course he had. Carol had told him the second he walked through the door, and Gerard had come over 5 minutes later with the same gossip. She opened her mouth to speak, then found that her throat was tight. Not with the stutter, with tears. The stutter had slunk back to its hole, though last night when Angela had practically goose-stepped her to O'Rourke's, Em's heart had been thundering, positive someone was going to say, "Hi, Emmeline," same as they had back in the day. No one did, but people knew anyway. Colleen even sent drinks on the house.
"What can I do for you, Deputy?"
Levi asked. "How's Mr. Holland?" she asked, even though she already knew. Word was out that the old guy was back at Rushing Creek, complaining that he already missed the pretty cardiologist who'd taken care of him.
"He's fine," Levi said. "He's doing really well, actually."
"Good. And Faith?"
"Very ripe."
His mouth tugged up. "You'll make a great dad, Levi."
"Thanks."
He kept looking at her. It was a trick of his, that patient stare. And she broke. "I'm thinking I should quit."
"Quit what?"
"This job." More staring then.
"Unacceptable, Deputy."
She swallowed. "I screwed up, Chief, with Hadley. I didn't handle the situation well, and things just escalated. I didn't check on her." She looked at her hands. Probably time to take off that old polish she'd put on for stupid Kevin's wedding. "Maybe I'm not a good cop," she said, her voice husky. "She was in crisis mode, and I didn't take care of her." Levi sighed and sat back in his chair.
"Listen," he said, "you're going to screw up from time to time on this job. It's impossible not to. You investigate a call where you know the guy is beating his wife, but you can't convince her to leave him. You cruise through a neighborhood and you still miss the burglary."
He tapped a pencil against his desk, not looking at her.
"You give a kid a lecture and ticket him whenever you can, and he still crashes into the lake."
Ah, yes. Josh Diener had had a few brushes with the law.
"That doesn't make you a bad cop," Levi continued. "Hadley was drunk. You didn't know she'd freak out the way she did, and you had police business to take care of. If anyone screwed up here, it's Everett. He knows the drill. He was supposed to check on her every 15 minutes, and if I know him, he was playing on his phone."
"I just feel like I overreacted." She swallowed. "Like maybe Jack was right. Maybe I did what I did because she's Jack's ex."
"Emmeline,"
Levi said in that overly patient voice he used when he was irritated.
"Jack wasn't right. You're not a bully. You couldn't be. If anything, you were too easy on her. So shut up about quitting, because if you leave me alone with Everett, I will hunt you down."
He smiled, and Em felt herself smiling back. "Okay. Thanks, Chief."
"Good. Now, I have to get to the store because Faith is out of ice cream. You're a good cop, Emmeline. You're a very good cop. Are we done here?"
She sat there another minute.
"What?"
Levi said. "Nothing. Just, I love you, Levi."
"Get out."
"No, I'm serious. I love you. You're the best boss ever."
"You'll hate yourself in the morning."
He gave her a smile.
"You still mad at Jack?"
She scowled. "Who said I was mad at Jack?"
"You ate an entire box of donuts yesterday. You've traded in walking for stomping. You're mad at Jack."
"You're right. Jack was... Wait a second. Am I really so pathetic that you want to talk about my personal life?" Levi lifted an eyebrow. "God, I'm leaving. See you tomorrow, Chief." Em waved to Everett, kissed Carol on her cute little head, and got into her cruiser, feeling considerably better, at least on the work front. She drove home, went inside, and was greeted by Sarge and Squeaky Chicken, who seemed to have lost an eye and half its beak. "Angela?" she called. "Namaste," Ange called. "Doing yoga up here. Be down in 20 minutes."
Em took off her belt and hung it up, then pulled out her bun and went into the kitchen. Poured herself a glass of wine. Lion's Den, thank you very much. She was boycotting Blue Heron at the moment. The phone rang, and without looking to see who it was, she answered, then immediately wished she hadn't when she heard the voice on the other end. "Hi, Mom," she said. "Looking for Angela?" Sarge put Squeaky Chicken, soggy with drool, on her lap as a consolation prize. "No, actually, I wanted to talk to you." "Oh, that's nice." She pulled a face at her dog, who raised his eyebrows, as surprised as she was. "How are you?" She took a sip of wine, a big sip. "Good. We're moving to your area." Emmeline choked, sputtering wine on the phone, Squeaky Chicken, and Sarge's head. "Excuse me? With both you and Angela there, we may as well." "And by your area, what exactly are we talking about?" "Manningsport." Dear God, I'm ready. Hurl down that thunderbolt. Love, Emmeline. Mom was talking about proximity and the maternal bond, the habit of affection as influenced by visual recognition of loved ones, her extremely close relationship with Angela, the usual. Not once during high school did Mom and Dad mention moving here, to be closer not just to Emmeline but to Nana, too. Not once in the past 3 years that she'd made her life here had they ever talked about moving here. They'd barely visited, but they'd moved from Malibu to Palo Alto, sure, to be closer to Angela. And that hadn't bothered him, not really. But the fact that they were coming here, on her turf, to be closer to Angela? A sudden flare of anger burned in her stomach. "Yeah, do what you want," she said. "I have to go. Someone's here." Without saying goodbye, she hung up, then nearly fell out of the kitchen chair as someone knocked, as if she'd summoned them. Sarge galloped out of the kitchen, then hurled himself against the front door, and Em followed. "Down, killer," she said as he whined and wagged. "At least pretend to be fierce, okay? You're going to be a police dog someday, whether you like it or not." She opened the door, and her stomach burned again. Jack. "Hi," he said. "What can I do for you?" she asked. A little hard to play it frosty when her dog had wrapped both front paws around Jack's work boot and was chewing on the laces. "Can I come in?" "Why?" "Emmeline, come on." "Fine." He came into the foyer and glanced around. "Is Angela here?" he asked. "She's upstairs doing yoga. Sarge, stop." Sarge did stop, froze right in place, then raced into the other room and returned with Squeaky Chicken, whipping his head from side to side. Not the most dignified backdrop in the world, but hey. "How's your grandfather?" Emmeline asked. "He's good, doing well." "Yes, I know, because Levi told me and Faith told me, but you didn't say squat, Jack." "Glad to hear it," she said. "Thanks." She tried pulling Levi's trick of staring and waiting. It worked. "Look," he said, running a hand through his hair. "I may have overreacted a little the other day. I was under a lot of stress." "Sorry." She lifted an eyebrow. Jack sighed, that women are so difficult sigh. Hell yeah, they were. "Is that it?" she asked. "Should there be more?" "Nope. Have a good night." She opened the door again. "Emmeline, wait. Can I come in and actually sit down? Have a conversation with you?" "I don't think so, Jack." "Why?" "Because you called me a bully when I was only trying to help you and that idiot you married? Because you made me feel stupid and mean and unimportant? Because having you chew me out in front of my coworkers made me feel like I was in middle school again? Because you brought my stutter back? That's why." "Here's the thing," she began. "I hate when women lead with that." "Suck it up. Here's the thing, Jack." She folded her arms. "I told you this would happen." "You told me what would happen?" This messy, upsetting thing between us." "That's a nice way to describe it." "Well, you're the one who hasn't spoken to me in 4 days." "I've been busy the past 4 days.
By the way, why would you turn off my phone without telling me, huh?
Perhaps you remember the reason, Jack. No? The kitchen floor mean anything to you? The bathtub? Nothing's coming back?
Sarge whipped her with Squeaky's leg. Look, I shouldn't have done that. It was an impulse, and I am sorry about it. And I did apologize.
Fine, I forgive you, he said.
Gosh, how great!
But the thing is, Jack, she said, her voice getting tighter, because of course he was a man and would try to hang this on details when the big picture was staring him right in the face.
What is the thing, Emmeline?
The thing is that at first this was a fake relationship. Then you needed a distraction. Then you wanted fun. Then I fell in love with you. Well, shit on a steak sandwich. She hadn't meant to say that. Jack's mouth opened. Nana's grandfather clock ticked from the living room. Sarge growled and bit Squeaky on the head, getting a soft hiccuping sound. Otherwise, nada. Right, she said, moving along. She looked at the wallpaper pattern, the little white cherry blossoms against the brown backdrop, and tried not to cry.
Emmeline.
She'd give him this chance, this one microscopic chance to say he loved her, too. He looked at the floor.
You didn't mean that.
Oh, shut up. Of course I do. You're Jack Holland. Everyone loves you. Tears stung her eyes. Stupid, stupid, stupid Emmeline. And you're never going to feel that way from me. And you want to know why?
I sense a trap.
Now was not the time for jokes. Because I'm never going to be that woman who needs saving. If I twist my ankle, I can tape it up all by myself. If my ancient pet dies, I won't wrap myself around you like a python. She glanced apologetically at Sarge. Even though I'd be very sad, puppy.
I don't.
And if I cheat on you and my lover dies, I won't need you to hold my hand in the hospital. His head jerked back.
How did you hear about that?
Everyone's heard about that. He didn't answer. So, she said, her face hot, I guess I'm not your type. You get off on being a white knight, and I don't need one. Not everyone has to be in a relationship to feel good about themselves. Some people are better off on their own.
Wow. Glad you figured that out.
But Hadley will always need you. She's the damsel in distress, and you're her hero, and part of you gets off on that. And guess what? I hate that you've put me in this position. I told you we shouldn't have started this. I've already competed for a man's love, and I lost. I'm not doing it again.
I don't want Hadley, he snapped.
Then why is she still in town? He didn't answer. Because she'll always have some kind of crisis, and you can always rescue her and be the big hero.
Stop saying that word,
he barked, and Em actually jumped, she was so surprised.
You think I'm a hero? Josh Diener is dying a little more each day, literally rotting away on life support because I'm not a hero. Because my best wasn't good enough. Because when the time came, I failed. You think Hadley on a bender makes up for that? Are you out of your mind?
Sarge barked, thinking this was terribly exciting, and dropped Squeaky Chicken on Jack's shoe. Jack looked down.
You know what?
He said, his voice quiet now.
This is fine. You're right. We should be done. I wasn't really looking for a relationship, and neither were you. You just wanted a date for a wedding, and I pushed it, and I'm sorry. And that's fine. Take care.
He turned around and went into the foyer, just as Angela was coming downstairs, clad in black yoga pants and a yellow t-shirt. "Namaste, asshole," she said, the curse word sounding quite elegant with her accent. "Stop yelling at my sister."
Yeah.
With that, he opened the door and went down the steps. Em followed him out. "Jack." He stopped but didn't turn. "I wish you'd see someone about that PTSD." He didn't acknowledge her, just started walking down the street to his truck. From the soot-colored sky, snowflakes, swollen and tired, began to fall. Chapter 27. Em went back inside and sat on the couch, not chastising Sarge as he jumped up next to her and rolled on his belly for a scratch. "First things first," Angela said. "I'm calling the Chicken King. They deliver, did you know that? And making martinis, and then we're going to talk." Then she put a box of tissues next to Emmeline. "There, just in case you feel like having a little cry." "Oh, I'm not the type," Emmeline said, then promptly burst into tears. Yuck. She hated crying. It was so hot and embarrassing and uncontrollable. And yet here she was, sobbing on her sister's shoulder while Sarge licked her tears. A half-hour later, the fattening and delicious chicken had been delivered, and Angela was making a second batch of martinis, and Emmeline was surrounded by tissues and a solemn-looking puppy. Sarge's left ear was turned inside out, and she fixed it, getting a hand lick in return. Dogs were the best. Sisters, too. Angela came back, pressed a cold martini glass into Emmeline's hand, then folded her supermodel frame into Nana's rose-patterned chair. "I think you're right about him having a white knight complex. Man, you should become a lesbian, Em. It's so much easier on this side," said the woman who fled across the country to avoid her ex, Emmeline muttered. "You have a point," she sipped, looking like Africa's answer to Audrey Hepburn. "I'm going to say this once, darling, and keep in mind that my IQ was measured at 158 when I was 15 years old." "Already throwing around your creds. If you have them, flaunt them. Have you considered that perhaps, only perhaps, that you might have let this go a bit easily?" "What do you mean? Explain it for us imbeciles with IQs in the normal range." "Well, Kevin broke your heart, the horrible man. You've avoided relationships since then." "Not really. Not on purpose. Please, don't insult my extremely high intelligence. As I was saying, now you've fallen for Jack, and at the first sign of his not being absolutely lovely and perfect, you jettison him from your life to avoid further distress." "Did I tell you Mom and Dad want to move to Manningsport?" "Nice try at changing the subject. Does any of what I say ring true?" Yeah. Emmeline blew her nose and had another slug of martini. "The thing is, Ange, I walked right into this. I knew he was kind of messed up, and I know I'm not really his type, but I fell for him anyway." "Of course you did. He's wonderful." Another hot line of tears streaked down her face. "He made me stutter," she whispered. "When he got mad at me the other day, I stuttered in front of everyone." "And? Did the world stop spinning? Did you get fired? Did everyone throw trash at you?" Em rolled her eyes. They may have gotten stuck, but her face was rather numb. Angela made a mean martini, so she wasn't sure. "No, smart-ass." Another sip. "But it's a sign of weakness just the same." "It's a sign that you care very much about how he feels, especially in regard to you. That's not weakness. That's being human." Sarge put his cute little nose on her knee. Her baby dog was getting enormous. She gave him a bite of drumstick in exchange for the drool-covered squeaky chicken. "Okay, enough lecturing," Angela announced. "Let's watch Titanic. I have a terrible crush on Kate Winslet." They put the movie on, and just as Jack first saw Rose on the rich people deck, Emmeline said, "Angela?" "Yes, darling." "I'm so glad my parents adopted you." Then it was Angela's turn to cry. The next morning, there was a cheerful note from Angela on the kitchen table, saying she'd be at Cornell for 2 nights to do some intensive research, but if Em needed her to come home, she would come as fast as a bumblebee, or if Em wanted to come to Ithaca, that would be lovely too. Angela. She really was flawless, except she was a horrible slob in the bathroom and something of a flirt, from what Em had seen. It would actually be nice to be alone for a night or two. Angela's insight and brilliance made it a little hard for Em to know what to think. She had the day off and the sun was shining. Last night's snow squall had melted, and it might even hit 45 today, according to the notoriously unreliable forecasters. "Do you want to go for a run?" she asked Sarge, smiling as the dog immediately grabbed his hideous chicken and ran to the door. She got changed, tucked her phone into her running shorts pocket,
leashed up Wonder Pup, and set out. People called to her and waved, and a few folks in the village stopped to admire Squeaky Chicken and pet the dog. The air smelled like spring. Sure, there'd be the heartbreak storm in April, there always was, but for now it was warm, for New York, and soft and smelled earthy, the sharp scent of shale cutting through. She ran out of town, settling into a pace, Sarge easily keeping up beside her. Past the blue and purple Victorian, where the nice Murphy family lived, crocuses peeking up from their lawn, past the old school that was possibly being turned into a community center. Shalane Shanta was in her yard on Buttermilk Road, scooping soggy leaves from a flower bed. "Any news on the adoption front?" Emmeline asked, stopping. "Just past the home visitation," Shalane said, beaming. "Fantastic. If you need a character reference, let me know, okay? Since I'm an upstanding citizen and officer of the law." She continued running, her legs strong and sure, despite it being a few weeks since her last outing. Nice, mindless running. Kept her mind off Jack. She might not be his girlfriend anymore, but she was still worried about him, even if he was a lost cause. When she got to Meering Falls, she stopped, breathing hard. Sarge dropped Squeaky long enough to drink from the heavy stream of water. She loved it here. Not just here at the base of the beautiful gorge, carved out by water and time, but here in Manningsport, in New York. The perfect weather and excessive wealth of Malibu had never felt right, and she said a silent prayer of thanks to Nana for taking her in, a heartsick 14-year-old who could barely get a sentence out. Her phone rang, startling her. Given that she was a cop, you'd think that the phone wouldn't scare her half to death, but such was not the case. Great. Mom again. She briefly considered letting it go to voicemail, but after the incident with Jack's phone, she was a little wary of doing that. "Hi," she said. "I know you think we love Angela more," Mom started, her voice prim, indicating hurt feelings. Em closed her eyes and sighed. "It's just that I never knew how to fix you. I hated seeing you struggle, and I couldn't help you. And if there was ever a worse feeling in the world than failing your only child, I don't know what it is, Emmeline. Please cut me some slack. I did my best, and I'm well aware it wasn't good enough." "Mom, you didn't fail me, you replaced me." "That's not true." "You were more than happy to ditch me on Nana, and then 4 months later you have a new and improved daughter. How is that not replacing me?" "You're the one who wanted to live with my mother. You were so much happier out there, how could I say no? You could have at least pretended to miss me." Sarge lay down at her feet and sighed, biting down softly so Squeaky Chicken seemed to mew. "I did miss you," her mother snapped. "But what good would it have done to tell you that when you were so obviously improving? I hated that fucking stutter. I wanted to kill it for all the trouble it gave you. And when you called home and it was so much easier for you to talk, I couldn't burst into tears and tell you that I slept in your bed, could I? How would that have helped?" Emmeline paused. "Did you just drop the F-bomb, Mom?" "Adopting Angela was a somewhat impulsive decision. I felt like a failure as a mother, so yes, I tried again. If I'd known it would hurt you, I wouldn't have done it." "Can you give her back?" Em asked. "What? No, of course not." "It was a joke. I actually love Angela, you know." "Oh, well, that's good." The rushing of the falls was full and lovely. "I love you too, Mom." Nothing. There was no sound from the other end of the phone. "Are you crying?" Emmeline asked. "Yes." "In a happy way?" "Yes." Emmeline found that she was smiling. "Come and visit, okay? Soon." "Okay," Mom said. There was a pause. "Emmy, I'm so sorry I couldn't help you with the stutter." Em stroked her dog's soft fur. It had been a very, very long time since her mother had used that nickname. "It wasn't yours to fix, Mom," she said. "Besides, it built character." Her mother laughed, then blew her nose. "It sure did. No one has more character than you." "Not even flawless Angela?" Em teased. "Oh, her. She's so boringly flawless." Except she's pretty fabulous. Exactly. All right, I'll let you go. There was a pause. Can I call you again tomorrow? Mom asked. You can call me again tonight. Don't tell Angela I said she was boring. She's not. I know it was a joke, Mom. Don't worry. When she hung up, she knew where she had to go. Up and at 'em, Sarge, she said. We have places to go, people to see. She brought flowers. Yellow tulips, because nothing seemed more cheerful than that. They didn't work, of course. Em realized that the second she knocked on the door of room 405. Mrs. Diener? It's me, Emmeline Neal. Officer Neal? I was on call the night of the accident. Gloria Diener looked up from where she sat at the side of the bed. Oh, hello. Her voice was flat and quiet. The Dieners were not particularly popular in Manningsport. They'd moved here 6 or 7 years ago, from what Emmeline had heard. Too rich, too showy. They bought a perfectly lovely farmhouse way up on the farming side of the lake, away from the vineyards where the Mennonite farms dotted the land, then torn it down, much to the heartbreak of the former owners. In its place was a garish McMansion with a 5-car garage and 8 bedrooms, 11 bathrooms, an indoor pool and an outdoor pool, just for the 3 of them. From what Em knew and had heard, Josh was the worst of the spoiled rich kid cliché. Drugs and drinking and sex and the insanely fast car. Trips to Vale and Turks and Caicos and London. His parents would pull him out of school for vacations, sometimes for weeks on end, then throw a hissy fit when he stayed back a grade. Nothing was too good for their boy, who deserved everything just because he'd been born. Guess the Dieners were rethinking their child-rearing philosophy now. But the fact that Gloria Diener was here alone, that was just too sad. Would you like some company? Emmeline asked. Oh, all right. The respirator breathed in, then out. In, then out. A beeping alarm of some kind went off in the next room, then stopped. Em set the vase of flowers, which now looked obscenely happy, on the windowsill. It was the only arrangement there. She went over to the bed and looked down at Josh. Oh. He looked so small under all that equipment, the tubes and lines and swath of blankets. A downy beard sprung in patches on his face, and his eyes were open a slit but didn't move. His hands curled in toward his chest, which itself was sunken and thin. His hair was ragged and greasy, and he smelled of body odor and ivory soap. Hi, Josh, she said, touching his hand. It's Emmeline Neal, one of the cops in town. He can't hear you, Mrs. Diener spat. He's brain dead. But I'm praying for a miracle. Her words were heavy with bitterness, as if she wanted Emmeline to start spouting facts and tell her to accept reality. In, then out. It was chilly in here. Em pulled up the blanket a little bit. A Star Wars comforter, probably once much beloved. She swallowed. Can I sit down? She asked. Mrs. Diener shrugged, so Em sat. What was he like when he was little? Em asked, and the woman's head jerked back in surprise. Why? I don't know. She paused. I was there that night. I guess I'd just like to hear about him. The woman's face didn't change for a second. Then it softened, and her eyes smiled with memory. Oh, she said, and her voice was young again. He was so beautiful and mischievous. She reached out to touch Josh's hand. He had this laugh that let him get away with murder. Always running, always breaking things. But then he'd look at me with that smile, and I just couldn't be mad at him. Her voice cracked. I just couldn't. I loved him so much. I still do. She started to cry. My husband says we have to let him go, but I can't. How can I let my baby die? How do I stop being a mother? In a flash, Em knelt by Mrs. Diener's side and hugged her. I don't know, she said, her own voice shaking. I don't know. The doctors say he's already gone, Gloria whispered, clutching Em's shirt. My husband says the same thing." She looked at Emmeline. "Do you think he is?" This was her chance to say the right thing, to make all the difference to Gloria Diener, whose son was surely dying. "I don't know," she repeated, "but whatever the right thing is, you'll know. You're his mother." But Gloria just looked at her son, her face so full of sorrow that Em couldn't understand how she bore it. "Thank you for coming," she whispered. "I'd like to be alone now." She looked back at Em. "And thank you for talking to him. No one does that anymore." Em hugged her again, but Mrs. Diener was locked back into her vigil. She was almost out of the room when Gloria's faint voice stopped her. "You were there that night?" Em turned. "Yes, Chief Cooper and I. We took over for Jack Holland." "Jack Holland." Her voice hardened. "We wouldn't be here if it hadn't been for Jack Holland." No, Emmeline thought. He'd be visiting a grave. "Jack left him for last," Gloria said in an odd, lilting voice, as if she were trying to remember a song. "The one who needed him the most, and Jack left him for last. My baby was all alone." The respirator breathed in and out, in and out. "He wasn't alone," Em said very, very softly. "Jack was in the water the whole time." But Gloria's head was turned to her son, and Em doubted that the grieving mother even heard. Chapter 28. Jack knocked on the door of 3C. A second later, Hadley opened the door. "Hey," she said, "come on in." She looked different, younger and tired, and she wasn't beaming at the sight of him. It had been a week since her incident at the police station, and while Jack had seen her every day, they hadn't really talked. Today, they would. "Can I get you anything? Coffee or water?"
"No thanks," he said. "Sit down, Hadley."
She did, taking a throw pillow and holding it over her stomach. "This weather, huh? Crazy." It hadn't been particularly crazy, not for Western New York anyway. Then again, people always talked about the weather when they were nervous.
"Hadley, it's time for you to move on,"
he said. Her eyes filled. "I know." He leaned back in his chair.
"I'll take you back to Savannah if you like."
"Why? Why would you do that for me after all the trouble I caused?" A good question. He shrugged.
"I don't know. I feel responsible for you. For us. For how our marriage didn't work."
"I cheated on you, Jack. I'm the one to blame for our divorce." She'd never admitted that before.
"People don't cheat for no reason," he said, looking out the window. "You weren't happy, so you looked elsewhere. I'm not excusing it, Hadley, but I understand. You were lonely and bored and wanted more attention than I could give."
"Than any human could give," he gasped. "My parents barely spoke to me. They were so mad," she whispered. "They thought you were the best thing that ever happened to me."
"I don't agree," he said. "I think we were just wrong for each other, no matter how it seemed at first."
A tear ran down her cheek. If he'd listened a little more carefully to smart people like Honor and his grandparents, to Mrs. Johnson and Connor O'Rourke, he might have picked up on their subtle and not so subtle notes of caution. If he'd taken longer to get to know Hadley, had her spend more time here rather than one idyllic weekend, the truth would have come out. And the truth was, they'd both seen what they wanted to see, and not what was actually there.
"Why'd you come back here, Hadley?"
She wiped her eyes. "It seemed like everyone around me was married and having babies, or a fabulous career, or both. And you know what I was doing? Part-time clerk at Bed, Bath & Beyond. I was 30 years old with nothing and no one, divorced before our first anniversary. A failure." He could have pointed out that there was no shame in hard work, or that she could have gone back to school for something else, but he knew from experience those words would fall on deaf ears. Hadley had always had a picture of how life was supposed to be,
and anything less was just what she said, a failure. Hadley swallowed. "When I saw you on the news, that handsome Anderson Cooper standing right there in front of the lake, and they were showing pictures of the vineyard and that photo of you from the website, and I thought, Hadley Boudreaux, you blew it." She grabbed a tissue and blew her nose. "So I came up here to get back what we had."
"What we had wasn't that great, Hadley. We fought a lot."
"Made up a lot, too." She took a shaky breath. "Jack, is there any way you could forgive me and get past what I did? I do love you." His heart gave an unwilling tug of sympathy.
"No, you don't," he said gently. "You loved the idea of me, just like I loved the idea of you. And I forgave you a long time ago."
Until he said the words, he hadn't realized they were true. "I'm so sorry for what I did, Jack," she whispered. "You deserved better." Finally, a sincere apology, something she'd never offered before.
"Thanks."
He stood up.
"Get packed, okay? I'll call your folks."
That night, Em left O'Rourke's, where Lucas Campbell had graciously flirted with her for 15 minutes, then been spelled by Jeremy Lyon, and then Tom Barlow while Honor talked to Colleen. And to her surprise, Em flirted back, offering to give Lucas a demonstration on how handcuffs worked, fixing Jeremy's collar, telling Tom his accent made him unfairly attractive. It was easy to flirt with nice men who were spoken for. The night was clear, no moon yet, and the stars were bright and sharp over the lake. She'd take Sarge down to the park for his nighttime walk, then maybe give Angela a ring, see how things were going in Ithaca. Maybe call Mom, too, for that matter. Maybe she'd drive up to Jack's. No. Or yes. She wasn't quite sure who had broken up with whom the other day. Either way, she wanted to see him. Just to check in, doing her civic duty, etc., etc. Maybe strip search him. Now, none of that, she reminded herself. Except he was awfully good-looking, especially naked. Maybe just talk to him more calmly this time. Really see how he was doing. See if the shadows in those clear blue eyes had faded a little bit. Whether or not they were together, she did love him. Missed him horribly. This was only the second time in her life she'd been in love. That had to say something. She obviously wasn't the type to fall for every guy who gave her the time of day. But all those songs and books and movies were right. The sun shone brighter, flowers smelled sweeter. Yada, yada. It was true. And Jack, hell, they didn't make guys like that every day. A man who loved his family, was good with children, who'd be the date for any lonely woman who needed one, who'd jump into a frigid lake and save 3 lives, and only focus on the one who didn't make it. She started down the street to her place, figuring she'd pop Wonder Pup in the car with her, then jerk to a halt. Speak of the devil, there was Jack's truck, parked in front of the Opera House. Em instinctively stepped into the doorway of Presque Antiques, the better to spy. She didn't have to wait. Hadley came out a second or two later, looking gorgeous in her cream coat and high boots. Jack followed, carrying a suitcase. "You got our tickets?" Hadley asked, her voice carrying easily across the tiny green.
"All done online," Jack said. "Savannah, here we come."
He opened the door for Hadley and handed her in, ever the gentleman. Walked around to the driver's side, stowed the suitcase, and got behind the wheel. And off they went. Emmeline swallowed hard, pressed her lips together to keep from crying. She had to hand it to Hadley. It's just that she hadn't really believed Jack would fall for her again. And though it had been years since Kevin had taken up with Naomi, Emmeline couldn't help the thought that roared to mind. The beautiful woman won again. Emmeline was with her at-risk kids the next day, trying to pay attention. But it was hard. 3 of the 4 kids were being tutored by Jack, and every time his name was mentioned, it felt like someone had zapped her with a taser. Kelsey was sullen. Dalton's ADD was enjoying a high spell.
He was doing headstands. Corey was cleaning his nails with a Swiss Army knife, which Em was considering confiscating, and Tamara was texting. "Why should I get detention for missing school?" Kelsey said. "I'm pregnant. I deserve to miss school." "Were you sick?" Em asked. "No," Kelsey said, as if it were the stupidest question in the world, which it might have been. "I just didn't want to go."
"They're discriminating against you. You should sue," said Dalton, flipping upright. "You got any more popcorn, Officer Em?"
"You ate it all," Emmeline said. "Alyssa missed way more school than me, and you don't see Dr. Didier up her ass, do you?" "Yeah, well, she's got a better reason than you," Tamara said without looking up from her phone. "No, she doesn't," Kelsey snapped. "I'm pulling off the miracle of life here. She's sad. Big deal." "Who's Alyssa?" Emmeline asked. "Josh Diener's girlfriend," Tamara said, "and she's totes destroyed over this." Tamara paused. "We all were. Like all of us girls, we were so crying and stuff. It was awful."
"Josh is an asshole," Corey said calmly.
"Yeah, well, he's dying. So does that make you happy?" Tamara asked.
"A little," Corey answered.
"Don't be like that, Corey," Em said.
"Honest, you mean?" Corey said. "He beat me up when I was a freshman."
Emmeline murmured something, but part of her was buzzing, humming with instinct. "What's Alyssa's last name?" she asked. After group got out, Emmeline drove to an upscale development on the west side of town. Come to think of it, this area had had a series of break-ins not too long ago. Josh Diener himself had been the culprit, but being a juvie only got community service. She knocked on the door of 67 Barn Circle Road and waited. No cars in the driveway, no lights on inside, except for one room upstairs. She knocked again. After another long minute, she heard feet thumping on stairs, and the door opened. "What?" "Alyssa?" "Yeah?" "I'm Officer Neal, Manningsport Police." She pointed to her badge. "Everything's okay, but I was wondering if I could talk to you." "Are my parents all right?" "Yep, I'm here to talk to you. Is it okay if I come in?" The girl's eyes were swollen from crying, and her brown hair was lank and flat. She wore pajama pants and a Manningsport High sweatshirt, several sizes too big. Josh's, Em would bet. Alyssa opened the door and padded into the living room, sat down and drew her knees to her chest. "Are you here alone, honey?" Em asked. "Yeah, my brother's in college. Did the school send you?" No. I just wanted to check in with you. You're Josh's girlfriend, aren't you?" She burst into tears, nodded. Em wished she'd brought Sarge. He was good for this sort of thing. "It must be really hard," she murmured. "I can't visit him anymore," Alyssa sobbed. "I just can't stand seeing him like that. I wish his mother would just pull the plug and let him die already." Emmeline nodded. She grabbed a box of tissues from the end table and handed it to the girl, who snatched a tissue. Her nails were bitten past the quick. "Have you been going to school?" she asked. "Maybe it would help to be around some other friends." Alyssa shook her head. "Everyone stares at me like I'm a freak. I just feel wrong all the time. My parents never liked him, and they're like relieved or something. I mean, they didn't say that, but I think they worried that Josh was going to turn me into a drug addict." "You must feel really lonely." Alyssa gave her a surprised look, as if she'd expected Emmeline to stick up for her parents. "I am. I miss him so much." "Of course you do. I heard you guys were really in love." "We were. Everyone thinks he was such a jerk, and he had his moments. He wasn't the easiest person in the world, but he could be so... Her face crumpled again, and she grabbed another tissue. "He had some nice qualities, too," Emmeline said. Alyssa looked up, her eyes huge and wet. "Yeah, he did. Like he never let me pay for anything. And I know it was his parents' money, but it was nice anyway. It felt really grown up, having a boyfriend who didn't have to scrape around for change just to buy you coffee." "Sure," Em said. "And he was sweet. He really didn't mind hanging out and just doing nothing. She started to sob again. I loved him. My mom says I have to get over this, but I can't. I had a boyfriend in high school, Em said, stretching the timeline just a bit. When he moved away, I felt like I'd never be happy again, and my mom was not sympathetic. Not that it's the same situation for you, but I remember the feelings. Alyssa nodded. Do you have any pictures of Josh? She asked. Yeah, of course. Want to see them? I'd love to, Em said. They went up the curving staircase to the girls' bedroom, which was unusually neat. The bed made, nothing on the bureaus, except 4 gift bags, each tied with a different colored ribbon. The buzzing in Em's knees intensified. Is it your birthday? She asked Alyssa. No. I'm just clearing out some of my stuff. Figured I'd give some jewelry away. She bit her nail, then stopped. There was, however, a framed 8x10 picture of her and Josh in the middle of the desk, as well as a single sheet of notepaper. Hot pink notepaper. Alyssa slid that into a drawer, then handed her the photo. Josh Diener grinned out at her, blonde and handsome, his arm around Alyssa. From the sound of it, he was a spoiled, entitled bully. But that wasn't really his fault. And now, he'd never have the chance to be anything else. You guys are gorgeous together, Em said. We're gorgeous, Alyssa corrected dully. This is a really pretty room. Do you have your own bathroom? Yes. Can I see it? Because that tingling was getting stronger. The room was too neat, and those gift bags. No, it's kind of messy. Oh, I don't care. Through here? She put her hand on the doorknob and Alyssa jumped. Please don't go in there, she said, covering Em's hand with her own. Em looked at the girl. Sweetheart, are you planning to hurt yourself? Alyssa bit her lip hard. Her eyes filled with tears once more. Yes. Emmeline put her arms around her. Oh, honey, she said. Please don't. I know you feel alone right now, but you're not. I'll help you however I can. Alyssa shook with sobs. I'm just so tired of being sad. She wept. I can't do it anymore. I know it feels that way, I really do, but it's not always going to be this bad. She kissed the top of the girl's head. I promise. Turned out Alyssa had swiped some sleeping pills from her aunt and was planning to swallow them that night. The pills were lined up on the bathroom counter along with a bottle of wine. The pink paper on the desk was a note to her parents, and the gift bags on the bureau were her favorite pieces of jewelry for her 2 best friends and 2 cousins. Em called Alyssa's parents and told them their daughter was safe, then explained the situation. Both of them screeched into the driveway within seconds of each other, raced through the door, and hugged their daughter against them. Lots of tears. Alyssa had been seeing a psychologist, though she'd skipped her last 2 appointments, and because she was 18, the doctor hadn't been able to tell Mr. and Mrs. Pearson. They called the doctor and put Alyssa on with her, watching and wringing their hands. But the girl promised not to hurt herself and made an appointment to see her first thing in the morning. Her dad called Jeremy Lyon to see if he could prescribe an antidepressant. By the time Em was preparing to go, Alyssa looked relieved, if exhausted, bundled up on the couch sipping a cup of cocoa. Mrs. Pearson walked her to the front door. I can't thank you enough, she said, her hands still shaking. We knew she was struggling, but we didn't know how bad it was. I'm glad she's getting help. It's not easy to get through something like this on your own. Officer Neal, Alyssa said, appearing in the foyer. Honey, go sit down, her mother said. You look as weak as a newborn kitten. This will just take a minute, Mom. Maybe you could make me a grilled cheese? Of course, Angel. She kissed her daughter on the cheek and went into the kitchen. What is it, honey? Em asked. I did some things to Jack Holland. I know. Alyssa blinked. You do? The note, leaving his lights on? The possum? The girl flushed and her eyes welled again. I was just so mad that he couldn't save Josh, too. Am I in trouble for that? Of course not, honey. He might press charges and stuff. He won't, I can guarantee that. Now, go sit down and let your mom take care of you. Thanks for coming over, Alyssa whispered, and, much to Em's surprise, the girl hugged her. Thanks for guessing. When Em got to the car, she found that her heart was clattering like an old tractor. Her hands were shaking and her face felt flushed. She couldn't tell if she was exhilarated or terrified or both. What if she hadn't gone over? What if she hadn't asked to see the bathroom? But she had. She'd listened to that prickling sense of warning, and Alyssa was going to be okay. She started the car and drove to the cow path by the old barn where the Manningsport police held their Memorial Day speed trap, turned off the engine, and reached for her phone to call Jack. Oh, right. She couldn't do that anymore. She dumped him. Or he dumped her. Either way, he was with Hadley again. Tonight she'd saved a girl's life. And you know what? That mattered more. She called Levi. Hi, it's Em, she said the second he answered. I just left the Pearsons' house. In a rush of blathering, she told him what happened. Levi was quiet when she finally stopped talking. Excellent job, Deputy, he said. Emmeline smiled. Typical chief. That's it? Why, you want a gold sticker? You deserve one. Write it up and we'll talk tomorrow. And, Em? Yeah? Remember this. This was a good day. Thanks, Chief. She called Jamie next, and her hostage instructor was thrilled. I knew you had the stuff, Em. You have to come work for us. Think about it. I'm happy here, but thanks, Jamie. It means a lot. She drove home, the adrenaline still pumping through her limbs. Too bad Angela was still in Ithaca. Em suspected she might be having dinner with Frankie Boudreaux. She'd call her later, but for now, a nice glass of wine was called for. Slippers, pajamas, a Gerard Butler movie. A figure rose from one of the Adirondack chairs on her porch, and Em's hand went to her holster. Just before she drew, she realized who it was. Kevin, I almost shot you, she said calmly. Hi, Emmeline, he said, smiling. How are you? 15 minutes later, Em was in her pajamas. Screw Kevin, he'd seen her in worse. Had a glass of wine in one hand and had poured Kevin a glass of water, since he was still alcohol-free, dairy-free, etc., etc. He was petting Sarge, who didn't seem to care that this was the man who'd once broken Mommy's heart, and was mooing a love song as Kevin scratched his ears. Em planned to have a firm talk with her puppy later on. So, what brings you to Manningsport? She asked, sitting down. I have an Iron Man in Buffalo, he said, smiling. Still had those damn beautiful eyes. Otherwise, the shock of his physical state was still, well, shocking. Figured I'd come by and say hello. Hello. You like living here? He asked. In your grandmother's house? I do. Why are you here, Kev? You and Naomi split up already? He laughed. No, we're really happy. Great. How's Jason? Who's Jason? Your date at the wedding? Your fake fiancé? Jack. He's fine. She took a sip of wine. So, you didn't answer my question, Kev. Why would you come see me? Aside from your wedding, I haven't talked to you in 3 years. He looked down at Sarge's head, which was resting on his knee, as the faithless cur gazed up adoringly. I'd like to apologize, he said. Go right ahead. He gave a little snort of laughter. You always were direct. One of the many things you said you loved about me. I did love you. I'm sorry I stopped. Em took another largish sip of her wine. Blue Heron. She'd run out of her Lion's Den stash, and this had been in the fridge. It was excellent, steely and bright, with notes of fairy's breath and sunrises. Whatever the case, it slid past the lump in her throat quite easily. Kevin was just looking at her, a faint, regretful smile on his face. She put the glass down.
I'll never understand what happened with us. I mean, I'm over you, now. But I never could figure that out. He nodded.
The thing is, Em, I hated myself. I couldn't think of anything except food and how disgusting I was. Everything else was fake, was just a very brief distraction from food and fat. I hated how fat I was, and I couldn't wait to eat again. When I started to lose the weight and rework my life, He shrugged. I hated you for loving the lazy, sad, pathetic person that I was.
And you loved Naomi for hating you.
Yeah. Ironic, huh?
So ironic. Well, thanks for coming by. What is it, 2 hours to Buffalo? He didn't move.
Not every love is meant to last.
Do you have that on a t-shirt somewhere? He grinned, surprising her, and she felt an unwilling and small rush of affection for him.
I'm really sorry, Em, he said. You'll always be my first love. I'll always be glad I knew you.
Her eyes stung. That was a damn fine apology. Or a line from a Nicholas Sparks book. Or both. Right back at you. She cleared her throat. I wish you all the best, Kevin, I really do. He took her hand.
And, Em, I'm sorry for what I said in the People article. You were never unsupportive. You were pretty great, in fact. And I wish you all the best, too.
She gave his hand a squeeze. I don't know how I would have made it through 8th grade without you, she said. She might have been like Alyssa, in fact. But because of the love and acceptance Kevin gave her, she'd never had to find out. She looked up, and for a second he looked like the boy she'd loved when she was so young, and her heart swelled. She and Alyssa both knew the might of first love, the huge, beautiful, terrible power it had. And then the feeling was gone, and in its place was nothing. Not in the bad way, in the way a room feels after you've tossed out the old furniture and put on a fresh coat of paint.
I should go,
Kevin said. It was good to see you, and even better to mean it. She hugged him quickly at the door. Give Naomi my best, she said, and she didn't even feel the urge to choke or roll her eyes.
Will do.
And good luck in the race.
Thanks, it's a tough one, all right, but you know how it is. Excuses are for people who don't want it bad enough. Naomi says,
Drive safely, she said, and closed the door. Sarge came over and licked her knee. That went well, don't you think? She asked. Me too. And this, my friend, calls for some Ben & Jerry's. We can talk about your whorish ways later. Chapter 29. Jack got back from Savannah just in time for dinner with Dad and Mrs. Johnson.
How was your trip, my darling boy?
Mrs. J asked after he finished his third helping of roast pork, peas, and salt potatoes, his favorite.
It was okay, he said, and it's done. That's the best part. How's your family? Dad asked. They're great. I always liked them, he said. But not her, Mrs. J said. I told you, Jack, that woman wasn't good enough for you, but you didn't listen to me, did you? No, Mrs. J, and I should have. I'm sorry. Please, can I have some pie?
In a moment, you ungrateful child. She folded her arms. What's this nonsense I hear about you and Emmeline Neal?
Don't worry, that's over.
His voice was casual, but the words caused an odd tightness in his chest. He and Emmeline hadn't been together very long, really. He shouldn't feel so hollow. Mrs. Johnson turned to the counter and cut him a piece of pie. It being over is the nonsense to which I'm referring, Jackie. She put her hand on his shoulder, and Jack looked down. He was used to glossing over things where the coven was concerned. Mrs. Johnson, though, she wasn't so easy to brush off.
Hyacinth, Dad said, could you give us a moment, sweetheart? Of course, my darling. Jackie, listen to your father.
She kissed Jack on the cheek, then left the kitchen. If Jack knew her, and he did, she'd eavesdrop.
What's up?
Dad gave him a long look.
I'm worried about you. You don't need to be," he said too quickly.
Somehow his father's kind eyes made Jack feel 1,000 times worse.
"I am, son. You seem lost."
Shit. Jack's throat tightened.
"I'm doing okay."
Dad didn't speak right away, but when he did, his voice was soft.
"When your mother died," he said, "there were days when I didn't know how I got from one place to the next. I'd be down in the barn and think, how did I get here? Did I eat breakfast? Did I drive here? Sometimes I'd see my face in the mirror, and I wouldn't even recognize myself."
Jack knew the feeling. He just didn't want his father or anyone in his family to lose sleep over him.
"So I see you these days, son, and I recognize that lost look."
His father put his hand over Jack's.
"I know you're hurting. We all do. I know it's not going to go away overnight either. What happened with those kids was terrifying."
"I keep thinking," Jack said, and the words were hard to get out.
"If I'd done something different, if I'd been even 20 or 30 seconds faster, or even 10, maybe. You're only human. You did everything you could. You helped them. Those other boys would all be dead without you, Jack. You saved 3 lives that night. Those matter too."
Jack nodded, swallowed. He knew his father was right. Feeling that, though, believing it was harder.
"I want you to stop in at Honors," Dad said. "She has the name of a couple of therapists who specialize in PTSD. Will you do that?"
Jack nodded again. He stood up, and Dad did too, and Jack hugged his father. Dad, who was as solid and enduring as an oak tree.
"I don't want you to worry about me, Dad,"
he whispered.
"That's ridiculous," Dad murmured, hugging him back. "I'm your father. Mrs. J's your stepmother. Your sisters adore you, and you've always been here for us. Let us take care of you for once."
Honor had a list, of course, complete with phone numbers, emails, and office hours. "Come on, brother," she said after she handed it to him. "Let's walk up to the cemetery." She clipped the leash on Spike, who bounced and pranced and bit Jack's boot. The night was cool, but spring was coming. Tomorrow, Ned was planning to tap the trees so they could make maple syrup, and in another month, the Hollands would gather for the blessing of the crops. Pops was still with them. Faith and Levi's baby would be here. Tom and Honor were married now, and Charlie was living with them full-time. Josh would be dead by then, Jack guessed. Honor opened the gate to the cemetery, and they sat on one of the benches. There were flowers on Mom's grave. There always were.
"You gonna lecture me too?"
Jack asked. "I'm so good at it," Honor said, linking her arm through his.
"True."
Her dog nuzzled its way into Jack's coat.
"You and Tom seem happy."
"Thanks, we are."
"Charlie, too."
"He's pretty great." She leaned her head against his shoulder. "I was surprised you and Em broke up," she said. "She seemed kind of perfect for you." An image of Emmeline coming through his door, a smile on her face, rolled over Jack like a truck. Her in the bathtub up to her neck in suds. In the hotel room in Malibu, that smear of chocolate on her cheek. Laughing with her teenagers.
"I didn't really plan on this," he admitted. "It's not like it was with Hadley."
"Thank God," Honor said, her tone dry.
"If I ask you a question, will you tell the rest of the coven?"
"It depends on how much you spend on my next birthday present." She nudged his arm. "No, of course I won't tell."
"How did you know with Tom?"
She didn't answer right away, which was good, because, unlike his other 2 sisters, it meant she was actually thinking. Prue would say something about the raw animal attraction between her and Carl. Faith would say something dreamy and mushy. Honor would tell him the truth. "I guess it was pretty simple. I pictured what I wanted in the future, and he was it. His smile, his laugh, his voice. I couldn't see me with anyone else. We didn't have the most typical start, but when it came down to it, he was just the one." There had been a night with Emmeline, A completely unremarkable night at his house. He'd cooked dinner, and she told him about a call involving a squirrel that had somehow gotten into Barb Nelson's china cabinet, and the subsequent rubble the rodent caused. Jack had laughed long and hard when she told him how she had to trip Everett and take his gun so he wouldn't shoot the wee beastie, Barb snapping pictures for the newspaper. They'd watched a movie after dinner. Well, half a movie, maybe a third, because they'd ended up doing it on the couch, Em's skin so soft, her eyes big and dark. An unremarkable night, except it was perfect.
I screwed up with her, Jack said. I'm not sure how to fix that.
Well, you're a guy. Of course you screwed up. It goes with the territory. She straightened up. But you'll make things right. She stood up. I have to get back to the house. Tree Bark Man is on, and I don't want to miss it. Why don't you come watch it with us? At that moment, his phone rang. Jeremy Lyon.
Hey, what's up?
Jack asked.
Can you get to the hospital? Jeremy said. Gloria Diener wants to see you, and you should come now. On my way, he said, hanging up. Sorry, Honor, I have to run. Another time, okay?
Everything all right? She asked.
I think so. I'll see you tomorrow.
The elevator doors opened to the 4th floor. Jeremy was right there, waiting, looking oddly official in his white doctor's coat.
Josh is winding down,
he said without preamble.
His parents are going to take him off life support, and Gloria asked to see you. Okay. You ready for this, Jack? No, but yes.
In fact, his heart was pounding, and his t-shirt was damp with sweat. Jeremy smiled sadly, gave his shoulder a squeeze, and led the way down the dimly lit hallway.
Gloria, Jack's here,
he said outside room 405. There was a whispered exchange, and then Mr. Diener came out. He nodded at Jack, his eyes wet, and went down the hall. Come in, Mrs. Diener said.
I'll go stay with Alan,
Jeremy said. He lowered his voice.
Good luck.
Jack went in. And there he was. For the first time in all these weeks, Jack saw Josh Diener, the boy whose life he didn't save. What was left of Josh, that was. Weeks on a feeding tube, weeks of profound brain damage and respirators and muscle wasting had reduced Josh to near skeletal proportions. Jack looked at Mrs. Diener, who was staring at her son.
Mrs. Diener?
She didn't look at him. I thought you might want to see him, she said.
Yes,
Jack said, then cleared his throat.
Thank you.
Then have a seat, she said. Her voice was oddly calm. You can talk to him if you want. They say hearing is the last thing to go. Jack sat on the hard wooden chair. Mrs. Diener didn't say anything else. The rhythmic wheeze of the respirator counted the seconds. It was hard to see past the medical equipment and the spooky, half-closed eyes. The respirator obscured much of Josh's face. His hands curled inward, and his arms seemed too long, they were so thin. But his eyelashes were long and blonde, and he looked more like a child than the 18-year-old Jack had pulled from the lake. He had a freckle under his ear.
I'm sorry,
Jack whispered.
I'm so sorry.
He put his hand over Josh's. The skin was cool and too smooth. And then Jack bent his head and covered his mouth with one hand so Josh's mother wouldn't hear him crying. But the hot tears spilled out of his eyes, and even though it had been 20 years since Jack had cried, he couldn't now seem to stop. The best he could do was try to keep quiet, even as his shoulders shook. This wasn't fair. It wasn't right. Was he scared? Jack straightened up and cleared his throat.
No,
he said, his voice husky.
He was unconscious.
Mrs. Diener adjusted the blanket, pulling it over Josh's sunken chest. She smoothed his hair back, her hand lingering for a minute on her son's forehead. I don't want him to die, she said, then gave Jack an almost embarrassed smile. Obviously. Her eyes filled. Even if he stayed like this, I'd take care of him. I wouldn't mind. I'm his mother. That's what I'm supposed to do. Jack nodded, unable to speak. "But he's dying anyway. He never did listen to me." She stared at her son, petting his too long hair. "I know you did your best, Jack," she said without looking up. "Thank you for trying." Once again, Jack bent his head and gripped the cold metal bar of the bed hard. And then Gloria Diener came to his side of the bed and put her hand on Jack's shoulder. "You should go now," she said. Jack nodded. He stood up, then kissed Josh on the forehead. He turned and hugged the boy's mother, felt her sob against him. Tears sliced down his face again. "I'm so sorry," he said once more. "I know," she whispered. "Me too." Chapter 30. On an obscenely sunny day in the last week of winter, when it seemed impossible that the birds could be singing and the sky so pure and blue, Josh Diener was buried. The whole town turned out for his funeral. Em was on traffic duty and led the procession to the cemetery. She parked the cruiser outside the gates, leaving the lights flashing, and got out. Right behind her was the funeral home limo, and as Mr. and Mrs. Diener got out, Em swallowed hard. Mr. Diener was bent by the weight of his grief, bowed like an old tree that would fall in the next storm, and Gloria looked right through Em without a flicker of recognition, her face tight, lips trembling. Em's chest ached with suppressed sobs. The entire senior class was there, each kid holding a white rose. Alyssa Pearson walked past, flanked by her parents, tears streaming down her face. Mr. Pearson nodded to Em, and Em murmured a hello. Mrs. Pearson had called Em to tell her Alyssa was doing better, and indeed, the girl looked less unkempt. Devastated, of course. Everyone was, because though Josh wasn't the best kid, it was an unavoidable, wrenching truth. Today, 2 parents were burying their only child. Josh would never get to be more than a reckless kid who broke his parents' hearts, ruined their lives, leaving a legacy of "don't be like me." Emmeline lifted her sunglasses and wiped her eyes. There were the Hollands, and her heart ached even more. Jack's blonde hair shone in the sunlight. He wore sunglasses and a suit, easy to spot, since he was taller than most. Did the Dieners know he was here? Please God, there wouldn't be another scene like the one at the hospital, when Mrs. Diener had screamed at him. He was too far away for Em to tell if he had that awful, haunted look in his eyes that she'd seen so many times these past couple of months. This funeral must be agonizing for him. Levi stood next to him, maybe as a guard, handsome and solemn in his dress uniform. He said something, eliciting a nod from Jack. Faith was right there as well, recognizable by her red hair and enormous belly, and she put her hand on her brother's arm. Any day now for her, and it was good, a new baby in that family. Something for Jack to smile about, because that smile was one of the best things in the world, and God, Emmeline missed seeing it, missed it so much in that second that it was hard to breathe. Reverend White began the prayers, and Em looked down. She could hear the muffled sobs of some of Josh's classmates. "Em?" Everett's voice was a whisper over the radio. He was at the tail end of the funeral procession, which curved around the cemetery. "Yeah?" she whispered back. "This is so sad." It sounded like he might be crying. "I know, buddy. Hang in there." A short time later, the crowd began walking slowly back to their cars. A few people stopped at other graves, brushing off some leaves or bowing their heads in prayer. A little boy, maybe 4 years old, ran ahead of his parents, laughing. He grabbed a pinwheel off one grave, and his mother ran up to him and put it back, then knelt down for a lecture. Was that what Josh had been like? His mom had said he'd been full of mischief, always naughty, but with a smile that let him get away with it. From now on, Gloria Diener would have to look at other children, and Em knew she'd always compare them to her son, her lost boy. "Hi, Emmeline." Em started a little. "Hey, Jack," she whispered around the lump in her throat. "How are you?" He took off his sunglasses, and though he looked tired, his eyes were clear. "I'm doing okay.
Better.
Good. That's good, Jack. She paused, her hand going to her taser. Nervous habit. God, she was as bad as Everett. It's nice of you to come today.
I got to see him,
he said. You did? He nodded.
You were right, Emmeline,
he said, his voice low.
I haven't been myself. I'm sorry you got caught in the middle of everything.
It's okay, it's fine. He looked at her a long minute, his eyes the same color as the bright March sky. She wanted to ask him how it was seeing Josh, what had changed Mrs. Diener's mind. If it had been awful, if he was sleeping at all, if he was back with Hadley. And if he was with Hadley, she hoped the other woman was taking good care of him, because Jack was one of a kind. Her radio blipped. I have to go, she said, and her voice was husky. Traffic duty. She paused. It was good to see you.
You too.
And then, because she didn't want him to see her cry, when other people had much better reason to be sad today than she did, she got into the cruiser and did her job. A week after Josh's funeral, Emmeline was sitting in the police station, trying to show Everett how to correctly upload a report. It was the perfect time to teach Everett some basic computer skills. Mindless work. Levi had taken the day off, so it was just Emmeline, Ev, and Carol, and no crime to keep them busy. Manningsport had been somber since Josh died. No speeders, no crime, no DUIs. Em hadn't seen Jack. The other night, Angela asked if she wanted to go to O'Rourke's, and Em said no, just in case Jack was there. She was glad he'd had some closure with Josh, glad he was doing better. But it didn't change the fact that she was in love with him, and he didn't feel the same way. You're right, he'd said. We should be done. I wasn't really looking for a relationship, and neither were you. Right.
So what now?
Everett asked, dragging her back to the present. Just click upload. Right there. No, not escape. Great, now you have to enter it again.
How come you know more about this than I do? Everett asked. I've been working here longer.
Because you have the IQ of a chicken, Carol said. Now, Carol, Em said, Everett has many qualities. The phone rang and Carol pounced. Manningsport Police Department, is this an emergency? Oh, hi, Levi. Really? Finally, I thought she'd never... Okay, fine, don't yell at me, she's right here. Carol gave Em a long-suffering look. Faith's in labor, and Levi wants a police escort. Em picked up the phone.
Faith's in labor, and I want a police escort, Levi ordered. Get your ass here now.
On my way. She ran out to the parking lot and got into the cruiser. Lights and sirens, and it was exactly as much fun as it sounded. She sped into town, blipped at intersections, and turned on to Levi and Faith's street. Their cute little bungalow was a few blocks off the green. But apparently word had gotten out, because the street was mobbed. John Holland's dilapidated red truck, Prudence's equally abused blue truck, Honor's white Prius, Jack's gray pickup. Furthermore, Colleen was standing on the lawn with the Barretts who lived next door, as well as Faith's grandparents and nephew and Levi's sister.
So, Sarah, we should go out sometime,
Ned was saying. My brother will make sure your body is never found, Sarah Cooper answered. But if you're willing to risk it, so am I. Need some crowd control? Emmeline asked. Actually, yes, Colleen said. There are a dozen people in there. And then the front door banged open, and Levi appeared, Faith in his arms. Now that's hot, Colleen murmured. I want Lucas to do that for me when my time comes. Various and sundry Hollands streamed after them. Abby, Prue, Honor, Mrs. Johnson, Faith's dad. Jack. He was smiling, and Em felt like she'd just stepped into a patch of sunlight. Well, he wasn't smiling at her. She wrenched her eyes off him. She was on duty, after all. She was needed. It didn't stop her stomach from tightening. She tried to ignore it. You doing okay, Faith? She asked, trotting next to Levi as he strode to the car. He's overreacting, Faith said. But I do kind of want to push.
Don't push,
Levi barked.
Do not push, honey. Please, no pushing. We have 15 minutes to the hospital. You can make it.
Have we thought about an ambulance? Em asked. Gerard Chartier is not seeing my girl parts, Faith said firmly. I can hold it in. Oh, wow, this hurts. Hurry up, babe. Not you, baby. You, babe. Jack opened the back seat of Faith's car, and Levi lowered her in.
I'm driving, Jack said. Stay in the back with your wife.
He looked at Emmeline.
You ready?
All set. She got into the cruiser and let the siren rip. Glanced back from time to time to make sure Jack was behind her, and slowed for intersections, making sure all was clear. She wouldn't think about Jack. Not that way, not now. But it did dawn on her that Hadley hadn't seemed to be among the crowd. The trick was to go fast, but not too fast, and basically to just clear the runway, so to speak. Jack had his hazards on, and it looked like a colorful presidential entourage, with all the Holland vehicles following him. They made it to the hospital in 12 minutes instead of 15, and Em ran in to get a gurney. Crowded day, of course. Full moon. Shalane was on duty, surveying the waiting room with a frown. Baby coming, Emmeline called. Faith and Levi's. About time, Shalane said. Small towns, no secrets. Emmeline ran out with the gurney, and Levi put his wife on it. She was clinging to his hand, doing that he-hoo-hoo thing that couldn't possibly work. Probably just to distract the woman from the fact that she was in labor. Jack fell into step next to her, one hand on the gurney. Em could smell his good Jack smell, grapes and laundry detergent and sun. He smoothed some hair off Faith's forehead, and the gesture made Em's throat tighten. He was such a good guy. They went through the automatic doors of the hospital, Levi murmuring to his wife. Behind them, the Holland clan followed, chattering like magpies. A couple of kids were waiting to be seen, one of them running around with a paper airplane, the other holding gauze on his chin as he wiggled his front tooth. Crazy Matthias Pembry was talking animatedly to himself. Time for a medical adjustment, no doubt. An old lady in a wheelchair was glaring at the runner, and a man clutched a bloody dishcloth to his ear.
Are you a nurse? He asked. I seem to have torn off part of my ear.
He held something up. Ah, the ear. A small trail of blood ran down his neck. That's nasty, Faith said.
Step away from my wife,
Levi said, not nicely. So cute, man. Oh, another contraction. God, I'm amazing. Look at me, talking through these. I rock.
No ego problems here, Jack murmured.
I really want to push, Faith said a little breathlessly. Can I push? Technically, we're at the hospital. Don't push yet, Emmeline said. Shalane, you want this baby born here, or shall we get moving? Everyone's a critic, Shalane said, coming over. Hi, Faith, about time. You ready to meet the baby? Good luck, guys, Em said. Suddenly, she was choked up. She punched Levi on the shoulder, and off they went, a chorus of good luck, Faithy, and we love you, floating behind them. I still think I should be her birthing coach, Prudence said, flopping into a chair. I've done this twice. Ned slid out like he was greased, all bloody and cute.
Mother, cease, Ned said. I'm hungry, the grandfather said. Who brought food?
Fred Norbertson, a nurse called. The man with the ear wound started forward, but his, fragment fell to the ground. He didn't notice. You forgot your ear, Em said. Abby dry-heaved.
Oh, thanks.
He picked it up and smiled at Emmeline, giving her a quick up-and-down scan. The entrance doors opened and Colleen came in, sliding her phone into her bag. The vigil begins. Connor's sending over sandwiches. Are we waiting here, or are we going upstairs to maternity? How many of us are there? Time for Emmeline to go. She was the outsider here. Good luck, Team Holland, she said with a self-conscious wave. A chorus of goodbyes and thanks rose up from the ranks. Her eyes stopped on Jack. Bye, she said.
Thank you, Emmeline,
he said. He smiled, and that was it. For a second she thought he was going to say something more. He didn't. The drive back to the station seemed long and lonely. It was after 5, so technically she was off duty. Carol and Everett were gone, though Ev was on call tonight. She tidied up the department kitchen and sat down at her desk. As she filled out a few reports, her mind kept going back to the hospital. She hoped everything would go okay. Nice, that whole mob there, waiting for news of the baby. Hard to imagine being a part of that when her own family was so small. Speaking of her family, maybe Ange wanted to do something tonight. Go for a run with Sarge, maybe get some nachos at O'Rourke's afterward. She picked up the phone. Then the station door opened and Jack came in. Em stood up fast. "Is everything okay?"
"Yeah, everything's fine."
"Did the baby come already?"
"I don't think so."
Em took a quick breath. "Then what are you doing here? You should be at the hospital."
"Would you want your brother there?" he asked. "I can go over later, when everyone's clean and not bloody."
He put his hands in his pockets.
"I came to see you."
"Oh." She sank back into her seat. Hi."
"Hi."
He smiled just a little, his eyes crinkling before his mouth moved. "How are you?" She swallowed.
"I'm fine. How are you?"
Yeah. Good, I mean."
So smooth.
Jack came closer, as in right next to her desk.
"I took Hadley back to Savannah. She won't be back, in case you didn't hear."
"I didn't. That's great. I mean, it's great if you say it's great." He looked at her hands, then back up at her.
"Emmeline, I'm so sorry for what I said about you being a bully. You're not. You couldn't be if you tried."
"Right." Her voice was a whisper now. "Thank you."
"Also, I'm in love with you."
"Is that right? Wait, what did you say?" She felt her face flush and her heart. God, it was hummingbird fast. He smiled, a full-on 100% smile. A smile so good she felt it in every molecule.
"I love you, Em."
"But I thought you weren't, looking for a relationship." Her eyes seemed to be filling up.
"I wasn't. I seem to have found one anyway."
"Oh, that's good."
"Glad you think so."
He reached into his pocket.
"I brought you a present."
He handed it to her, and she had to laugh, because it was a bag of Skittles. "Got any chocolate cake to go with that?" she asked.
"I do, at home."
Home. Now that was a nice word. There was a whole future in that word. He took her hand and looked at it for a second.
"I got you this, too,"
he said. And then he dropped to one knee, and Em found that she was shaking, and this was quite a surprise. But holy bleep, Jack was proposing. Or he had just lost a contact. Except he didn't wear contacts. He looked up at her with those blue, blue eyes.
"You're the best person I know, Emmeline Neal. Give me another chance. Marry me."
He had a ring. A ring. Good God, he had a ring. "Okay," she whispered, and it came out in a squeak, but it didn't matter, because he slid the ring on her finger, and then he stood up and was kissing her, his mouth warm and firm and smiling against hers.
"I love you,"
he said again. "It's about time," she whispered. Epilogue. "Well, of course we're here at Jack and Emmeline's wedding. Where else would we be? What a beautiful day they got, too. The barn looks beautiful, doesn't it? It's a Holland family tradition to get married here. Faith did, and so did Honor, just last year, remember? The wedding party's a little big, but with Jack's family, how can you blame them? Look at the program. The groomsmen are his 3 brothers-in-law, Levi, Tom, and Carl, and his nephew, Prudence's son, and Connor O'Rourke. They're old friends, of course. I see Emmeline made his sisters and niece bridesmaids. Doesn't Faith look wonderful? And with little Noah just a few months old. Good for her. No, the maid of honor is Emmeline's sister. Gorgeous girl. We heard she modeled in college, and we believe it. She's practically a celebrity around here. No, don't fix her up with your grandson. She likes girls. She lives in their grandmother's house now, down on Water Street, and their parents just bought a place a little ways out of town. Well, of course Emmeline will be living at Jack's. Have you seen that place? It's stunning. Oh, and look at this. She included the members of that book club that never reads anything. Grace Napton isn't here. No, she got married. She lives in Hawaii now. You didn't hear? Well, she does. Dr. Whitaker's doing a reading. That's nice. There's Shalane, that nice nurse from the ER, who just adopted Kelsey Bird's baby. I guess they have one of those open arrangements, so Kelsey can come see the baby from time to time. Got to hand it to Emmeline. We never thought those kids would graduate, but they made it. Colleen O'Rourke is about ready to pop, speaking of babies. And look at the way her husband looks at her. Isn't that sweet? Soon we'll have another baby in town. Practically a population boom. Oh, I missed this. Parents of the groom, John and Hyacinth Holland. Well, she deserves it, Mrs. Johnson does. Jack dotes on her. He's always been her favorite. I heard she made the wedding cake. Wouldn't let Lorelei near it. And it's just so sweet that Jack asked his father to be the best man. John Holland's been blessed with those 4 kids of his. Shh, the music's starting. Well, now look at Emmeline. She's beautiful. That dress is amazing. Nice to see her out of a uniform. Who knew she had such a gorgeous figure? Yes, she does play hockey. Look at those shoulders. That's how she and Jack met, I heard. Turns out, he always had a thing for her. And look at Jack. Oh, what a smile. He looks so happy. Kind of brings a tear to your eyes, doesn't it? That's the kind of love you usually only see in your dreams.
The End. You've been listening to In Your Dreams by Kristan Higgins, narrated by Amy Rubinate. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends No Limits by Laurie Foster, narrated by Jim Frangione. Canon Coulter is quintessential hero material. Chiseled jawline, shredded body, the works. He's also the guy who rescued Yvette Sweeney from kidnappers, only to put an end to her romantic dreams. These days, she's older, smarter, determined to face whatever life throws her way, even the prospect of sharing a house and business with Cannon. Cannon knew Yvette wanted him 3 years ago, but she was young, and some things are worth waiting for. Thrown together by her grandfather's legacy, he realizes how deep Yvette's scars really go, and how much danger lurks in their quiet town. As pent-up desire explodes between them, protecting her becomes the only fight that matters, and he'll break all the rules to do it. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.